A faint cry rang out over the lake, situated in a beautiful valley not far from the mountains. The boy stared intently into the distance and didn't hear his father calling him for quite some time. The man looked at his son with a loving gaze, wondering what could have caught the boy's attention. The boy was surprised to see his father appear beside him. The man ruffled his hair and gave him a loving smile. The man asked his son to help him pull in the net. Soon they would be able to see today's catch. As expected, it was quite fun. There were plenty of fish, pieces of crab, and all the other trappings of fishing. But still, it was a wonderful day, filled with shared work, nature, love, and respect. Suddenly, the boy spotted a red carp in the water. This fish was quite rare in their area. The boy jumped into the water, intending to catch the fish. He wouldn't let it get away from him. Once submerged, the young man soon realized he couldn't see the red carp anywhere, and a strange sensation washed over his body. He stopped moving. The boy began calling for his father, but his father couldn't hear him, and soon the boy found himself in the water near a boat in the middle of the night. Waking from a daze or perhaps a sleep, the boy saw that he was sitting in a boat with his hands bound, his clothes torn. There were two men beside him. One was the proud and silent Lord Jiang, and the other was his assistant with a cunning and cruel face, Ban Xingjiang, who asked the boy if he still missed his father. The villain was very pleased. He admired Lord Jiang's wit. The man had ordered the boy to be lured here and used as bait for the water monster. All this time, the boy had been sleeping, and it had been a wonderful dream about his father and fishing together. But now he had woken up and realized the full horror of his situation. The boy thought that it had already been a month since he had arrived in this world. The original owner of his body had died of an illness. The body's owner's mother had died in childbirth, so he'd been raised by his father, but 3 months ago, his father had died. Last month, the young man, not yet fully understanding who he was, fell for Jiang's trick and became bait for a spirit monster. And after that, he realized that people are capable of achieving incredible success through cultivation. Here they're called martial arts masters. However, it's not just humans who are capable of self-improvement, even animals can do it. The young man stared intently at the water and soon signaled the others, shouting that it was already here. A huge water monster or water creature appeared near the boat, and its outline in the water was enormous. The monster was approaching the boat, and soon its massive back became visible above the water. The creature was approaching the boat, sensing living people. The water monster planned to have a good lunch today. The young man said that the moment of truth had finally arrived. He had been waiting for this all these years and was now ready to unleash a strike that was the culmination of 10 years of training. I would like to know if the water monster could withstand this blow, but the beast, which looked like a crocodile, had already opened its huge jaws. The fishing boat snapped in two in an instant and shattered into splinters. The men clung to the debris to keep from falling into the water and into the monster's jaws. Ban Xingjiang was terrified. He said he couldn't die here. The man realized things were bad. An idea popped into his head. He grabbed a knife and slashed the boy's arm, drawing blood. A trail of blood stretched out behind the body thrown into the water with his hands tied. Even if he had tried to do anything, it was already too late. Lured by the scent of blood, a huge water monster was approaching him, capable of swallowing the boy whole. He could no longer resist or stay in the water without oxygen. His eyes were closing, and again his father was calling his name. How wonderful it would be if that were true. His father calling his name, and she reaching out to him and pulling him out of the water. And now the boy is saved. He's clinging to a piece of wood, and it's clear he'll survive. But unfortunately, life isn't that kind to this unfortunate child. A huge water monster has already reached him. You still have to live and prove to your dad that you tried and did everything you could. And the monstrous beast isn't satisfied yet, and now its huge jaws have practically snapped shut right next to the boy. Suddenly, he spotted a large chest in the water, covered in slime, but still fairly intact and sturdy. The guy was sinking to the bottom, not breathing and showing no signs of life. There were water currents swirling around his body, and suddenly a message appeared about the system being activated. The water monkey turned out to be a compatible spirit. Compatibility was confirmed, and the body's restoration began. The boy woke up and realized he hadn't died, although his last memories were of a huge maw that was about to swallow him whole. And now he felt very strange. He could breathe and didn't feel the resistance of the water, as if he were now on Earth. There was a stream of water near the boy's hand. It turned out he had acquired an active skill and could now control the stream of water. He confirmed once again that he could control the water and even breathe while submerged, though it was unclear how that was possible. The boy looked at his hands and noticed that all his wounds had healed. He could have rejoiced at such a happy outcome, but suddenly the boy sensed that someone was behind him. The boy braced himself again for the huge crocodile to devour him and waved his arms. This action activated his ability to control the water current. The water current bound the monster, preventing it from harming the boy, and a notification about water control appeared before the young man. The system was almost exactly like in the comics. The young man realized that nothing restricted him in the water. He could breathe and move normally as well as control the water. But soon the young man realized that his ability had limits. He needed to act faster. The young man knew he wouldn't last long. He had to calm the water monster before it was too late. At that moment, the boy received a notification that he had been granted the blood mark of subjugation ability to activate it. He needed to draw an ancient rune with his own blood to form a contract with the water monster. But to do that, he first had to catch the monster. And that was the first thing the young man set out to do. The young man used his water flow control skill and was able to hold the water monster near him. After that, the young man drew a rune with his blood on his hand. Not knowing what this would lead to, he placed his hand with the bloody drawing on the water monster's head. The enormous beast suddenly began to thrash from side to side. Its eyes bloodshot, it was terrifying, and it seemed as though it was about to swallow the young man whole. The young man felt that he was about to lose consciousness, and his body was also being affected and undergoing changes. He desperately wanted to finish this process as soon as possible, and even more so to live, and the young man, concentrating all his strength, shouted for the monster to obey him. It was the dead of night when the boy, dressed in ragged fisherman's clothes, crawled out of the lake onto the shore. He was exhausted and could barely stand. The man lay there with his arms spread wide, trying to catch his breath, while a water monster approached him through the water. It seemed as though it would devour the young man, but no, the young man was able to subdue this hulking creature, which was now ready to serve its master. The young man had attained the status of Master Lian Shi. He possessed the spirit of a water monkey and ordered the monster to stay nearby for now. If necessary, he would summon it. The fact was that after the rune was cast, a spiritual channel formed between them, through which Lian Shi could contact the monster from anywhere in the world. Having finished all his business, the young man decided it was time to go home and get some rest. Fortunately, some memories remained in his mind, and his home must be somewhere nearby. A group of men was walking among the houses, led by Mr. Zhang. Xinjiang showed him the way, looking at the man with a fawning gaze. The fisherman tried to figure out why these people were heading toward a shoe's house. It seemed the young man was in trouble with the madman Zhang. Among the fishermen was a boy named Li Libo. He followed the strangers with his eyes and understood everything. The boy guessed that his friend was in for big trouble. Xinjiang was very pleased. He was going to take the house and all the belongings for himself, since the boy was dead, and all that was left was to confirm it. The man looked very angry. He didn't like to be disappointed and hated everyone in general. Kicking the door open, he ushered the gentleman inside, telling him he could come in without worry. But suddenly the old man's jaw nearly dropped. He couldn't believe his eyes. In the middle of the room sat a sleepy boy named Ashi. It certainly couldn't be true, but it was a fact nonetheless. The boy looked sleepy, since he'd just been woken up. He glanced at the uninvited guests and asked what they were doing there. Master Lian Shi had almost nothing to his name except for one tamed animal, but he was by no means a weakling in the full sense of the word. Mr. Zhong was very angry because he hadn't expected to see a living boy here. The old man began to smile kindly and introduced the boy named Lian Shi to Mr. Zhong. Zheng Xiang, who was a servant of the Zhao family, greeted the boy, who, moreover, hadn't died, which meant he was a real lucky guy. After the greeting, the man signaled to his servants and ordered them to grab Lian Shi. The boy began to scream, not understanding what these men wanted from him, as they grabbed his arms and held him tight. The man began beating the boy. He said that Lord Zhao had hired a martial arts master, Mr. Jiang, to deal with the water monster that was making life miserable for the villagers. And the shameless boy Lian Shi had conspired with the monster and killed Lord Zhang. A lot of money had been lost. And on top of that, the village was still in danger. The boy tried to explain that he had been kidnapped and used as bait for the monster. But no one listened to him, accusing him of Lord Zhang's death and of the fact that the boy himself had survived. At that moment, the boy remembered that in his past life, he had also been called a monster, all because he was an outcast. His peers constantly teased him, sticking a piece of paper on his back with the word thief written on it, because in their opinion, orphans love to steal. After school, things didn't change. The boy grew up, but the bullying followed him everywhere. There was always a group of spiteful people who took pleasure in bullying him. The boy remembered that they also called him a monster because he was unstoppable. And when he lost his temper, nothing and no one could stop him. Lian Shi was already seething with anger and indignation. He knew that demonstrating his abilities was quite risky, but giving up wasn't his style. And so the boy broke free from the servant's grip and struck the man who had been beating him in the stomach with all his might. Of course, the odds were stacked against him. The boy was fighting 3 grown men, and the basin of water for washing spilled just as the boy fell. His hand landed in the puddle, and he sensed he could control the flow of water, which meant he could tear those men to pieces. Xinjiang was very angry that the boy was resisting. He suggested to Mr. Zheng that they tie the boy up and take him to the Zhao estate. The villains said they were short on manpower, so an orphan like him would be perfect for their needs. Mr. Zheng turned to the boy, saying that if he agreed to become Lord Zhao's adopted son, they would let him go. Otherwise, they would break his legs right then and there. By this time, a crowd of neighbors had already gathered in the street. They'd heard about the adoption, and it seemed very strange. Lately, a great many people had been taken to the estate. Those who ended up there disappeared forever. Just then, an old man appeared among the onlookers on the street and asked who dared to mistreat little Aishi. It was the village headman who had come to the boy's house at the request of his friend. The old man harshly confronted Mr. Zheng, saying that he was a legitimate servant of the Dashang dynasty and that here, in his village, some kind of lawlessness was taking place. Did they really want to attack a government official? Zheng Xiang realized that the situation looked bad and that he could get into a lot of trouble because of some little boy. The village head kept shouting that Lord Zhao was obliged to respect him and that the old man was about to have a heart attack and they would all be held responsible. Zheng Xiang didn't want to draw attention to himself. He said he wouldn't argue with the village head, but warned that Lord Zhao wouldn't let the matter rest. After that, the man turned around, ordered his servants to follow him, and left the house. Xinjiang was very displeased, saying that the boy was just as ungrateful as his good-for-nothing father. The village elder turned to the boy and said that it would be better for him to avoid certain conflicts. The boy thanked the old man and promised to be careful. After that, the village elder went home accompanied by his friend Aishi, while the homeowner reflected on his life. Aishi understood that such situations could happen again in the future, so he needed to be ready to stand up to bad people. This time, the village elder had saved him, but the boy couldn't rely on him every time. Aishi understood that he had to become stronger, and the system was his chance to do so quickly and efficiently. The guy checked his profile and found out that he had received a water-type creature and had started his pet's evolution. When evening came, Aishi went to the shore of the pond to talk to his pet. After subduing the crocodile Tahu, the boy could contact it via a telepathic channel at any time. And now, having summoned his pet, the young man waited for it to appear on the shore. The crocodile appeared, but it clearly didn't look the way its owner had expected. Aishi was terribly disappointed. He stared at this toy crocodile, unable to understand where his giant crocodile had gone. It turned out that subordinate aquatic creatures could change size to control their energy consumption, and right now Tahu was in his miniature form for extremely low energy consumption. Aishi calmed down when he realized that this was how the system controlled all the parameters. It really was incredible. Aishi turned to his pet and asked the crocodile where he had found the aquatic entity. The boy wanted to take a look at it. To do so, he had to dive into the water and follow the crocodile. Fortunately, the young man had no trouble being underwater. Aishi soon realized that Tahu had led him into a grotto. What he saw there changed his entire life. Scattered throughout the grotto were legendary spiritual plants. They looked like glowing sausages. Aishi had never seen such plants before, but he had heard of them. Spiritual plants with a watery essence could be consumed to enhance one's abilities. In this world, there were plants and treasures that possessed various energies. They belonged to different elements, but they were all called spiritual plants. Rumors circulated that there was a pond in the backyard of the Zhao estate where unusual water lilies grew. They attract cultivators, and in turn, those cultivators become Lord Zhao's subordinates because they dream of receiving spiritual plants from him. Aishi was very pleased. He plucked the plants, not knowing how much water essence he would be able to extract from them. Aishi turned to his pet with a request for help, but the lazy little crocodile was lying on its back with its paws in the air. The boy decided he'd do everything without that slacker. Aishi gathered plants in the grotto and then dragged them to the shore, and once out of the water, he sat down on the rocks, ready to consume these spiritual plants. The water essence obtained can be used to improve fusion with the water spirit or to evolve the monster pet. And anyway, it was very tasty, so the guy ate all the plants he had gathered in the underwater grotto. Aishi checked his stats. He could spend the water essence on evolving his pet or on merging with the water spirit. The guy decided to start with himself. Aishi began the leveling up process and felt himself growing stronger with this power. He would definitely be able to defeat those guys. And if he also used water control, he wouldn't have to fear anyone at all. Aishi tried to activate the water flow skill. The young man felt more confident and realized that this was only the beginning. Right now, his body was too young and childlike, and his body couldn't handle any more energy yet. Aishi thought that he needed to sort out his financial problems now. Winter would soon arrive, and the little crocodile would go into hibernation, so he wouldn't be able to rely on it. At that moment, the crocodile tossed a large, beautiful fish out of the water to him. It seemed as though the pet could sense its owner's thoughts. Aishi picked up the crocodile. The young man was pleased. Now he had an idea of how he could earn a little money by selling the fine fish the crocodile would supply him. First thing in the morning, the boy sold the fish that Tahua had thrown out of the water for him. and now he was the owner of 80 coins. It wasn't much, but it was a start. The local merchants weren't like the vending machines of the modern world. You could negotiate a price or an installment plan with them, just as people did in ancient times. And she realized that his financial problem was temporarily solved. Now he just had to figure out what to do about that madman Jiang. And just at that moment, that despicable Jiang spotted the boy at the market and called out to him. Jiang said that a few days ago there had been a misunderstanding between them, and so he wanted to apologize to the boy. Fortunately, he'd managed to run into a she at the market. The man said his boat was nearby, so he invited a she on board to have lunch together. The boy looked at the man suspiciously. Jiang told the boy not to worry, since it would just be the two of them, though in reality, of course, there would be more people on the boat. And this time a she definitely wouldn't be able to escape. A she seemed very pleased. He smiled sincerely at the man and replied that if there really were only the two of them, he saw no reason to turn down such a wonderful offer. Xin Jiang knelt, surrounded by 3 guards, and listened to everything Mr. Jiang had to say. He said that lately, the trials at the estate hadn't been going very well. Several people had already died, and there weren't enough medicinal herbs to go around. The boy Lian Shi was an orphan, which made him the ideal candidate. The old man's face was covered in fresh bruises and scrapes. He promised he understood everything, and that Lian Shi wouldn't run away from him again. The man swore he'd bring the boy the next day. Zheng Xiang promised that if the man succeeded, Lord Zhao would put in a good word for him with the bigwigs. Xing Jiang was absolutely thrilled by this offer, and Mr. Zheng confirmed that everything would go exactly as planned. Xing Jiang felt hope again. Soon he would be able to become immortal. He would finally succeed. The very thought of it filled him with delight and ecstasy. The man threw open his shirt at the chest and began to laugh a demonic laugh. His body was covered in bloody runes, and he hoped to become one of them. And now Xin Jiang was in the boat with the boy. He was preparing food and talking about how magnificent the scenery was here. Besides, there were no people around, and it was very quiet. The man continued cooking, saying that now they would have lunch together and resolve all their differences. While stirring the soup unobtrusively, Jiang dropped a small red ball into the pan. She looked at the old man suspiciously and asked him if there really was no one else here. Xin Jiang smiled, of course. He had already checked everything, and the boy needn't fear that some hidden danger awaited him. In fact, the old man thought that he certainly didn't need any extra ears to hear the boy's screams after he drank this fish soup. And she was satisfied with the answer that there was no one nearby. He climbed into the boat, activating the water jet control as he did so. Jiang didn't have time to figure out what was happening. He fell to the bottom of the boat and his head was engulfed by the water current. The pot of freshly cooked soup also tipped over. The water current did its work, and soon the man looked as if he were drowning somewhere in the depths. Life was gradually ebbing from that vile body. When Xin Jiang came to, he realized he was lying at the bottom of his boat, his hands and feet tightly bound with ropes. A she sat beside him and said that the old man was sleeping like a baby and that night had already fallen. The boy was tired of waiting for Jiang to wake up. Jiang was in shock when he realized what had happened. A she showed him the wallet with the money they had paid the old man to bring the boy to the estate. Jiang looked at the boy with hope and pain. He promised he would explain everything right away, but a she wouldn't listen to him and suggested they look around and try to get their bearings. Jiang immediately realized where they were. It was the very spot where the water monster had attacked them. A huge, terrifying, toothy crocodile leaped out of the water, opening its bloodthirsty jaws, yet a she remained completely calm. The old man looked up in horror, staring at the water monster. He knew his end was near. But unexpectedly, the monster brought its snout close to the boy. A she said that it used to be a water monster, but now it was his pet. Xin Jiang realized things were bad. He knelt before the boy and begged him not to kill him, for the old man could tell the boy the whole truth. A she wanted to know why Master Zheng was so eager to lure him into Lord Zhao's estate and why people kept disappearing there. It turned out that all those people were needed so that Lord Zhao could become immortal. He had learned to extract the pearls of immortality from them. This fate awaits absolutely everyone who enters the estate. One might say that their souls and life energy are extracted from them. And she realized that Zhang himself regularly brought innocent people to their deaths at the estate. The vile old man began to justify himself by saying that he had been forced and had no choice. But in reality, Jiang hoped that Lord Zhao's servants would soon arrive here, and the boy would become one of those pearls. A she raised his hand with a stone above the old man's head, who kept saying he didn't want to. But in the next moment, the boat and the boy's clothes were covered in the vile old man's blood. Leaving him alive, of course, was out of the question. And not only because he was a terrible man, but also because he had seen a she's monstrous true nature. A she understood if he hadn't killed Xin Jiang, they would have dragged him into the estate and turned him into a pearl of immortality. The young man threw the body into the water so his pet could feed on it. While as she grew stronger, he needed to find something that could protect him. Xinjiang's body was thrown into the water and gradually sank into the depths. Early morning on the water is always beautiful. A she climbed out of the water and sat in the boat, holding his pet on his shoulder. The young man looked at the stream of water in his hand with his power. Life had become much easier for him. Several days had already passed since a she had killed the old man. To avoid arousing suspicion, he pretended to be a fisherman, waking up early in the morning, returning late from the river, and selling fish. Not once did a she return to the scene of the murder. In the village, the young man said that Ban Jiang had given him a boat as an apology for coming to him with the gangsters, after which the old man had disappeared somewhere. However, Lord Zhao's men, of course, didn't believe this story at all. The disappearance of their accomplice would surely lead them to a she. And the young man was well aware of this. He knew he had to become stronger, and do so as quickly as possible. To get stronger quickly, he needed to join a martial arts clan. There are 3 clans in Pyongyang, and the strongest of them is the Yang clan. Rumor has it that their leader has attained such unprecedented strength that he can crush gold and split rocks, which is why he remains at the top. If a she can join them, the Zhao family won't dare touch him. After all, losing a disciple would bring the clan a lot of trouble. But there's one major problem. The entrance fee for the martial arts clan ranges from 5 to 8 lian. A she figured he was short a significant amount, so he needed to find another way to make money. Tahua whispered something in his master's ear. A she realized he was worrying too much about his future. Since his last level up, he could feel his body growing stronger. His mental strength was growing too. Perhaps now the boy could control 2 creatures at once, so he needed to get back to fishing. Moving through the water was becoming more familiar and easier with each pass. Lately, a she had been training underwater regularly, playing a game of tag with his pet. A she would swirl the underwater current beneath his foot and use it to propel himself forward, gaining momentum from the water. However, this required intense concentration, so he got tired faster than with regular swimming. But at the moment, no one could match him in speed. Suddenly, a fish swam past him. Not only was it strikingly beautiful, but also incredibly fast. A she recognized it as a mystical fish. Its reddish-pink color and sharp spines were unmistakable. In the world of Dashan, some creatures had evolved after accidentally absorbing spiritual energy. Such monsters are called mystical fish, and now the young man saw 2 mystical fish before him. It was amazing and wonderful. Usually it's hard to even encounter a single such fish, and here 2 had swum up at once. A she ordered his pet to follow one of the mystical fish. The boy himself swam after the second fish. He couldn't say why he was doing it. It was something like a hunter's instinct. At one point, the boy thought about how, unfortunately, he hadn't brought a fishing net with him. But then he remembered that he had control over the water current. A she directed the water current at the fish, and it was immediately immobilized as if it had been caught in a soap bubble. A she didn't wait for the water jet's effect to wear off. He quickly swam over and grabbed the mystical fish, very pleased with himself and his catch. Now his profile showed not only the crocodile, but also the money and Chonky's fish. A she was very pleased with today. He'd had a lucky catch, and he'd be able to sell the mystical fish for a tidy sum. The guy was so absorbed in his plans and calculations of future earnings that he didn't notice something appearing next to him. It wrapped its arms around his waist. A she saw some kind of monster looming above him. It literally hurled the boy onto the bottom of the pond. The impact was so powerful that it seemed as though blood was gushing from his throat. A she tried to pull himself together as quickly as possible. He stared at the monster, not understanding what kind of creature was swimming toward him. He had once heard legends about a man-eating catfish that lived at the bottom of the river, and now a she was out of luck. He had encountered this monster. A she stared at the monstrous fish and couldn't figure out what it was going to do, having plunged its snout into the water current. The boy decided not to wait for the giant man-eating catfish to attack and activated his own water flow control. Thanks to this, the man-eating catfish's attack was thwarted, though things could have ended very badly for a she. He was glad he'd been faster. Though he could have lost this battle, the catfish was strong and could control the water current too. Suddenly, the huge fish appeared very close. A she realized he needed to be wary of this monster. At that moment, the opponent began to bare its teeth. It seemed as if it were laughing at the man it was about to devour. But then the crocodile Tahua intervened in the fight. He swam up from the side and bit through the fish's body with his powerful jaws. This came as a complete surprise to the man-eating catfish. A she rejoiced, for this was his chance. The young man ran his hand along the sharp rocks at the bottom of the river. Soon blood began to flow from his palm. A she understood. If he didn't subdue this man-eater, he would surely perish sooner or later. The young man activated the blood mark of subjugation, hoping that his mental strength would be just enough for this. A she placed his hand on the monster, and these actions caused a mental overload. His mental strength was critically low, and the system strongly advised him to stop the process of subjugating the water monster. You could say it was a battle between 2 equal opponents. Ashi didn't want to stop the subjugation, barely realizing that it could trigger a backlash from his body. Ashi barely had enough strength to make it to the boat. The guy literally crawled inside on his hands. Ashi lay on his back trying to catch his breath and couldn't believe he'd managed to escape. Who would have thought the catfish would put up such a fight? He'd nearly lost control. But as they say, all's well that ends well, it was worth it. And now a very cute little catfish was swimming near the Tawa crocodile. Ashi received a notification that he could evolve the tiger catfish. But he didn't have enough points for that right now. However, he would definitely do it in time. After admiring his new pet to his heart's content, Ashi decided to check on his catch. In his basket was a magnificent mystical fish. Tahua swam up to his owner and opened its mouth. Inside lay a second mystical fish. Today had truly been a very lucky day. The boat was full of fish, and on top of that, the two mystical fish promised a good reward. And she decided to eat the smaller mystical fish to see if it would increase his strength. The fish was very tasty. The young man decided to keep its horn as a souvenir. After checking the information, Ashi was very pleased. He received a full 18 points, the same amount he had received after eating 18 spiritual plants. Ashi estimated that a larger mystical fish would give him 3 times as many points. If he ate it, he could easily increase his influence percentage with his pets. But for now, he had to hold back and stick to the plan. Ashi was saving up for the entrance fee to the martial arts clan. Looking at the boat full of fish, he hoped that would be enough. So after fishing, the guy headed to the market in Yanshan. It was very crowded there. Business was brisk, and even though the festival was over, people were still crowding around and watching something. It turned out that the fishermen were displaying a legendary mystical fish. People were amazed and admired the lucky fisherman. Ashi stopped near the crowd. He was looking at the fisherman Chen Ji-chan, who had also caught a mystical fish. Ashi began pushing people aside because he wanted to get closer and examine the other fisherman's catch. Ashi finally made his way to the fish vendor and said that their town must have received a blessing from the river god, because 2 mystical fish had been caught in a single day. People didn't understand what kind of nonsense Lian Shi was talking about, since the fisherman had caught only 1 fish. Ashi replied that he wasn't talking about the boy Chen, but about himself. And then the boy reached into the basket. Shi was very pleased with himself. He pulled a huge mystical fish out of the basket and showed it to everyone present. However, the buyers didn't believe it was a mystical fish because it was too ugly. They accused Lian Shi of taking the most ordinary fish but trying to jack up the price. It is unknown how this transaction would have ended, but suddenly a voice from the side suggested that a red-blooded perch was being sold. One of the elders of the Yang warrior clan, a master named Hu Qi, appeared at the market. Hu Qi approached the fisherman Chen and asked how much he wanted for his fish. The young man was very embarrassed that such a gentleman and great man was willing to buy his catch. He didn't dare name a price and said he would sell it for whatever Master Hu Qi deemed fair. The elder named the sum of 150 fen. Ji Chang was absolutely delighted. He was ready to sell his catch to the great Hu Qi for such a generous sum. But Shi didn't hold back. He turned to the elder and asked him to take a look at his catch. Everyone present was very displeased with the behavior of that insolent Lian boy. After all, everyone knew if he angered the elder, it would spell trouble for absolutely everyone. Hu Qi examined the fish closely and said it was a bull bream, as Shi was ready to sell the fish under any name. Hu Qi asked the seller if he would give him this magnificent fish for 325 fen. It was a simply fabulous sum, one that several generations of ordinary families could not save up. People in the crowd whispered that little Lian needed to spend that money before he was killed over it. Ji Chang silently watched the sale unfold, then turned and left the market without saying a word. Ashi gathered his courage and asked the gentleman why his fish cost twice as much as the red-blooded perch. It turned out that the horns of the bull bream are used in medicine. They're made into pills that boost stamina and help with blood stagnation. This is very useful for the elder of a martial arts clan. Ashi bowed deeply in gratitude for the gentleman's explanation. The young man was glad he'd kept the horn of the fish he'd eaten as a souvenir. Having sold all the fish and finished his business, Ashu sat with his wallet, counting his earnings. Suddenly, a shadow appeared nearby. It was Ashi's friend named Li Libo. He hugged his comrade, saying that their entire village was proud of him. Ashi turned to his friend and said that last time he hadn't thanked him properly for bringing the village head. Libo offered to give him the money as an apology. Of course, it was a joke, but not a funny one. Ashi asked his friend if he knew how much money was required to join the Yang clan. Li Libo replied that his father was just about to send him there, so he had all the information. A simple admission required 350 fen. If you wanted to live there with room and board and enjoy all the clan's benefits, you'd need 1,000. That's more than in other clans. But there's a reason the Yang clan is considered the best. Ashi calculated all his savings and realized he could join the clan without room and board. Shi told his friend that he was ready to go with him the very next day to sign up. Li Libo replied that he hadn't known his buddy had become so rich. But of course it was a joke, and the boys agreed to go together the next day. Shi wanted to tell his friend about the mystical fish and everything else, but he decided not to. In the dungeon of the Zhao estate, a man reported that Ban Zhang had vanished into thin air. But the guards had tracked down the boy Lian Shi, who was the last person to see him. Lord Zhao said there was no need to bother him with such trifles, and that Zhang should sort it all out himself. As for Shi, he now spent most of his time on the boat. He was constantly fishing and training with his water spirits. So on this late evening, the boy was alone in the boat. He was currently preparing a meal for himself and cooking a delicious soup, which the crocodile Tawa was eyeing with great appetite. The smell was amazing. The pet couldn't wait for his owner to finish preparing this delicious meal. The aroma was wonderful, and the fish soup turned out simply amazing. A Shi poured a couple of bowls into the water to treat his pets. When the meal was over, a Shi felt that the influx of water essence was simply incredible, which was to be expected from a mystical fish. Besides, the young man felt that he had grown stronger. And now he looked at his pets, who also looked satisfied, and wondered where he could find another fish like that. After resting a bit following the hearty dinner, a Shi decided it was time to level up. He'd earned enough points from the two fish. Checking his profile, a Shi saw that his strength was growing. It literally coursed through his entire body, filling him with energy from within. Gradually, thanks to the points he'd earned, the evolution of his controlled creatures began. But the young man really wanted to fight someone to test his strength. A Shi tested his mastery of the water stream and felt that his control had improved significantly. This happened because a Shi had fed his pets a little soup, and so the evolution had begun, and the animals would soon become stronger. Although, of course, these two cute little pets still had a long way to go before transforming into a horned crocodile and a tiger catfish. A Shi finally noticed the chest, which had appeared out of nowhere. The guy didn't understand what this thing was, whether it had been created by humans or had developed on its own. He began to examine the object and saw on one panel was depicted the yin dragon, and on the second some sort of enormous monkey. On the third side were deities with human heads and serpentine bodies. And on the fourth side was a mysterious emperor in black robes. But none of that mattered now. A Shi thought that these musings would lead him nowhere. The young man was practicing controlling the water current. He was going to set off for the Yang clan the next day. He needed to become even stronger to deal with Lord Zhao. Early the next morning, the two future martial arts clan students were taken by cart to another city. The boys had packed everything they needed and looked like real students. Libo was in high spirits. He literally couldn't stop talking. He kept gazing at the scenery and the weather and commenting on everything he saw. Soon the companions arrived in the city of Pinyang, and now Li Libo was examining and commenting on everything he saw in this city. Before heading to the martial arts clan, the boys strolled through the city streets, had a delicious meal, and watched the street performances. A man was hiding in a dark alley. He'd been told the young man would pass by there. With him was another fairly muscular and serious-looking man who confirmed that the information was accurate. The man heard with his own ears as Lian Shi told his friend that he was going to join the Yang clan. The day before, he had sold a fish for a huge sum of money, a sum men couldn't earn even if they sold their own wives. Everyone understood that the sum was enormous and that the boy would most likely not hand it over. But the gang leader said that A Shi was ready to give this money to the warriors, just like that, for joining the clan, and they would tell the boy they were ready to help him spend the money wisely. Soon friends appeared in the alley who were finally ready to go to the clan to join it and begin their training. Li Libo, as usual, was very talkative. He was waving his fists and asking his friend how many thugs he'd be able to beat up at once after he finished all his training. But Shi was very serious. He didn't like to chat idly, and now, having barely mastered his own strength, the boy wasn't sure he could handle a couple of thugs. The thugs jumped out in front of the boys, blocking their path. They immediately declared that they were glad to see them and demanded that the boys hand over their money. To make the boys decide faster, they were offered a simple choice: money or their lives. But Shi smiled and said he had no intention of giving the gangsters any money, so now he would simply take their lives. Of course, hearing this from a young boy was a huge surprise, so the leader immediately lunged at the boys with his fist. But Shi remained calm. He wasn't even particularly scared, and immediately got into a fight with the thugs, landing several precise punches and elbows on the street hooligans. Of course, it all came as a huge surprise to the thugs when they saw that their comrades couldn't put up a fight and were falling, spilling blood all over the street. Libo was in complete shock from the tension. The guy was covered in sweat. He had never seen such speed before. All the thugs were finished off in 9 moves. Shi stared in amazement at his hand. Of course, he wanted to test his strength on the stone as well, but right now he was just as surprised as everyone else present. As expected, his speed had increased significantly, and now Shi would have to take a new approach to his body. Libo wanted to know when his friend had managed to become so strong. The guy believed that Shi didn't need a teacher at all. Shi didn't know how to respond, so he said that he was probably just a genius, but they hadn't realized it before. Having fought for real for the first time, Shi became even more eager to join the martial arts clan. He wanted to hurry so he wouldn't be late for registration. At the martial arts clan, Shin Chang Song greeted all the applicants. He welcomed the boys and told them they could call him Brother Shin. The boys greeted their elder brother by bowing their heads in respect. Brother Xian led the boys to the man who would assess their abilities and tell them more about the clan. Brother Xian explained and demonstrated everything along the way. He introduced the boys to Brother Hu would be their mentor, and who was in fact a disciple of Master Yang. The boys continued walking through the clan's territory when, unexpectedly, Shi spotted the man who had bought fish from him the day before. Hu Qi also recognized the boy from whom he had bought the fish. He began explaining to Brother Xian how he knew this boy. Hu Qi said that for self-cultivation, he had made use of the beneficial properties of the bullhead and had bought this fish from this very young man. Brother Xian took this as a good sign. It meant that Brother Hu would be an excellent teacher, and the boys could spend the night here today. Once all the formalities were over, Hu Qi called the boys to follow him so he could assess their natural talent. Hearing about natural talent, the friends got scared, but the teacher said there was no need to worry. He just needed to assess their level to find the right cultivation style for each of them. Shi gathered his courage and said that, in fact, he and his friend didn't fully understand what cultivation was, and so they asked Brother Hu to explain at least the basics to them. Hu Qi began with the basics. The warrior's path consisted of 4 stages: skin, flesh, bone, and blood. At the skin stage, the body becomes stronger than that of an ox, which significantly increases defense. At the flesh stage, the warrior's physical strength increases 100-fold. He will be able to lift any weight with one hand easily and effortlessly. At the bone stage, nothing will restrain the warrior's inner energy. This will allow him to split stones with his bare hands. And finally, at the blood stage, the warrior's body will reach the pinnacle of human development. However, all of this can be summed up in one word: cultivation. Naturally, no matter how much an ordinary person cultivates, the body always has its limits. To overcome it, 2 indispensable things are needed: techniques and special potions. The boys listened with their mouths agape to the teachings on combat techniques, and special potions. They repeated everything after their teacher. By techniques, they meant special methods of cultivation. For example, there are 3 styles common in the Yang clan. If done correctly, anyone can understand them. Lian Shi seemed to be soaking up every word. He repeated everything after his teacher. He already understood the techniques. Now he needed to figure out the elixirs. You have to imagine that techniques are a staircase, slippery and dangerous. To climb it quickly and safely, you need a railing, and that is what potions are. For example, that bull bream that Shi had sold the day before could be called a potion. It helps a warrior climb the ladder faster and safer. Hu Qi realized he had dumped a lot of information on the boys. He told them they shouldn't rush, since they were just at the very beginning of their journey, so it was important to focus on every step. Shi couldn't wait to get started. He asked Hu's older brother to determine their natural talents. A group of warriors sat in the courtyard. They watched with interest as Hu's brother prepared to test the newcomers. Lu Yang Kai had already heard about one unusual young man from his friend Zhao San. The man confirmed that this was the very person he was looking for and asked that he be escorted out of the clan's territory. Zhao Hiyuan said he would handle the rest himself and that no one would get into trouble. Zheng appeared before his master and reported that this Lian Shi was 15 years old. He was the perfect candidate for extracting the potion, the same age as the young master, and on top of that, an orphan. If they captured Lian Shi, the young Lord Zhao's fortune could improve significantly. Lord Zhao listened to his servant. Yuan had been frail since birth, and finding suitable candidates of the right age for the elixir of immortality wasn't easy. This boy was the perfect fit. Zheng reported to his master that Lian Shi was planning to join the Yang clan, and knowing Yang Dongsong's character, it would be difficult to make a move. Lord Zhao's son overheard this conversation, and he noticed Zhang drop a piece of paper as he left his master. It was a photograph of Lian Shi. Zhao Yuan picked it up and said that he needed the pearls of immortality, and anyone who stood in his way would die. Libo couldn't calm down. He didn't understand why his friend had a top-tier bone structure when even his own was only average. And Shi kept saying that he was simply a talented genius because he didn't have a proper answer for his friend. The guys had passed one test, and now they needed to get to the parade ground as quickly as possible. Chen Jichang was already waiting for them there, the very same fisherman who had also sold fish the day before, albeit for less money. The guys were surprised, especially Libo, who was very aggressive toward Chen and demanded an explanation of exactly what the guy was doing there. Ji Chang said that anyone could come here, and a fight was about to break out between them, but Lian Shi stopped it, since they were from the same village, and should be friends, not fighting. A Shi greeted Ji Chang, but the latter merely nodded in response. The guy was 2 years older than a Shi. He was a very skilled fisherman, and a good acquaintance of the previous owner of this body. A Shi looked very sincere. He asked Ji Chang if he had also decided to train. The guy finally stopped sulking and said he wanted to become strong too. It turned out he'd been selling fish to save up for the entrance fee, and he'd finally managed to scrape together the money. A Shi suggested they head to the drill ground together, whose older brother was already supposed to have started the session there, and if they didn't hurry, they'd be in trouble. It was pure hell. No Marine or Navy SEAL had ever dreamed of training like this. The boys were trembling all over. They weren't giving up, but they barely had enough strength to get through the circuit of exercises. Hu Chi finally called a break and allowed the students to rest. After lunch, Teacher Lu would continue the training. Completely exhausted, the guys sat under a tree trying to catch their breath. They felt weak and drained. But soon the boys heard someone say loudly that the clan's territory had started to reek of fish. Lu Yang Kai and his friends approached the group and said that the boys shouldn't be allowed into the clan's territory because they had already stunk up the whole place. Yang Kai promised that if each of the boys paid him 100 fen, he would let them stay at this school. Li Libo wanted to immediately throw punches, but Ji Chang stopped his friend, saying they shouldn't disgrace their mentor, Brother Hu. Lian Shi, meanwhile, was calculating whether he had enough strength to handle these three. Yang Kai continued to provoke the boys. He asked if they were really looking for a fight. He had almost reached the peak of the skin stage, so he really wanted to test his strength on someone. And Shi thought that if they were in the water right now, no skin stage would help this braggart. But before the fight could start, a stern voice rang out, causing everyone to snap to attention at ease. Hu Chi told the older guys to hold a plank for half an hour if they had nothing else to do, and to do it right now. Yang Kai said the newbies were just lucky, but they should remember that there was no place for cowards here. Hu Chi clarified once more, asking if the guys really wanted another assignment and hadn't heard what he'd just told them. Yang Kai and his friends immediately walked away. Li Libo was very impulsive, but the fisherman Chen showed a wisdom unusual for his young age, saying that cursing behind their backs wouldn't change the situation. A Shi thought that he had received yet another proof he needed to become stronger and do so as quickly as possible. Unexpectedly, a Shi told his friends to put in a good word for him with the teacher because he needed to run home for a bit. It was all very strange, and his friends didn't understand what kind of day it was or why a Shi was acting so oddly. Lian Shi ran to his village thinking about the lotus pond, the danger, and his enemies. He wanted to know what was happening at the Zhao estate. It was already late in the evening, and the friends were waiting for a Shi near the entrance to the martial arts clan's grounds. They didn't know if they should be worried since their friend hadn't returned, but surely he had serious reasons for acting this way. Li Libo and Ji Chang felt a certain animosity toward each other. They wanted to punch each other in the face. Suddenly they realized someone else had appeared nearby. He said luck was on his side today, since he'd run into two cowards again. Yang Kai grinned maliciously and said that now Big Brother Hu wouldn't be able to help these two stinkers, and justice would prevail. Yang Kai promised he'd crush both guys, because fishy stink like that had no place in this establishment. Lian Shi was swimming at the bottom of the lake with his pets. The catfish and the crocodile had almost reached the peak of their skin-shedding stage, but something had frightened them. The pets called out to their master to protect them, and now the guy had to figure out what kind of creature was out there. And Shi parted the seaweed. He held a spear in his hands. He wanted to find this terrifying thing. Judging by the tracks left in the sand, it was some kind of giant. Suddenly, a club appeared in front of the boy. He looked at it and wondered what kind of seaweed or tree formation this stick resembled. His sensory range had expanded, and now he could sense the watery space more clearly. Soon he would be able to make out what this stick was and who it belonged to. And finally, in the darkness, he could make out the silhouette of a terrifying monster, whose glowing eyes were staring at the young man. It soon became clear that it was a crab, and one might have thought it was no monster at all, were it not for the gigantic size of this aquatic creature. Hu's older brother had said that any animal that had passed the skin stage became mystical, which meant this crab must possess intelligence. And, judging by its size, that was indeed the case. Though it was hardly too strong if it were, Tahu and Chonky would hardly have been able to escape from it. A Shi looked at his opponent and doubted he could handle it. Besides, the guy had absolutely no plan other than the desire to grow stronger step by step. And for some reason, at that moment, Shi remembered old man Xinjiang. How he had called the boy a shameless man, just like his father. The face of Lu Yang Kai also came to mind. He had insisted that there was no place for cowards in the martial arts clan. And Shi realized that chance and danger had always been part of his path. Changes in life require risk. Truly meaningful things often happen by chance. and we can only plan for things that usually make no sense. But now the young man understood that he wasn't ready to accept his fate. If life gave him a chance, he had to seize it, and so a she activated the water current. The boy thought about how the old man Ban Xingjiang had wanted to take away his chance at a new life, but now he was dead. And if that crab now wants to take over his lotus pond, it remains to be seen who will come out on top. Powerful blows rained down on the guys, and of course they couldn't put up much of a fight. Lu Yangkai was pleasantly surprised. He said the newbies had character and weren't cowards, but he wanted to know where their friend Lian Shi had gone. Li Libo wasn't very smart, but he was brave. He grabbed a rock he'd found nearby and struck Yang Kai on the head with all his might. It was an utterly foolish move since it was obvious that the newbies wouldn't stand a chance against their opponents and would only end up with even more bruises and scrapes. Yang Kai continued beating the boys and said they were digging their own graves. Yang Kai sent his buddies to guard the gate while he planned to have some fun with these weaklings. Chen Ji Chang didn't want to wait meekly to be beaten up, so he charged at Yang Kai himself. But the odds were completely stacked against him, and so the older and stronger Yang Kai easily overpowered this young but brave fisherman. He beat the boys who, though unable to put up a fight, did not beg for mercy either. Yang Kai said he would gouge out those defiant eyes that stared at him so fearlessly, and who knows how the boys would train blindly afterward. Yang Kai raised his finger to Li Libo's eye while Ji Chang demanded that he leave his friend alone and stop this immediately. His finger drew closer and closer to the eye, and a loud scream echoed throughout the area. The giant crab grabbed a large rock with its claw and smashed it into fine crumbs. It was clear that the monster was very strong. The crab hurled these pieces of rock at the young man, and Shi was forced to dodge to avoid being hit. The young man tried to attack the monster, but its shell seemed completely impenetrable. Shi ordered his pet crocodile to bite the enemy's claw, and this distracted the crab. Shi activated his water flow control and began using it to attack the giant monster. The crab was very strong, and defeating it required expending a great deal of inner strength. Shi felt himself beginning to lose control. The crab managed to spread its claws and break the water current, freeing its legs. After that, it tried to retreat, but the tamed catfish came to the crocodile's aid and also began striking the monster. Shi joined the attack. He struck out, trying to distract the monster and prevent it from attacking. The crab managed to fend off the boy. Shi was sent flying a great distance, and this made him very angry when he sensed that the crab was ready to defeat him. The young man stood boldly, not hiding, while the huge crab rose above him and began to raise its claw to strike. Shi knew that his opponent must have a weak spot. He just had to find it. Shi dodged the claw strike, after which his pets attacked the crab, while he himself studied the monster, wondering where its weak spot was hidden. It soon became clear that the crab always instinctively protected the lower part of its body, no matter what kind of damage threatened it. Shi guessed that the crab's weak spot was in its belly. After that, the young man calculated his move. He needed to apply the maximum possible water pressure to the spear's shaft. With his current mental energy reserves, Shi could only generate 2 spinning rotations, but that should be enough to accelerate the spear threefold. Shi did just that. Blood flowed from his nose and eyes, his psychic energy was at a critically low level, and he risked losing control of his pets. And although the system demanded that the young man immediately stop what he had started, Shi declared that he would not give up, and they would see who would defeat whom. Shi did everything as planned. Despite the pain and his lack of physical and mental strength, he channeled all the power of the water current and thrust the spear into the crab's belly. The spear went right through, because the monster's belly did indeed have relatively weak protective armor. And Shi, despite his lack of strength, managed to realize that he had won this battle. Then darkness fell and he lost consciousness. Shi woke up on the shore, and his 2 pets were staring wide-eyed at their master. Shi realized that they had pulled him out of the water and were now guarding him, protecting the young man's sleep. Shi felt a terrible headache. He knew he'd better use this technique less often, because he wasn't strong enough yet. He looked at the rock, but it turned out that it wasn't the rock he had been leaning on at all. It was something else. It turned out that his pets had pulled a monster crab out of the lake, one they had all defeated together in their last battle. The young man looked at the crab and realized that it contained a huge amount of water essence. The pets had examined the crab while their master was unconscious, and now they were pointing out a bulge on the crab's abdomen to Shi. It turned out to be a female crab, and upon opening its shell, Shi found roe. Of course, he could have eaten it, but at the same time, Shi thought he would try to tame the monster. He hadn't succeeded with the big female crab, but her babies were inside the eggs. Shi didn't know if he could subdue the young crabs using a blood mark. So he decided to try this method, and using a sharp stone cut his palm to draw blood. By applying the blood with runes drawn on his palm to the egg, the young man activated the sign of bloody subjugation. It soon became clear that it had worked, because the silhouette of a young crab appeared on the egg. Soon the egg cracked open, as if a hatchling were emerging from it, and a claw appeared on the surface. The young and rather cute crab looked at its master, ready to become his next tamed pet, and she received a notification that he had tamed a stone crab. He now possessed 3 essences, but it would still take far too long for them to evolve. As for she, having finished taming the creature, he prepared some crab meat for himself using the legs of the slain monster, and it proved to be very potent in terms of saturating him with water essences. As is well known, the stronger the animal, the more power it grants, and now the young man's water essence had become several times more powerful. As she examined his body with interest, it seemed as though he had become stronger and taller. The wounds on his body had healed, and he felt strength in his hands. His pets looked at their master with delight. They too had noticed his increased power, and she felt that he had gained more water essence, and his fusion percentage had risen to nearly 40. Now the boy could feel the energy in his blood, and it was something new. Hu Chi told his disciples that if they trained well and incorporated special mystical plants and animals, they would quickly surpass the skin stage. The young man fed the leftover caviar and crab meat to his pets, though they didn't gain that many water essence points. She didn't feed the little crab his mother's meat. It felt too cruel and unethical. She thought that once he reached the peak of the skin stage, he would become a full-fledged member of the Yang clan, and then the Zhao family wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Having finished these thoughts, Shi decided it was time to return to the martial arts school grounds to get ready for morning training. Lu Yang Kai was already about to jab his nasty finger into Li Libo's eye when he heard a commanding voice from above ordering him to stop. Lu Xiaohu, his fists clenched tightly, glared at the boy and demanded that he behave with dignity and not break the clan's rules. The man looked very angry. He reminded him once again that those who did not follow the rules of the martial arts clan would be expelled forever, with no right to return or train. Lu Yang Kai, realizing that trouble was coming his way, immediately apologized to his mentor and said that he was merely following the orders of the young master Zhao. Lu Xiaohu was very surprised. This information came as a bolt from the blue. Yang Kai behaved very defiantly. He asked his mentor which rules he would follow: the rules of the martial arts clan or the rules of the Zhao family. It was clear that this topic was a sore spot for Xiaohu. It turned out he had left his family just a couple of days ago and had already almost forgotten who his master was. Besides, he was immediately reminded of who he would be if Master Zhao hadn't taken him and his father in. So now he'd better be a quiet and obedient dog. At this stage, Xiaohu couldn't even stand up for himself. And besides, he mustn't forget that his father was still at the Zhao estate. Lu Xiaohu immediately thought of his father. He had to protect his family and endure anything. So the boy bowed his head and apologized to Yang Kai. Yang Kai and all his henchmen were very pleased and laughed, calling the boy Lu the Mutt and a good little dog who must serve them. The loud laughter and merriment stopped the moment a spit of saliva landed on Yang Kai's face. Everyone froze in silence and stared at the beaten fisherman Chen, who was lying on the ground and laughing. The guy said he was disgusted to look at Yang Kai, who looked like a pathetic and worthless coward. Suddenly, Li Libo was knocked to the ground, and Yang Kai put his foot on Li Libo's elbow, preparing to break it. Li Libo screamed loudly while Yang Kai continued to taunt him, saying that Ji Chang could keep playing the hero. Yang Kai declared that he wouldn't touch Ji Chang, but his little friend would suffer terribly. Then it would be clear who was worth what here. Ji Chang realized he had lost. He wasn't going to betray his friend, and hoped that Yang Kai would take his fury out on him. Yang Kai was literally reveling in his strength and power. He loomed over the boys, for whose older brother wasn't there, and no one could stand up for the weaklings. But in the very next moment, some of Yang Kai's friends were sent flying in different directions by powerful blows. It all happened very quickly and unexpectedly, and soon everyone present saw a silhouette emerge from the fog. A stranger stood there, his hands clenched tightly into fists. The beaten and exhausted boys recognized their friend Lian Shi, who was horrified upon realizing how badly his comrades had been hurt. Anger and rage filled Lian Shi's body. He said he would knock every single one of Yang Kai's teeth out. 2 elders watched the unfolding conflict from the roof of a neighboring house. Hu Chi apologized to the master, believing it was his fault. He had been celebrating reaching the peak of the blood stage today and had stayed late. And now, watching what was happening, Brother Hu was horrified because he couldn't imagine that Xiao Hu would turn out to be such a cold-blooded person who would allow the young and weak to be beaten. The elder replied that in reality, Xiao Hu only seemed that way. In truth, he was a very kind and good person, but many things held him back. It was precisely for this reason that Xiao Hu had been unable to reach the peak of the blood stage for a very long time. A warrior without courage is no different from a lifeless body. Hu Chi believed they needed to help Lian Shi. He had only just joined their clan, and Yang Kai had already reached the peak of the blood stage, and the boy couldn't handle him. Yang Dongxiong agreed with his disciple, but still suggested waiting and observing the situation from the sidelines. Master Yang saw that this newcomer's blood energy was very interesting and promising. Yang Kai, meanwhile, was sneering as he watched the newcomer, who was putting on a tough act and even hoping to strike Yang Kai. Shi rushed into the attack because he told himself he wasn't going to waste time on empty talk. The guy was so confident that Yang Kai felt a twinge of fear and ordered his buddies to grab this small-time fisherman. But before the guys could do anything, Lian Shi leaped up and kicked several opponents at once with a single leg. A couple more took powerful blows from his fist and elbow, and the henchmen were quickly dealt with. The leader himself stepped forward. Lu Yang Kai was furious. He glared at his opponent, convinced that the newcomer wouldn't stand a chance against him, even if he had defeated all his comrades. Yang Kai wanted to show what a person who had reached the peak of the skin stage was capable of. Yang Kai launched his attack and landed blows, but Lian Shi dodged them and blocked them. Seizing the right moment, Shi dodged and landed a single powerful blow to his opponent's jaw. That was enough to make Yang Kai cough up blood. Lian Shi was very pleased. He looked at the loser and realized that he was facing an ordinary weakling who only acted brave against weaker opponents. Yang Kai grabbed a knife and plunged it into the young man's body. Blood spurted from Lian Shi's chest. Yang Kai, who by this point had already lost several teeth, shouted that no one would now stand up for the poor orphan fisherman, and it was unclear what he had been hoping for in the first place. Lian Shi grabbed his opponent's hand holding the knife, which pierced his arm at that moment, but the boy felt no pain. He was convinced that his opponent was indeed a dishonorable, worthless, disgusting coward, and now Lian Shi was ready to strike with his fist, holding his opponent down with his other hand. A few more teeth flew out of Yang Kai's mouth. He lay crushed and could now only call for help from Lu Xiaohu, who had stood on the sidelines throughout the entire fight. Yang Kai didn't understand why he was standing there like a statue. After all, his student was under attack and he wasn't doing anything to protect him. But before any further action could take place, a shout rang out and a huge sword plunged into the ground right next to the fighting men. Yang Dongxiong, as the clan leader, appeared as if out of the mist along with Master Hu and called out the names of the bullies who had been tormenting the newcomers. The elder announced that from now on, they were expelled from the martial arts clan. Lu Xiaohu was ordered to report to the seclusion hall for a very serious conversation with the clan leader. Lian Shi stared at the master, unable to believe his eyes. Could this really be the legendary Yang Dongxiong? Lian Shi was very upset. The boy realized he had broken the rules right in front of the elder, and now he too would be expelled from the clan. The young man recalled how, just a few minutes ago, Yang Kai had called him a worthless orphan whom no one would stand up for. It would be a great pity to lose everything he had worked so long to achieve because of a nobody like Yang Kai. However, the boy didn't regret fighting to defend his friends. Yang Dongxiong asked the boy if he wanted to become his personal disciple. Lian Shi couldn't believe his ears. He looked up at the teacher, who was holding out his hand to him, and it really wasn't a joke. That morning at the Yang family estate, the servants were whispering, discussing the latest news. Master Yang had taken on a 9th disciple, and it was said that he was a very handsome young man. The door opened slightly, and a pretty girl appeared, looking for young Master Lian. She, along with a few other maids, had brought ceremonial robes that his older brothers and sisters had sent. The girls said they could help the young man change, but Lian Shi thanked them, took the clothes, and said he could manage on his own. They needed to leave his room. Lian Shi still couldn't believe what was happening, even though 2 weeks had already passed since his fight with Lu Yang Kai. The wounds on his friends' bodies had healed quickly thanks to Master Yang's treatment. Lian Shi no longer felt alone. He had a master as well as many brothers and sisters. Everything was going very well and according to plan. The time had finally come to deal with the Zhao family and take revenge for their actions. Hu Qi claimed that on that day, Lian's younger brother's life had truly hung by a thread. No one could have imagined that a boy who had just joined the clan would be able to defeat a man who had practically reached the peak of the skin stage. Master Yang's 2 disciples had been listening to this story for the 2nd week in a row. They remembered that the master had taken a liking to this young man at first sight. He must be some kind of dragon among men. The 5th elder sister thought that perhaps one of the brothers was jealous of their master's new disciple. Everyone wanted to know exactly what Qi Shai had given the new disciple. The guy said he'd given him his tungsten armor, and there was no need to claim he was jealous. He was just tired of hearing the same thing over and over. Hu Qi asked his sister not to tease Qi Shai, who had had to save up for a long time for such a gift. Everyone was in high spirits, and Brother Lian had finally joined the ranks of the disciples. The young man looked very handsome, wearing the gifts given to him by his clan brothers. The young man bowed sincerely to his new companions and thanked them for the gifts. Lu Gong said he hadn't given his gift yet, and the young man reached into his bosom to retrieve it. It was a tungsten steel ingot that he had specially prepared as a gift for Lian Shi. With this ingot, Lian Shi could go to the blacksmith's shop and specify exactly what kind of weapon he needed, and the blacksmith would forge it for him. The gift was simply magnificent, and Lian Shi was very pleased. Once all the gifts had been handed out, and all the brothers had greeted one another, it was decided to set out so as not to keep the master waiting. At the Zhao estate, the atmosphere was very tense and charged. Zheng reported to his master that Ban Xingjiang's body had finally been found. But unfortunately, an item had disappeared from his stomach. Though this was strange, such things usually didn't happen to dead people. Lord Zhao was furious. He struck his assistant with all his might, calling him an idiot. The man shouted that they were all in for huge trouble if everything came to light. He also warned that if the government came knocking on their door, Zheng had better be ready to have his head chopped off. Zheng insisted that the boy Lian was to blame for all of this. The man was almost certain that it was he who had killed Xingjiang. Lord Zhao already knew that Lian Shi had become the personal disciple of the head of the Yang clan. Did Zheng really want to provoke him? After that, the Lord grabbed his assistant and said that no matter how, Zheng must find that thing immediately. As for the young Lian Shi, the Lord had special plans and thoughts for him. At the Yang estate, an initiation ceremony was taking place at that moment. Yang Dongseong said that Lian Shi was a noble, brave, and unyielding young man. He asked if the boy would agree to become the clan head's personal disciple. The young man gave a positive answer. Upon joining the clan, the boy would be required to maintain obedience, discipline, and respect for his mentors and senior classmates. He must not harm those weaker than himself or abuse his position to further his own interests. The young man bowed his head and said that Lian Shi's disciple understood everything and agreed to abide by these rules. The clan leader announced that as soon as the boy drank a bowl of tea, he would become his personal ninth disciple. From that moment on, Yang Dongseong would also become the young man's personal guardian, and from then on, no one would dare to wrong him. And so began the usual daily routine of a disciple, accompanied by numerous and lengthy training sessions. The boys could barely stand on their feet and finally got a break, but only for half an hour. The martial arts clan students discussed how Lian Shi had become the master's personal disciple. It was a massive breakthrough, going from rags to riches. Another major topic of discussion among the students was that Liu Yangkai and all his friends had been expelled from the clan. Many realized that some shady characters were behind that group, so now the martial arts program had been thoroughly cleaned up. Zhao Heyuan heard these conversations drifting in from different parts of the school and was furious at that damn Lian Shi, who had ruined everything. Hu Qi was conducting a private lesson with a Shi. He asked if the boy knew about the 4 barriers and the 7 paths. This turned out to be completely unknown information to the new student. As the name implies, the 7 paths are Galloping Horse, Wolf Smoke, Fierce Tiger, Crushing Elephant, Divine Dragon, Crucible, and Transcendent Rainbow. Upon reaching the peak of the Galloping Horse, one can effortlessly stop a dozen charging horses. By cultivating Wolf Smoke to its fullest potential, a warrior will be stronger and more deadly than a pack of rabid wolves. If a disciple chooses the path of the tiger, his power increases even further, and ordinary folk will fear even his aura. If the disciple chooses the path of the destroying elephant, the earth will tremble with every step he takes, and he will be able to split mountains and calm rivers. This power is worthy of a great general. At the next stage, the disciple will be like a celestial dragon freed from earthly bonds and will become a holy hero of the entire nation. Hu Qi honestly admitted that he knew almost nothing about the Crucible Path, but masters who reached this level ascended to the heavens. This is truly amazing and fascinating, and now Lian Shi wondered if he could return to his own world if he attained immortality in this one. A Shi asked what path their master was currently on. Hu Qi answered this question with a counter-question. Did Lian Shi know how many clans were located in their area? The young man thought for a moment and said that, according to his calculations, there were 3 clans. That was the correct answer. The other 2 clans were here only because they couldn't afford a better place. Yang Dongseong had chosen this city because it was his hometown. But in reality, he was the only person in the area who had attained the way of the fierce tiger. Lian Shi considered it and decided that with his system, he too would be able to reach such a high level. Hu Qi ended today's lesson there and reminded his student that cultivation tolerates no haste. Lian Shi must progress steadily, pay attention to the smallest details, and maintain balance. But Shi was thinking that now that the Zhao family no longer posed a threat to him, he needed to catch another mystical fish to finally break through the skin barrier. As soon as the opportunity arose, the young man went fishing. Tahua turned out to be an excellent fisherman, and thanks to his skill, the boat was soon full of catch. Eventually, he would need to make himself larger gear, but unfortunately, he hadn't managed to catch the mystical fish today. As for Shi, he checked his profile. It turned out that his synchronization percentage had risen to nearly 37. At this rate, he would soon reach the skin stage. Suddenly, a strange object resembling a bird's feather appeared right in front of the boy's nose. The water in the lake seemed to start boiling, and the boat was being tossed from side to side. On top of that, there was a strange sound that was grating on his ears. The young man looked closely and saw what was happening. A duel between a huge toad and a bird. The toad was trying to drag the bird into the water. And indeed, it soon became clear that the toad had shot out its long tongue and grabbed the bird by the leg, preventing it from flying away. But the bird managed to break free, and the toad fell into the water on its back. It was enormous, so the fall created a huge wave that now threatened Lian Shi's life. The wave engulfed the boat, and the entire catch was washed into the lake. The young man's fishing trip had ended in failure. The bird chirped loudly, and a very aggressive attack was taking place around it. Lian Shi tried to break through it, but it turned out to be a psychic attack that he couldn't overcome. Soon the young man began to sink to the bottom of the lake, lost consciousness, and appeared to be lifeless. After a while, he woke up again on the shore and realized that the pets had saved him once more by pulling him out of the water. Lian Shi tried to remember what had happened. He had lost consciousness because of the cry of an unknown bird, a monstrous creature. But if he thought about it more deeply, a creature capable of catching that monstrous flying bird must be even more terrifying. Lian Shi lay on the ground, thinking he'd wasted his time. Now he had neither fish nor boat, so he'd have to postpone breaking through the skin barrier. At that moment, his pet crocodile appeared before him, giving its master unmistakable signals. Tahua opened its jaws, revealing a blood-red perch inside, which meant all was not lost, and he could continue to strengthen his abilities. The energy of blood is a reflection of a warrior's physical strength. However, a warrior does not become powerful simply because his energy is strong. On the contrary, by breaking down the body, he cultivates inner strength. Therefore, energy is not a source but a result. Yet this result can strengthen the source, forming a beneficial endless cycle. The young man lit an incense stick and stuck it into a bowl of sand. He sat there, focused and pensive, inhaling the scents and tuning in for a breakthrough. Hu's older brother brought him the incense, saying it helped with training. The key to overcoming the skin barrier was concentrating blood energy in the area of the chest chakra. The meat of the mystical fish was supposed to speed up this process. Lian Shi prepared the fish caught by the crocodile and was about to eat it. In fact, this was far from his first attempt. The young man had been gradually growing in physical and spiritual strength, and he was just a hair's breadth away. Hu Qi had said that to overcome the skin barrier, one must concentrate energy to stimulate the skin and muscle fascia. He was referring to the power surging within a warrior during physical training, the source of life. One had to wait until warmth spread through the chest, and then direct it through the bones and lungs until it reached the outer shell and burst outward. This is how the peak of the skin stage is reached, and it feels as if the whole body is ablaze with fire. Lian Shi did everything the teacher had said. This was already his 40th attempt, but as it turned out, not his last. He checked his profile again and realized he still hadn't broken through the first barrier. However, the young man had a premonition. Once he reached 50% fusion with the water essence, something in his abilities would change dramatically. Lian Shi noted that they were out of meat, and the spiritual plants weren't much help, so he'd have to go fishing again. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Despite it being early morning, it seemed guests had arrived. They were men from his home village, the fathers of Ji Chang and Li Libo. They said they had seen the young man fishing late yesterday and had come to check on him. Lian Shi was surprised. As an orphan, he never expected guests. He greeted the men and immediately grew wary, realizing that something had likely happened. The men admitted that nothing serious had happened. They simply hadn't seen their sons in a few days and wanted to know if Lian Shi knew where they were. Lian Shi began to make excuses, explaining that he had returned late and forgotten to mention that everything had gone well for the whole group. They had caught the mentor's attention, been given a separate room, and decided to stay with the clan for training. He couldn't tell the fathers that their sons were afraid to return home because their wounds hadn't healed yet. The men were pleased and said they had always believed they could raise future warriors. Now they understood that their sons had a great future ahead of them, and there was no need to worry. The men also mentioned that the village was planning to hold another sacrificial ceremony for the river god. Such a ceremony had been held just a few months ago, but a momentous event had occurred yesterday, and the villagers had no choice but to proceed. The day before, the sky god leaped out of the water and seized a giant fiery bird. They say the heavens themselves split open at that moment. The men also saw this in the lake and declared that they would donate money and take part in the ceremony. After saying goodbye to the guests, the young man set off for the mountain lake with the lotus cave. Holding a sharpened stick in his hands, he jumped into the water and began to sink to the bottom. Lian Shi was trying to practice his water abilities and test how much stronger he had become. The young man would leap out of the water and dive back in. He practiced various techniques with his pets and could now control about 150 liters of water. This water could be compressed, and the stream possessed a completely different power. Lian Shi realized that, while in the water, his strength already surpassed the barrier of his skin. Now he could easily handle 4 tawas. During training, the stick in the boy's hands broke, and he thought he lacked a suitable weapon. In martial arts, he had been told that in this world, there existed spiritual weapons capable of regenerating and even improving. However, their production required the rarest materials and treasures, and the young man was currently short on both. Lian Shi didn't have the money to buy such a weapon, and it was unclear when he would be able to get his hands on something like that. His thoughts were interrupted by a catfish named Chong Chi. It swam over and reported that it had found fire underwater. It was burning and very hot. Lian Shi swam along with his pet, who led him to the source of heat beneath the rocks and the sand. There he discovered a large and beautiful feather. It had likely fallen from a giant bird that had fought a huge water toad the day before. The young man examined the unusual and stunningly beautiful feather closely. It looked like something very valuable, but he needed to gather more information about the bird and its feathers. Lian Shi thought that he was just about to stop by Lu Gong's brother's blacksmith shop to pick out a weapon for himself. Perhaps they could tell him something about the feathers there. He decided to take the feather with him. As soon as he had some free time, the young man set out to find the smithy. He still didn't know his way around the city very well and was simply wandering the streets, hoping to find the right shop quickly. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to a long black column of smoke rising high into the sky. The young man decided to find out where the smithy was and where the smoke was coming from. Finally, guided by the sound of a hammer striking metal, he made his way to the blacksmith's shop. Lu Gong greeted his younger brother. He was working, and beads of sweat covered his face. It was always hot in the smithy. Lian Shi told him that while fishing that morning, he had found something interesting and decided to ask Lu Gong what it might be. The young man opened his knapsack. Inside was a crimson phoenix feather. It looked very beautiful, and it seemed to radiate heat. Lu Gong looked at the feather with admiration and said it was a true treasure. Lian Shi was surprised and pleased. He asked his brother what he could tell him about the feather. Lu Gong was a kind and sincere warrior, willing to share his knowledge with his younger brother. He said it was an amazing find. The crimson phoenix is an extremely rare mystical creature. When faced with mortal danger, it pours all its life energy into its feathers. Then the phoenix sheds its plumage, which scatters across the world. The single feather with the highest concentration of life energy is called the golden crimson feather. It is this feather that grants the creature rebirth, completely restoring its body. Lian Shi was absolutely thrilled by the story and happy to have found the golden crimson feather. Lu Gong didn't want to disappoint the boy by telling him it was just an ordinary feather, but he noted that even that was a very valuable find. Lian Shi didn't know what to do with such a treasure. Lu Gong pointed out that if he were in the boy's shoes, he wouldn't just absorb the pen's energy, but would instead turn it into a spiritual weapon. Lian Shi had planned to do just that with the feather. He admitted that he had almost decided what kind of weapon he wanted. Recalling his last battle with the giant crab, Lian Shi decided that a spear would be ideal for his underwater techniques. He told the blacksmith that he was choosing a spear for himself. Lu Gong was slightly surprised. In their clan, few ever chose such a weapon. Of course, the longer the weapon, the greater the range, but a spear is very difficult to control. Lian Shi said he had thought it all through and asked the blacksmith to use that feather to craft the spear as well. In this way, the young man would finally have a spiritual weapon. Lu Gong realized that the order was final and said he would make the spear and let him know when it was ready. Lian Shi thanked the blacksmith in advance, and as he left the smithy, asked what that column of smoke outside the city was. Lu Gong immediately became sad and reserved. It was clear that the subject was unpleasant for him, and he clenched his fists. He explained that the smoke was coming from the Manhwa temple, where a massive fire had broken out that morning. Not only had the beautiful temple burned down, but something that shouldn't have been there appeared amid the flames. Lian Shi listened intently to his brother, but didn't yet understand exactly what he was talking about. Lu Gong reported that there were mountain demons in the temple, which were most likely the cause of the fire. Early that morning, there had been no sign of trouble at the Manhwa temple. Suddenly, a woman emerged from the forest. Her body was covered in scrapes and scratches, and it was clear that she was pregnant. At that moment, one of the temple attendants was sweeping the steps and heard her cry for help. The woman could barely stand. She looked at the young monk and asked him to save her. After that, she lost consciousness. A short while later, she came to and saw the young monk and an old priest standing nearby. They wanted to know what had happened to her. The woman did not remember how she had ended up there and did not understand where she was. She explained that she was from Hatsu County but had come to the city of Pinyin a few months ago to visit relatives. On the way, she was attacked by bandits in cloaks. The woman couldn't really make out their faces. The bandits blindfolded her and took her to a terrifying place. The poor woman couldn't understand what kind of place it was. There, they tortured everyone until only a faint shadow remained of them. It was a veritable hell. The monk listened attentively to the story and suggested that the bandits had wanted a ransom for the woman. However, she said that wasn't the case. Tears of horror streamed down her face as she recalled everything. The bandits claimed that the people in that place were needed to create some kind of pearls. Supposedly incomprehensible runes appeared on their bodies. Then they cut out the materials they had grown from the people's bodies. No one survived such a procedure. The villains squeezed blood from the body parts and subjected it to a special ritual. The result was a bloody sphere, which they called a pearl. The purpose of these actions remained unknown. Even the villains themselves didn't understand why they were extracting these substances from the bellies of the unfortunate victims. One man said it was the pearl of immortality. Lin Guyong was somewhat in the know and began to explain to his friend. First, these people were fed a broth made from the flesh of a mountain monster. Regardless of gender or age, their bellies began to swell, carrying lumps of flesh. After 3 months, these lumps turned into uterine pearls, from which real pearls of immortality could be extracted. The entire process took exactly 3 months because any delay would result in irreversible changes. If the womb pearls were not extracted in time, they would hatch inside the human body. Lian Shi listened with his mouth agape. He had never heard such horrific stories, which moreover were true. Lin Guyang replied to his friend that it was better for him not to know what was really going on there. One of the priest brothers went into town to inform the authorities, while the others prepared food and tea for the guest. The young monk Qingming received an order from his mentor to take the food to the woman. He knocked and quietly peeked inside. The unfortunate woman was nowhere to be seen, so the boy entered the room, assuming she was probably sleeping after a terrible night. He walked into the room and suddenly noticed that his feet had stepped into some kind of red puddle. It was unclear what the liquid was. Following the trail of the puddle, the young monk saw that there was even more blood, and in the middle of the puddle stood someone's feet. The poor boy realized that the woman he had recently saved was standing before him. Looking more closely, the young monk noticed that someone else was still on the bed, and he didn't understand what was happening. He began to peer at the sleeping person. The woman was lying on the bed, and it was clear from her appearance that she was dead. The young monk was terrified. He slipped in a pool of blood, fell, and screamed loudly. But then something dripped from the ceiling onto his bald head. He cautiously looked up, hoping there was nothing scary up there. However, his hopes were dashed. Beneath the ceiling, he saw a hideous monster that had apparently hatched from the unfortunate woman. Meanwhile, a group of men was walking through the forest, looking around warily. One of them thanked Mr. Liu for coming with them. Otherwise, they would have had to disturb the Grand Master. The man said there was no need to thank him, because it was the direct duty of any cultivator. In fact, Zhang had given the order for Lu Xiaohu to deal with the Fahua Temple, cover for Lord Zhao, and retrieve that item. The young man didn't understand exactly what the Lord's assistant was talking about, but Zhang was certain that Lu would soon figure it out on his own. At that moment, the young monk who had led the authorities to the temple announced that they had arrived. Before them stood a huge and beautiful temple, nestled deep in the forest among the trees and mountains. The men opened the door, and what they saw caused a look of horror to spread across their faces. Who could have done such a thing? They didn't understand what had happened, but the entire temple courtyard was littered with the bodies of slain monks. They lay scattered about, some intact, and others torn to pieces. The young monk immediately thought of his teacher, whom he needed to save, and ran deep into the temple. While the boy was running, Wang Bo suggested they look around to figure out what had happened here. Looking at the torn-apart bodies of the monks, it seemed as though they had been devoured by something resembling a giant insect. Not a single intact corpse remained in the entire courtyard. Lu Xiaohu already guessed what Zhang wanted from him to cover up this whole nightmare. The young man understood that he would have to do the dirty and dangerous work, but he had no choice. The guards noticed tracks as if the bodies had been dragged in a certain direction. They followed the bloody trail and realized it led to the temple building where the monk had been. The men entered the temple, their faces focused and wary, and a real nightmare awaited them inside. Wang Bo thought they were facing some kind of madness and incomprehensible nonsense. Lu realized that this was exactly what he had to bring back to the Zhao estate. In the center of the temple stood an egg streaked with blood, and dozens of dead bodies lay scattered around it. It was impossible to tell how many corpses there were. The young monk was at a loss for words. He merely repeated his prayers, hoping that this nightmare could be explained. Suddenly, the door slammed shut, trapping the entire group inside. Wang Bo began demanding that it be opened, but that wasn't the worst problem. Lu Xiaohu said that the egg would hatch soon, and then it would become a real problem for everyone. It was clear that he knew what he was talking about. It turned out to be the egg of mountain monsters created by the Spirit Mother's cultivators. Wang Bo had heard of the cult of the Spirit Mother, which dated back to a previous dynasty, but he never thought it could actually exist. When the mountain monster hatches, it devours blood and flesh to enter the second stage. The egg's maturation was nearly complete, and it was about to hatch at any moment. The future monster was comparable to a steed-level warrior, and it was clear that it would be very powerful. Soon the eggshell burst and a long, bloodied arm emerged. A few moments later, a second-stage mountain monster hatched. It was terrifying, and expecting anything good from it was unrealistic. The unfortunate young monk continued to repeat his prayers while the monster was already choosing its first victim and slowly approaching him on its long limbs. In the blink of an eye, the monster leaped toward the monk and sank its toothy jaws into the young man. The monster was very hungry, for it had only just been born. The soldier ran to save the monk, but it was useless. Nothing could help the poor young man now. The mountain monster had just had a bite to eat and regained his strength. With a light flick of his hand, he flung the guard to the far end of the room, knocking the very life out of him. Wang Bo tried to call for help, but it was absolutely useless. No one and nothing could save him now. Lu thought about how he hadn't even reached the fourth barrier yet, and before him stood a monster equal in strength to a Skakun-level warrior. The boy realized he had to escape and calculated that he had enough strength to break down the door. Lu Xiaohu thought about what would happen if that horrible beast, the mountain monster, got out. Then no one living nearby would be safe. The next wave of thoughts washed over the young man. First and foremost, he thought of his own survival and had no intention of sacrificing himself. Xiaohu always put his own life first. He turned a blind eye to trouble and tried not to notice it. At the time, it seemed that he and his father would be able to live peacefully and happily, and nothing would stand in their way. Of course, this was the attitude of a weak and insignificant man. Wang Bo, barely alive, continued to wheeze and call out to Master Lu to save him. Xiaohu drew his sword and managed to fend off the unfortunate Wang Bo. The mountain monster leaped aside and prepared to attack. Lu Xiaohu was now completely calm. He realized that today he would finally find out just how strong Skakung was. The boy swung his wooden sword and shouted that one day he would become as great as Master Yang. The little boy admired the strength and swagger of his brother Lu, who boasted that he would be going to the city with their father today. Young Xiaohu told his friend that they would start working at the Zhao estate and that this was their chance, one they had to seize. The little boy looked up to his older friend and was sure that he would succeed. It turned out that things weren't so simple. Lord Zhao's son, Yuan, would regularly come to him, laugh at the boy, and say that he would never be accepted into the clan. All this happened because Lu Xiaohu had no mother, so all he could do was cower in a corner and rot there with his pitiful father. In the evening, sitting in their poor shack, the father tended to his son's wounds after he had gotten into another fight with the landlord's son. The father scolded the disobedient Xiaohu, saying that the boy must behave with dignity, respect his elders, and be diligent in his studies. But most importantly, as his father said, he must become the kind of person whom he himself would be ready to respect. And so one day, Lu Xiaohu took an oath to uphold the obedience and discipline of the martial arts clan. He swore not to abuse his strength against those weaker than himself, nor to use his position for personal gain. And the boy also remembered that he must respect his mentors and senior classmates. With these thoughts in mind, he charged at the mountain monster. He also remembered that he had sworn to stand guard over justice and fight for good. A true disciple of Yang Dong's son will never be tempted by evil and will use all his strength to destroy it. While Xiaohu was fighting, a candle in the temple fell onto a book and a fire broke out. Grand Master Yang was an unwavering warrior with a fierce gaze and a sharp sword that threatened death to his enemies. From childhood, the young Lu Xiaohu had believed in these words. The duel with the mountain monster continued. Xiaohu held his own. Though his opponent was strong, his sword was ready to cut, pierce, stab, and chop, shining brighter than gold and sapphire. His fierce movements pierced the darkness and the enemy's terror like rays of sunlight. Xiaohu was still fighting. His strength was fading before his eyes, but he did not give up. Ever since childhood, he remembered how his teacher had told him about the great warrior who fought against hordes of monsters in the midst of the sands and winds. Xiaohu plunged his sword into the mountain monster's body, but by this point the temple was engulfed in flames. The warrior asked his master for forgiveness for no longer being able to accompany him on his life's journey. He knew he couldn't let the monster escape. The monster was wounded but not killed. Fortunately for the people, it was still weaker than a warhorse rank warrior. Wang Bo, also engulfed in flames and dying, said that Master Lu Xiaohu was a true hero. It hurt the boy to hear this, for there were many people in the world braver and more worthy than him. For example, just recently, Lian Shi had become such a person. Xiaohu remembered how, as a child, the master's son had demanded that he knock out the teeth of unfortunate little ones, and he had done so quickly and without hesitation. Zhao Yuan threatened that if he disobeyed, he would knock out Xiaohu's teeth. Xiaohu dared not disobey the young master, and carried out his vile orders without question. Deep down, he asked his victims for forgiveness, believing that this would help him rise to the top and become powerful. When the fire was extinguished, soldiers and police arrived to clear away the remains of the temple. One of the soldiers called for the commander, saying he had found something. The men went inside, realizing that a terrible tragedy had occurred there. The fire spared no one, but they realized that some brave soul had sacrificed his life to destroy the terrible monster. The charred skeletons of both remained. Near this burned man, the soldier noticed an object that looked like an amulet. He handed the object to the two unfortunate children, who didn't understand why he was saving them. The boy's face looked terrible, bruises, bumps, missing teeth, but he was happy and said that a hero is someone who doesn't hurt the weak. That night, a loud scream rang out at the Zhao estate. The estate's master could not tolerate his subordinate's weakness and uselessness. Lord Zhao believed that his assistant did not understand how angry the Lord would be if the incident at the Fawa temple became known to everyone. Zheng knelt before his master, explaining that they couldn't delay, they simply had no choice. On the day the woman fled, the guards immediately gave chase, but no one expected her to make it to the temple. By the time the pursuers reached the temple, the place was already drenched in blood. There was no choice but to send Lu Xiaohu there along with the authorities, and the young man received clear orders. As soon as Xiaohu and the authorities entered the temple, representatives of the Zhao family locked the door behind them. After that, they set a fire to destroy any evidence. Lord Zhao could no longer bear to listen, unable to understand why his assistant had turned out to be such an idiot. It would take 3 days to burn everything, so the fire was completely pointless. There was one other person in the room. He said that everyone should shut up, because absolutely everyone was to blame for what had happened. After all, they had failed to keep track of the woman in the first place, and now everyone was dealing with the consequences of what had come of it. Everyone present had not been honest enough with the Great Mother, and insincerity must be punished. The man placed his hand, with its long claws, on the man's head. The man was terrified, and the claws slid across his frightened face. The man declared that such was the Great Mother, stern and merciless. His gaunt face was suddenly covered with drops of blood. With a slight movement of his hand, he knocked one of the servants to the ground and crushed his skull, thus ending his life. After that, the man turned to Lord Zhao, saying that he had made a great contribution to the cult, and the Great Mother would forgive him. However, one must not forget that they are all in the same boat, and therefore must constantly support one another in their great cause. Lord Zhao promised the Lord that, of course, he would set everything right and prevent such situations from happening again. After that, the Lord turned his attention to Zhen's servant and asked, "Did the man truly wish to renounce his son?" Zheng bowed his head and knelt. He confirmed that this would never happen again. The Lord glanced at his aides and said that from now on he would continue to rely on them. After that, he laughed loudly and left the estate. Finally left alone, Lord Zhao and his aides were able to breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed they had gotten lucky this time. Of course, the body of the slain servant made it clear that the Lord had openly threatened them. But on the other hand, what could they have done in this situation? If it weren't for the family's wealth and power, Lord Zhao said he wouldn't have listened to that old man at all. Fortunately, they'd managed to give that woman a chance to get rid of unnecessary witnesses. Another opportunity like that wouldn't come along for a long time. But in the end, everything went almost according to plan. For now, Lord Zhao believed they needed to lie low, because the authorities had already launched an investigation. As soon as the situation here calmed down, they would head to Hangzhou. Lord Zhao also owned land there, and they would be able to continue their peaceful and happy life. Young Master Zhao would continue his studies, and the head of the Yang clan would no longer meddle in his affairs. Now, to avoid drawing unnecessary attention and keep it from focusing on them, they needed to minimize the fallout from what had happened at the temple. Lian Shi went to the market first thing in the morning, but his thoughts were preoccupied with what had happened at the temple. He hadn't expected Lu Xiaohu to end his life in such a way. Li Libo had said that this young man was the only one who tried to stand up for the newcomers. It seemed he was a noble person. However, it was unclear what he was doing at Fawa Temple. Elder brother Lu said that the Yang clan had not received any requests for assistance from the authorities that day. But the presence of a mountain monster so close to the city was very dangerous. Fortunately, the beast had already been killed. Lian Shi was walking through the city when he heard someone call his name. One of the villagers was very pleased that the young Lian Shi had already returned to the city. The boy didn't understand what was going on, but the man advised him to go home and see for himself. A whole crowd of onlookers had already gathered there. Lian Shi was approaching his house when he saw a huge, hideous centipede lying on one of the stones, basking in the sun. Suddenly, the hand of a monster who thought only of his own immortality came down upon it. It was a mountain monster that devoured the centipede, repeating Lian Shi's name as it did so. They say that the past of great people is filled with pain and suffering. The more a person suffers, the more magnificent they become. In this house, things were constantly breaking, rotting, spoiling, and falling apart. And this happened regularly. He Cheng-chang could see that the boy was truly suffering and in agony. His son, He Ding-yi, begged his father to stop because he had been lying there for half an hour. The boy was tied down and secured to a bench and said that this little fisherman wasn't worth it. The father punished the boy by hitting him in the groin with a stick. He couldn't understand how he could have fathered such a stupid son. The boy screamed and sobbed, thinking his father would kill him, while the man said he was ready to beat such a dimwit to death with a cane. Two people watched what was happening through a crack. One of them reasoned that everyone had hoped the martial arts clan would turn the boy into a man, but she had always believed he would still get into trouble. The woman was Lian Shi's aunt. She didn't remember ever sharing even a single grain of rice with him, and now she didn't understand what he wanted from her. Lian Gongtian thought she was completely clueless. If she didn't understand, did she really think the boy would ever repay them for their kindness? She must have forgotten what a fool Lian Shi's father had been. The man said they needed to stop talking because their nephew had shown up. Lian Shi didn't understand what was going on. He turned to the people, asking what they had left behind near his house. Besides the father and son, the father was beating his son in the yard. There were a few other village onlookers who also wanted to know what was going on. He Cheng-chang stopped beating his son and rushed over to greet his beloved nephew. The man said that A Shi resembled a young pine tree, standing firm against the fierce gusts of wind. It was no surprise that Master Yang had taken him on as a disciple. A buzz immediately spread among the village gossips watching the scene. Could it be that the very same great hero, Yang Dongxiang, had become the teacher of their beloved neighbor? Everyone knew that becoming a personal disciple was the same as becoming an adopted son. Now even the prefectural authorities would have to reckon with Lian Shi. Thoughts and calculations immediately flashed through the villagers' minds. Exactly how could they take advantage of their famous neighbor's help? Everyone immediately began congratulating the boy. They recalled that they had always believed in his great future, were ready to treat him to a delicious meal, and considered him worthy of such an honor. He Chen-chang admitted that he had a dishonorable son who had stooped to despicable acts, but Lian Shi could personally punish him with this stick, and no one would stand in his way. It seemed like some kind of idiocy because Lian Shi could take advantage of the situation and do whatever he wanted with Ding Yi. Lian Shi looked at the young man tied to the bench. He admitted he wasn't the type to hold a grudge for long. But on the other hand, you can't keep everything bottled up. It can affect your mental well-being. After all, everyone wants to live in harmony and peace with themselves. Lian Shi picked up the cane and leaned over the unfortunate Ding Yi. Ding Yi couldn't withstand such a psychological onslaught. He burst into tears and said he admitted his wrongdoing, was willing to become Lian Shi's slave if only he would spare him, and promised never to behave that way again. Lian Shi said the matter was settled. He tossed the cane aside, deciding that Ding Yi had already paid enough. After all, he hadn't been the main instigator. Lian Shi was about to turn and head home when He Cheng-chang suddenly called out to him. He said that, of course, his nephew had shown unprecedented generosity and taken pity on his son. But a man could not remain ungrateful. Servants held a tray on which lay silver ingots. There were 200 of them. None of those present had ever seen so much money in one place. Everyone stood with their mouths agape in astonishment. At that moment, the door of the house swung open, and another relative appeared in the doorway, who remembered that he too had a nephew named Lian Shi. The man told the master that he was the boy's real uncle, his own flesh and blood, and that he was ready to discuss compensation with the master. But the villagers said that Lian Gongtian should have a conscience. After all, when little A Shi was dying of hunger, he wouldn't even open the door for him. And now, when it came to money, Gongtian remembered his beloved blood relative. The man began arguing with the villagers, saying that it was none of their business and that no one knew where his nephew would be now if it weren't for Gongtian. He Cheng-chang turned to the young man and asked who this man was. Lian Shi didn't know him at all. According to the memories of Lian Shi's true body's owner, this so-called uncle had never been kind to him. He was a parasite living off others. Even when Lian Shi was starving to death, he didn't give him a single grain of rice. Lian Shi said, if Mr. He wanted to repay him, there would soon be a festival in their village in honor of the river god. Every resident was required to donate at least 100 fen. Since Mr. He is so kind, why not help the villagers cover these expenses so they can save their money for the coming winter? Besides, a field kitchen could be set up for a couple of days, because lately there have been a lot of hungry vagrants hanging around here. These ideas were enthusiastically received by the villagers, who now considered Lian Shi a good boy and invited him to visit. Lian Shi was finally able to shake off the crowd. The matter was settled, and it seemed there were no more questions for him. The young man stretched his arms, thinking that the last time he had trained his skin barrier, it hadn't been as dense as before, but had felt somewhat inflamed. Lian Shi decided this was a good sign. Perhaps today he would be able to break through the first skin barrier. The young man filled a basin with water, knowing that the breakthrough would cause severe overheating. One mistake and his brain could simply burn out. To avoid this, he needed to cool himself down physically. Lian Shi finally carried the water, undressed, and submerged himself, beginning the process of breaking through the skin barrier. He sat in the water, concentrating and completely shutting off his consciousness. Soon he felt energy passing through him, as if his skin were a porous sponge. Lian Shi realized he had finally succeeded, and now he could practice controlling the flow. Roughly speaking, at this point, he could control about 250 liters of water. This was a significant improvement. However, the young man saw that the system percentage had barely increased. Lian Shi got dressed, still pondering his changes. He now had 3 under his control. This was an excellent result from breaking through the skin barrier. If he could handle the rest, he would be able to control entire tons of water. His abilities complemented each other perfectly, so there was nothing more to even wish for. Lian Shi decided it was time to take a walk. He opened the door and found himself face to face with his uncle, Lian Gongtian, who had come to see him, having remembered his nephew again. The man had apparently been peeking through the keyhole, because the swinging door hit him right in the nose, but he was still upset with his nephew. Lian Shi didn't intend to waste much time, but decided to ask the man what he really wanted. The man clutched the small sack of rice to his chest and said he was very worried that his nephew was starving and not sleeping well, so he had brought him some rice. Lian Shi slammed the door in the man's face and told him to keep the rice for himself. From now on, it was unlikely that Lian Shi would ever go hungry again. Gong Tian kept pushing against the door. He wasn't going to give up and let go of his nephew, who had unexpectedly become a local celebrity. Lian Shi flung the door open again, and his uncle was sent flying to the ground once more. The man was furious. He couldn't understand what his nephew was doing. After all, he was his own uncle, his only relative. And in fact, even Lian Shi's house should have belonged to his uncle. Gong Tian called his nephew an idiot who hadn't even taken half of that wonderful sum of silver, when he could have taken it all and given it to his uncle if he didn't need the money. He could also have helped his cousin Yahello, and in general, it would have been better if Lian Shi hadn't been so selfish, but had listened to and respected his uncle Lian Gongtian. The more he spoke, the more Lian Shi became convinced that this man had grown insolent, so he asked his uncle if he wanted to die. Gong Tian looked closely at his nephew and was horrified. The boy had changed in literally a second. Had he always been this tall? Gong Tian began rolling around on the ground and shouting for people to look at this cruel boy who had joined the clan, and now wouldn't even acknowledge his own family, even though he was his own flesh and blood uncle, and Zhao Liu was his only cousin. Just as he said this, a powerful spit flew into the man's face, stunning him with surprise. One of the neighbors reminded everyone who exactly had helped pay for Lian Shi's father's coffin, and she also wanted to know if Gong Tian had shared any food with his dying brother. The female neighbors knew that because of Gong Tian's arrogance, the boy's father had inherited only a single boat. He had to work day and night to raise his son on his own. Gong Tian jumped to his feet. He wasn't about to listen to this and said that no one had given these gossiping mothers any right to speak. They'd better shut their filthy mouths. But at that moment, a powerful blow from a stick to the chest knocked the man off his feet, and he heard a stern order to watch his tongue. It was the village elder who said that as soon as the boy started to succeed, his uncle immediately decided to reap the rewards of his success. Where had he been before? The neighbor, together with the village elder, chased the shameless man away, telling him he'd better get out and never set foot here again. Every village had its own village head, but this Chen Zhaoang was the only special old man, the head of the Chen family, and even Lord Zhao was forced to reckon with him. Lian Shi thanked the village elder for his help and protection and asked why the elder had come to see him. Old Chen had come to invite Lian Shi to serve as a priest at the river festival, which would be held in the village soon. The young man realized that from this position, he would be able to observe everything happening at the festival. It was an excellent opportunity. Besides, the young man hoped that there he would be able to figure out what that thing in his profile was, the one called Favor of the River. Lian Shi gratefully accepted the elder's invitation to serve as a priest, and the old man asked him to study the ritual texts thoroughly because the day of the festival was fast approaching. The next day arrived, the sun was shining, the flowers were fragrant, the birds were singing. Lian Shi was walking to school with his school bag. In reality, things turned out to be far from simple. Lian Shi had stayed up all night trying to memorize the ritual texts, but they came with great difficulty. The boy didn't know many of the local characters, and that in itself was a problem. On top of that, he had to memorize the ritual text. There was no other choice. In the end, Lian Shi told himself that he would become a student of the ancient world, which one might say is a tremendous rarity for all modern people. Classes had been held at the school since early morning. The teacher read about how diligence would bring everyone comfort, honor, and wealth, and also that one should not associate with criminals, for they are unworthy by nature. Lian Shi, of course, understood that he needed to go to school, but he never thought he would end up in elementary school. And now this grown man was sitting among the little kids. He felt immense stress and was ashamed. But on the other hand, he hadn't had the chance to go to school as a child. A chubby girl sitting at the next desk told the teacher that Lian Shi, it turned out, wasn't repeating the words and rules after the teacher. The teacher was very angry. He tapped his stick on the book, demanding that Lian Shi not get too big for his boots. He should be grateful to his master for the fact that such an ignorant adult was even allowed into school. Lian Shi should be happy that the master had become his teacher. Lian Shi smiled and repeated the words verbatim. Follow the will of the law, respect authority, and act wisely. Diligence will bring you comfort, honor, and wealth. Do not associate with criminals, for they are unworthy by nature. Study is difficult, but you must be diligent to understand the world. Lian Shi spoke on and on, while the students stood with their mouths agape, staring at this unique classmate. Even the teacher could no longer find fault with anything, because this unique student had memorized the entire text. After all, in his past life, he had studied at a prestigious university. Lian Shi decided not to be modest and told the teacher that, in his opinion, this method of learning characters was ineffective. The teacher was furious upon hearing this from the insolent Lian Shi. After all, this method had been passed down through many generations from teacher to teacher. What did this kid even know? The teacher calmed down a bit and asked Lian Shi what suggestions he had for changing the way characters were taught. Lian Shi realized that his moment of glory had arrived and began to explain. The semantic method certainly has its merits, but it is very complex and requires memorizing the writing of each individual character. Lian Shi proposed a method where a character was divided into symbols that represented specific sounds. The young man said that this method is called the pinyin system. It sounds much simpler than the semantic method, so perhaps there is a reason to try it at this school. Ji Hengui agreed that there was a logical component to the method and asked Lian Shi to explain everything in more detail. Some of the children had already recognized Mr. Shi, who had arrived from the capital and joined their class. It was a tremendous honor for all the students, teachers, and the school as a whole. Lian Shi spoke about his vision for teaching, and Mr. Shi found it interesting. But then a teacher from the local school said it was nonsense, and that he didn't want this heresy to reach his ears. Mr. Shi said that in Dashan, it was customary to reward scholars. If a person invented something useful, he could receive money, tax exemption, or even a noble title. Lian Shi understood what this meant. Very soon people would begin to notice his uniqueness. To avoid suspicion, he needed to take control of his own reputation. Shi Hengui said that the young man was very talented and offered Lian Shi the chance to study under him. It was a tremendous honor. Mr. Shi believed that education should not be bound by status. He had learned this from his own teacher. Old Master Jiang thought this was outrageous, and that high-ranking officials might take offense at such an arrangement. Mr. Shi laughed and said that the teacher had no need to worry about anything like that. If there was anything that Mr. Shi's student could not ask about, he himself would ask about it. And if there was anything the student couldn't handle, Mr. Shi would take care of it himself. Lian Shi was practically in shock upon hearing and realizing the changes taking place in his life. He bowed and thanked Shi Hengui for everything. The pets grew quite sad because their owner was now too busy at school. They were forced to play with each other, tossing a ball of yarn back and forth, just to distract themselves from their loneliness. It was thanks to this game that the pets stumbled upon some abandoned spot deep at the bottom of the lake that caught their attention. A strange, mysterious light was emanating from the depths. The pets decided to call their owner, and late at night he managed to make his way out to them to explore this interesting place. Tahua was very pleased and never tired of repeating that he was the one who found it and that it was all thanks to him. Besides, they absolutely had to thank the Crab Clash, who had dug a nice big passage. Lian Shi was happy to have so many pets. They not only helped him, but also kept each other from getting bored. Lian Shi made his way through the passage into the cave and looking around realized it was much larger than he had expected. The light that had initially attracted his pets came from a vine growing upward. The vine had a fairly soft texture, so Lian Shi decided to give it a bite. It might have been a demonic plant, but he couldn't bite through it. So together with his pets, the boy moved upward along the cliff, holding onto the vine. Soon he found himself in a chamber with fresh air and some sort of underwater lake. And finally, Lian Shi managed to get onto dry land and saw exactly where the vine originated. He noticed some movement behind him, as if there were a small insect there. Thanks to his excellent physical conditioning, Lian Shi was able to react instantly and dodge a huge water centipede flew past his ear. Lian Shi addressed the creature, saying that it was very slow and that he had spotted it long ago. It was a massive centipede, which of course was also a mystical creature. It wanted to attack the young man, but the crab clash had already grown large enough to fight it. He calmly stopped it with his claw. The centipede retreated immediately. Lian Shi was surprised that Clash had become a true warrior, strong and brave. The crab won the fight a few minutes later. He was holding the centipede in his claw as it writhed with all its might. Lian Shi knew that centipedes had very powerful jaws, and now he looked at the creature, wondering what to do. Besides its powerful jaws, the centipede had another, even more terrifying weapon, the venom oozing from its mouth. If he could subdue such a creature, it would make an excellent hidden weapon. Lian Shi estimated that his psychic energy should be just enough to subdue it. The young man picked up a sharp stone and tried to cut himself, but after breaking through the barrier of his skin, Lian Shi's body had grown tougher, and the stone shattered before a cut could form. Lian Shi decided he would need to order a dagger from the blacksmith Lu Gong. Finally, he was able to cut his finger, and the blood would barely be enough. The young man held out his bloody finger toward the centipede, which the crab still held in its claws. The bloody mark of submission was activated, and the centipede began to writhe. The recoil was incredibly strong. Lian Shi could barely stay on his feet. He didn't understand what had happened, but his body was under immense strain. However, the subjugation was soon complete. Lian Shi was able to breathe a sigh of relief. He now had a new pet. The boy realized he'd gotten a very fierce animal, so he decided to name it a Fei. In order for the centipede to evolve, a huge amount of water essence was required. Each new pet became more and more expensive. The description of the centipede stated that it fed on mushrooms. Lian Shi demanded that the centipede lead him to and show him these mushrooms. Fa moved toward a dark cave located deep within the grotto. Lian Shi crouched near the cave entrance and tried to make out what was inside. It was all terribly frightening. He peered inside and soon saw a skeleton of unknown origin sitting there. The skeleton was clad in tattered clothes and held a box in its hands. A message was inscribed on the ground. It was a former fleet general of the Great Zan dynasty. After his defeat, mortally wounded, he had drowned. He had decided to meet his death in this place because he was ashamed to face the emperor. The young man repeated the information he had read about the Great Dynasty, the water, the inscription, and death. It was all very strange. He couldn't make out the rest of the inscriptions at all, because he hadn't finished school yet and hadn't learned all the characters. It seemed that this man had drowned here, or perhaps there was an ancient burial ground somewhere nearby. Clearly, there might be many valuable things buried there. Lian Shi guessed that there were spiritual mushrooms in the chest. He apologized to the owner and took the chest from the dead man's hands. Inside the chest was indeed a spiritual mushroom and the remains of a mushroom that had been partially eaten by a centipede. Lian Shi promised the dead man that he would bury him by the lotus field, and now it was time to level up. The young man hoped that these spiritual mushrooms would be enough to exceed 50% fusion. Lian Shi also decided to share the mushroom with all his pets. A piece for the crocodile, a slightly smaller one for the catfish and the crab. The centipede had already eaten a whole mushroom, so there was no need to share with her, and the remaining part of the mushroom was intended for Lian Shi himself. The effects of eating the mushroom were mild and delicate, like tofu, as well as refreshing and pleasant. He actually gained even more water essence points than he did from the crab roe. The boy decided to spend all the points on his own leveling up, and it was all worth it because now the fusion with the ferocious monkey was half complete. Lian Shi became even stronger, and a new skill, Aqua Dash, was unlocked. Moreover, the energy in his chest now blazed even brighter and more powerfully. Lian Shi thanked the skeleton for the mushrooms and now wanted to test what he was capable of with his new powers. The young man activated Aqua Dash, and it felt as if water were pushing him from behind at tremendous speed. Lian Shi hadn't expected the thrust to be so powerful, so he didn't have time to avoid colliding with the stone wall. It was an excellent skill for movement, but it consumed too much energy, and it was still difficult to control the direction of movement. The boy checked his profile and found that it was no longer just Aqua Dash, it had improved. With the river's favor, the volume of controllable water flow had also increased. His pets had also leveled up significantly. The crocodile would soon evolve into a horned crocodile. Chonky's controlled catfish had almost reached the tiger catfish variant. It had become strong and mustached. The controlled crab was still far from becoming the king of stone crabs, but its strength was no longer in doubt. Lian Shi couldn't figure out how Chonky had managed to outpace all the other pets. Something didn't add up, but perhaps it had to do with the peculiarities of a catfish's digestion. The river festival was just a week away, so the young man decided to spend that time training hard. He felt that many events would be connected to this holiday. A week passed and early winter was approaching. All the villagers had prepared for the festival. Lidabo came to pick up his friend, knocked on the door, and said it was time for them to head to the festival. Lian Shi was getting ready. He put on all his finest clothes and reached out to his pet, a centipede. Afe climbed onto his owner's arm and wrapped itself around his wrist, looking just like a fashionable accessory, a bracelet. Once he was ready, the young man went outside and greeted his friend, saying he was ready to go. In the city center where the festival was being held, a special stage had been set up. Stalls were lined up nearby, and the townspeople were strolling through the streets. Little Near, despite the festive atmosphere, was crying constantly, and her mother didn't know how to calm her down. The girl pointed and said she could see a monster there, even though no one else present noticed anything of the sort. Near insisted, pointing to an empty spot, that there was a monster there, but her mother said there was absolutely no way a monster could appear in their village. The girl kept crying, pointing to a specific spot, and then her mom promised to buy her some candy. If everyone had the same vision as the little girl, they would have noticed that someone was indeed hiding behind one of the houses. Perhaps it would have been better to say that it wasn't just someone, it was a monster who dreamed of becoming immortal with the help of Li and Shi. While the festival was in full swing, the villagers brought sacrificial animals. The shaman was on site and ready to perform the rituals. He gave a signal to the high priest, who was to begin the ceremonial part. Li and Shi, who was serving as the high priest today, climbed the steps to the upper platform. Before him lay the heads of the sacrificial animals, and the rest of the necessary items had been prepared. The shaman announced that the great ritual was beginning. Li and Shi took the scroll and began to read. O river god, by your mercy, I take the lands of Yanshin, which lie near the Huaihe River, and in exchange I offer you these gifts, gathered by the people who bow before you. Li Lebo and Ji Chang were also present at the festival. They looked on with admiration at their friend, who had become such a great man. Li Lebo hadn't even noticed how this had happened or what had become of his Li and Shi, since they had always been together and had grown up side by side. But now, looking at this strong, brave, and self-assured young man, Li Lebo wasn't sure that the person standing before him was the same Li and Shi. Meanwhile, a terrifying monster was making its way up the walls of the building. It had climbed onto the roof of the house and was now staring at the high priest, who was its target. It was the mountain monster Brother Lu had warned them about. The monster's speed and skin matched exactly the picture from the monster almanac that was shown in schools. Little Near calmed down a bit when her mom bought her some candy. The girl stood in the crowd watching the passers-by. Suddenly, she started screaming again, pointing at the monster. The girl said it had appeared again. Now the rest of the townspeople could see the mountain monster sitting on the roof of the nearest house. People had never seen such a monster and didn't know what it was. The mountain monster realized it had to act. In a single leap, it jumped down to the ground, and everyone, terrified, scattered and ran away. A terrible commotion broke out, and Little Near lost her mother. The girl stood there crying and trying to find her mother. The unfortunate woman had been swept up by the crowd of panicked people and could not find her beloved daughter either. Li and Shi saw that the little girl was about to fall victim to the mountain monster and realized he wouldn't be able to stop it in time. The situation was dire, but Li Lebo happened to see the scene and rushed in as well, hoping to save the poor girl. Ji Chang was closer to the child. He grabbed the girl just as the mountain monster was about to seize her. Ji Chang flew off to the side with the child and called out to his friend Li Lebo for help to distract the mountain monster from the child. Li Lebo knew he had only recently learned a new technique and wasn't yet confident in it, but he saw no other way out. Li Lebo pulled a dagger from his bosom and hurled it at the mountain monster. Unfortunately for the monster, this wasn't much of a problem. It managed to dodge, and now Li Lebo realized he wouldn't have time to throw another knife. The mountain monster could already literally taste the little girl in its mouth. It opened its jaws wide and prepared to devour her. Ji Chang closed his eyes and shouted to Li and Shi, "If you've got any tricks up your sleeve, now's the time to show them." The mountain monster's hand had almost touched her head when a stream of water struck it right in the center. Li and Shi used Aqua Dash to quickly close the distance to the mountain monster. This time his speed was just right. The young man grabbed the mountain monster and pinned it to the ground. When the mountain monster appeared at the festival, Li and Shi knew he wouldn't be able to stop it physically. But then his gaze fell on a water jar filled with river water collected for the ritual. Aqua Dash required water, so the boy realized he had to create the conditions himself. Li and Shi placed his hand on the water and commanded it to rise in response to his movement. After that, the young man activated Aqua Dash, and a powerful thrust in his back allowed him to reach the mountain monster. The acceleration from Aqua Dash was enough to slam the monster to the ground with tremendous force. This move was executed just in time. Ji Chang managed to observe it in every detail. The boy wanted to understand how his friend had managed it, because something amazing had happened right before his eyes. But Li and Shi said, "Take the girl and run yourselves. Leave the rest to me. We'll discuss everything later." Ji Chang didn't need to be told twice. He grabbed the girl and shouted that as soon as he got her to safety, he'd come back to help his friend. Lian Shi stared at the columns of dust and smoke, unable to fathom where this hideous creature had come from. Finally, the smoke cleared, and unfortunately, it turned out that the mountain monster had vanished. Only cracks remained where it had been lying. However, the monster apparently had no intention of giving up. It rose again and began attacking the young man. Lian Shi managed to put up a defense, but immediately sensed that his opponent was incredibly strong. A fight broke out between them, and soon seeing his chance, Lian Shi struck with all his might, considering this his opportunity. Li Libo and Ji Chang returned to the square to help their comrade, who was currently fighting the mountain monster. Lian Shi shouted to his comrades that they needed to immobilize the monster first, and began thinking about the best way to do it. He told his friends not to swing their knives wildly, but to aim for the joints. The guys did just that. Sneaking up on the mountain monster from behind, they plunged their knives into its hip joints. A loud scream rang out, and the monster was clearly in pain and distress. Lian Shi looked at the monster that had just tried to kill him and realized that desire alone wasn't enough. He landed several blows, knocking the monster away from him, and then ordered the centipede to attack. The venomous insect immediately leaped onto the mountain monster's body and prepared to sink its powerful jaws in. Lian Shi was certain that the centipede's venom would cause the monster immense discomfort. The villagers watched the scene from a distance. It was the first time they had seen such a terrifying, hideous, and powerful monster fighting right in the central square. Suddenly, the monster leaped to its feet and bolted. The people recoiled in fear, realizing there was nothing they could do against it. Lian Shi grabbed a log and told the monster not to even think about escaping. The young man yanked a wooden log, one used to build the platform, out of the ground and hurled it with all his might at the monster's back. The blow was powerful. The mountain monster was pinned completely to the ground, and after that, Lian Shi jumped onto the log, securing it in place for good. However, the monster managed to utter something about immortality and say Lian Shi's name. The people were stunned. They hadn't expected the monster to be able to speak. Panic broke out among the villagers, and their peaceful life was now a thing of the past. But Lian Shi said that this was not a curse or a punishment from the river god. It was a gift and a blessing for the entire village. The mountain monster was still alive, and now Lian Shi had to find a way to end its life so it wouldn't be reborn. The young man took out a knife and bent over the monster's body, which was pinned to the ground. Lian Shi cut off the mountain monster's head and said it was the perfect offering for the river god. And so the festival day ended. The monster's decapitated body lay in the middle of the village square. Lian Shi understood. If he hadn't pierced the barrier of its skin, eaten the mushroom from the dead man's chest, and increased the fusion rate, everything would have ended very differently. It was also smart to use the centipede's venom to immobilize and slow down the monster. Thanks to these actions, he managed to defeat the beast. Lian Shi realized he had become much stronger than before. Moreover, he had finally gained the river's favor. Now with this skill, he could level up a new ability. The only disappointment was the meager reward after defeating the monster. The next morning, the village head and the doctor came to the village. The doctor examined Lian Shi and noticed that the young man had been wounded by the mountain monster. He admired the young man's figure, saying he had arms as long as a monkey's and a waist as slender as a wasp's. But it would be better if the doctor focused on treating him. The doctor asked what material Lian Shi's clothes were made of. The young man explained that his second older brother had given him the cloak. It was made of bearskin. The cloak was as sturdy as steel, and the robe had come from his eighth older brother. It was made of heavenly silk. But the doctor felt that these clothes were not enough, and asked Lian Shi directly, "Has the young master already broken through the skin barrier?" Everyone present froze upon hearing about the skin barrier. Lian Shi realized there was nothing to hide and confessed. The villagers welcomed the news with enthusiasm and were proud of him. Li Libo also admired his friend, who had now become a true warrior in just a few months. Chen Ji Chong, upon hearing the news about the skin barrier, realized he was no match for Lian Shi. Lian Gantian realized that his nephew had become too strong and now hoped he wouldn't go seeking revenge. The village head wanted to find out what kind of monster it was because everyone in the village was worried. Lian Shi told the villagers that the monster was called a mountain demon. It fed on blood, and apparently it had been drawn to the crowd. The young man couldn't say whether there were other mountain demons roaming around their village, but he knew for certain that this wasn't the first time. People were alarmed to hear that such monsters had already appeared nearby. Suddenly, one of the villagers pointed to the monster's head and asked if it looked familiar. At first, everyone saw a real monster in that head, but upon closer inspection, they noticed a resemblance to Ban Xingjiang, who had gone missing several months ago. If you look closely, it really was him. Lian Shi immediately thought of alchemy, the Zhao estate, the mountain demons, Lu Xiaohu, and the Fahua temple. Lian Shi couldn't understand why he hadn't drawn the connections earlier and hadn't figured out where this monster had come from or what was actually happening at the Zhao Manor, where mountain demons were apparently being bred. Lian Shi turned to the village head and said that the matter was very serious. He had to report what had happened to his teacher, Yang Dongsun. The locals were right. This monster used to be Ban Xingjiang. Now Lian Shi realized that the situation had become extremely dangerous, and everyone involved would surely be held accountable for their crimes. The young man immediately went to Master Yang's house, where he was met by Yang Hu Shi, who wanted to know the purpose of his visit. The young man respectfully bowed to the lady, greeted her, and said he had a very important matter to discuss with the master. Lian Shi recounted everything that had happened and expressed his conviction that the incident at Manhwa Temple was directly linked to the Zhao estate. The woman sipped her tea and remarked that the young man was very intelligent, which was why Yang Dongxiang had chosen him as his disciple. Lian Shi noticed that the woman wasn't particularly surprised by this information, so he asked her directly about it. She said she understood how nervous the young man was, but that he shouldn't forget who his teacher was. Yang Dongxiang is the only tiger warrior in the entire region, and that must always be remembered. High in the mountains stood the citadel of the Demon Mother sect. The group of travelers was approaching the houses via a long staircase. Suddenly a whistle sounded, and the travelers felt they were under attack. They had to raise the alarm. It seemed as though a tornado had formed in the sky, from which a flaming blade emerged, ready to crash down upon the sect's citadel. The fiery blade approached, slicing through the air and terrifying everyone present. Soon Yang Dongxiang appeared before the people along with the blade and ordered everyone to surrender, because he was now here. Lian Shi trained day and night, feeling very nervous since he had already spent 2 whole days at the teacher's house. The lady had left him there so the young man wouldn't ruin the teacher's plans, and she had also given him 2,000 fen for daily expenses. It all seemed very ordinary, and the woman said that if Lian Shi ran out of money, he could ask her for more. In addition, he received a restorative pill, and thanks to it, his wounds had almost healed. Yang Dongxiang believed that the cult of the Demon Mother was planning a large-scale attack on cultivators to obtain the potion, which was why the lady was keeping Lian Shi here for safety. Lian Shi noticed a ball flying toward him. He immediately put up a block and deflected the flying object to the side. A dent formed in the thick stone wall, with a yellow ball lying in the center of it. Lian Shi looked around and asked who was hiding in the darkness. It turned out to be Hu Qi's older brother, who praised the young man for his vigilance. The yellow object turned out to be a mandarin orange. Hu Qi said he'd been told that Lian Shi was currently at the clan, so the mentor decided to find his young apprentice at the training ground. He handed Lian Shi a spear and suggested a quick sparring match to take his mind off things for a bit. Lian Shi readily accepted the challenge and said he wouldn't hold back. The young man holding the spear suggested that Hu Qi attack first. Hu Qi used a trick. He threw a tangerine at his opponent. Lian Shi was distracted and missed several strikes. This was unforgivable. The boy left himself open and ended up losing his spear, left without a weapon, ready to fight with his bare hands. Hu Qi quickly noticed that the young disciple had already broken through the barrier of the skin. Seeing such progress, he believed that the boy already possessed a pattern of destiny. Lian Shi heard about the pattern of destiny for the first time and asked his older brother to explain it in more detail. Hu Qi merely held out his hand and said that the day of explanations was not far off. The teacher himself would show him everything when the time came. The boys shook hands and decided to have another sparring session. Several more sparring sessions followed, and so it went on and on. Eventually, Lian Shi was so exhausted he could barely sit up. Hu Qi said that the information about the Zhao estate matched his own investigation, but it all seemed too simple and easy. He believed that finding the information hadn't been difficult at all. It seemed as though someone had deliberately left a trail. Hu Qi admitted that perhaps he was overthinking things and jumping to conclusions, so he suggested that Lian Shi ignore what he'd said. Hu Qi was about to leave, but then said he had a book suitable for Lian Shi since the boy had broken through the skin barrier. The book was called The Technique of the Bao's Power. This book was ideal for a warrior who had just broken through the skin barrier. Combat techniques are divided into 2 classes, movement and power. Power techniques are needed to deepen control over qi energy and blood. Hu Qi left the book with his younger brother and told him to study it and use the information in his next sparring match. Lian Shi thanked Brother Hu and said that he still hadn't admitted why he'd been looking for him. Hu Qi was too lost in thought. He seemed to be floating on air and almost forgot that Brother Lu Gong had asked the young man to come see him. Lian Shi immediately guessed the purpose, which meant his first weapon was already ready. A huge mountain monster was bound by a multitude of iron chains and hung tethered in a vast hall. People with their hands bound moved along the cages where the mountain monsters were kept. Guards escorted the unfortunate souls, who realized they were unlikely to ever leave this place. Lin Gyu Young noticed a girl. She was the same age as his daughter, and sinister thoughts began to form in the man's mind. A comrade called out to him, and said that Brother Lin shouldn't linger here, since Lord Wu was already waiting for them. The men in cloaks stood before their master and reported that all the ingredients were ready, and in 3 days he would be able to use them. The master praised his servants, saying that this was excellent. They must take great care of the mountain monster. It was very important. The captives were all held in a single cell, an empty room with straw scattered here and there. Men, women, old people, and children were all mixed together here, some crying, others trying to sleep. An old man coughed for a long time, then woke up, hoping to see the young master. Every spiritual weapon possesses a soul, and where its soul is, there lies its nature. People with a hot temper possess explosive weapons. Calmer and more easygoing warriors wield gentle types of weapons. A blacksmith must create weapons for individual use so that each warrior is as closely attuned and connected to it as possible. The first stage of weapon creation involves softening the tungsten steel, purifying its essence, and strengthening its resilience. All of this is done with the help of fire. In the second stage, the energy of the crimson feather must be unleashed and allowed to be absorbed by the steel. When the absorption process nears completion, the blacksmith transforms these materials into actual weapons. For now, it is a fleeting darkness, hovering between illusion and reality. It feeds on blood, and it is from this blood that the spear's form will be forged. A spiritual weapon must be imbued with the blood of its future owner, so Lian Shi's hand was immediately cut to draw blood. Lian Shi was participating in such a process for the first time. He was very serious and focused, and the blood from his hand flowed onto the future weapon. Fiery masses swirled around the forge, creating a spiritual weapon with a blood bond to its owner. Lu Gong had almost finished the spear when he suddenly saw that the weapon was rejecting Lian Shi's blood. But Lu Gong was not one to give up, and he declared that no task would remain unfinished during his watch. He would achieve the result he sought. Lu Gong put in a great deal more effort, and just as day was breaking outside, the blacksmith announced that Lian Shi's weapon was ready. Now the young man could try it out. He looked at the spear engulfed in flames and realized that this was his spiritual weapon. Lian Shi took the spear in his hands and was surprised to realize how heavy it was. It weighed over 50 kilograms. At first, the young man couldn't hold it, but the more he tried to control the weapon, the better he got at it. Lian Shi felt connected to the spear, as if they shared a single breath. Lu Gong told the young man that there was a dummy in the blacksmith's yard, and he could test his weapon on it. He didn't have to ask twice. Lian Shi practiced his techniques on the dummy with great pleasure, growing more and more fascinated by his spear. Lu Gong watched the young man and finally said that their union, Lian Shi and the spear, was simply perfect, which meant the weapon needed a name. Lian Shi thought for a moment and said he would name the spear Fubo, which translates to Conqueror of the Waves. Suddenly, a voice rang out, stating that Lian Shi's weapon, it seemed, was already ready. Hu's older brother and fourth brother entered the forge and watched Lian Shi from the sidelines. The young man was surprised and immediately asked what had brought them there. It turned out that Hu Ji had sent the fourth brother on a reconnaissance mission. The latter had spent all his time in taverns, and his cheeks were covered in kiss marks, but the young man claimed that a lot of information could be gathered there. Lu Gong wanted to know exactly what Qi Shai had found out, and it turned out that he was almost certain he could locate one of the citadels of the Demon Mother sect. Hu Qi Shai described how difficult it had been for him. He suffered while simultaneously enjoying the beautiful flowers. At the same time, the young man didn't forget to keep an eye on what was happening and soon spotted a group of people in black robes. It was difficult because the beauties wanted him to drink with each of them, and he had to clink glasses, doing so strictly for business. After that, he followed the people in black cloaks and found their hideout near the Fahua temple. Lu Gong surmised that they might be following the master's plan, but a direct attack seemed inappropriate in the current situation. Lu Gong agreed that it was worth waiting a little while and taking action the very next day. Qi Shai leaned toward the newcomer and said that this time, the star child Lian Shi would definitely be going with him. Qi Shai suddenly grew serious and said that it was time for Lian Shi's hands to be stained with blood, for one couldn't avoid it for long, especially with so many enemies around. The blacksmith smacked his comrade on the head and told Lian Shi not to listen to that nonsense. Lu Gong, however, grew serious and asked Lian Shi what he thought about sneaking into the rear of the Demon Mother sect. Lian Shi didn't hesitate for a moment and said he would definitely go with his friends. The huge, monstrous mountain demon was still hanging there, chained up in the Demon Mother's citadel. The men led Master Zheng to one of the monsters bound by chains and told him that it was well-fed and stronger than ever. Zheng was very impatient. He sent the servant away, saying that he shouldn't interfere, that he would handle it himself. Left alone with the monster, Zheng approached it and said that the poor boy had tried so hard, and if he hadn't turned into this monster, everything would have been completely different. But at the same time, no one but his beloved son could help his father achieve immortality. That night, the hills near Fahua Temple were quiet and nothing foreshadowed trouble. However, it soon became clear that another group of unfortunate captives was on its way, escorted by guards. One of the guards looking over the prisoners said that among their ingredients today were some real treasures. His master demanded that he keep his composure, but the guard replied that he needed very little from these people. The head of security allowed his subordinate to do whatever he needed, but quickly, if the Khan's envoy's plans were disrupted, both of them would be dead. The men from the Yang clan realized they had found the place Hu Chi Shai had told them about. They took Black Fang, the teacher's dog, with them. Without him, they would hardly have been able to find the markings. The dog was smart enough, but it barked to attract attention several times and growled regularly. Lian Shi didn't understand where Chi Shai had gone. After all, he was the one who had found out about this place, and now he was nowhere to be found. It turned out that the fourth brother was very impatient and had already fired his arrow to punish the first villain. One of the guards pulled the girl out from among the captives and tried to take advantage of her defenselessness. Just a moment ago, he had been holding the girl, but the next moment he was gone, as if a flash of fire had swept past. Now that guard was sitting on the ground, using his body to shield the fence. His comrades realized that their camp was under attack and they needed to act quickly. Hu Chi said this was a signal from the fourth brother, and now was the time to join in the retaliation. Liu Gong immediately charged forward at tremendous speed, fists clenched. The young man smashed through the gate and smoke swirled around him as he stood amidst the fragments of the stone wall. By this time, the men in black robes had already gathered in the courtyard and drawn their swords. Lian Shi was struck by Liu Gong's power. Now he knew what the power of the steed looked like. But Hu Chi didn't want to waste time talking. Now it was his turn to join the battle. Liu Gong was knocking the guards aside with his fists, knocking swords out of their hands and preventing them from doing anything in response. At one point, a couple of guards crept up behind Liu Gong, but the fourth brother saw this clearly and fired 2 arrows. The shots were precise, and the men exchanged grateful glances for the support in battle. Lian Shi finally found himself in the thick of the battle as well. Now he faced real opponents. The guards in black cloaks surrounded the young man, assuming he wouldn't be able to use his spear in close combat. But they were wrong. Lian Shi easily drove them back using his spear, eliminating all the attacking guards. Hu Chi instructed the young man to go down to the citadel with Black Fang, find the hostages there, and lead them out of the temple grounds. Inside, there were still guards who planned to meet the attackers at the bars to kill them. But unexpectedly, Lin Guyong stopped, saying that, finally, it was all over, and there would be no more suffering. All this time, Lin Guyong had been tormented by his conscience. The temple had been destroyed, and he felt guilty because he had failed to save that girl. There were children and women there. He couldn't move from the spot, insisting that he couldn't take it anymore, and that no sinner would escape punishment. His comrades didn't hear his mutterings, but they still tried to take their friend away, who was blaming everyone around him. Suddenly, Lin Guyong grabbed a knife and killed his comrade, saying that Zhao Hongyang and Zheng Xiang were to blame for everything, but he couldn't leave. He believed he had to save his family, and to do so, he had to kill his friends. Zheng Xiang was furious because the guards were frightened by the 4 disciples from the Yang clan. The man ordered all the mountain demons within the citadel to be released. Zheng Xiang was certain that Lord Zhao had orchestrated all of this. He had deliberately pinned everything on his subordinate, but at the same time, it was a perfect opportunity. Now, no one would blame Zheng Xiang for releasing his son, and if he managed to sneak through the secret passage, he could turn the tables. Morning had come to the bandits' hideout, and the 3 disciples stood over the ruins, believing that death was too easy a punishment for such bastards. Lian Shi wasn't among them, but the boys assumed he was descending the mountain with the hostages and would return soon. Liu Yugong was still uneasy. The smell of blood bothered him. It was too strong, as if something else was happening that they didn't yet understand. Lian Shi walked through the forest with Black Fang, trying to guess if there might be more captives somewhere else. Suddenly, he stumbled upon a door hidden among the rocks and realized it was a secret passage. Lian Shi glanced at the dog, and judging by Black Fang's reaction, he realized that something important was hidden behind the door. He began to quietly open the door, letting sunlight stream inside. As soon as he entered, the door slammed shut, and complete darkness and uncertainty awaited him ahead. A message in the game suggested completing the demonic hunt. Every new cultivation would now yield twice as much fruit. Lian Shi realized this was a system quest. Suddenly, the dog barked loudly. It warned that the silhouettes of mountain demons had appeared ahead in the darkness. But to Lian Shi's horror, there were far too many mountain demons, and soon the entire space was filled with these monsters. He realized he had no choice and wouldn't be able to escape the dungeon until he had destroyed all the mountain demons. The young man decided that there was a lot of work ahead and that there was no time to waste. He thrust his spear into the stone floor and prepared for battle. Lian Shi was pleased over the past few days. He had grown significantly stronger. By this time, the first monsters were already closing in on him. He killed the mountain monsters with his fists and feet, but he knew he didn't know how long he could hold out. Several demons charged, baring their bloodthirsty jaws and hoping to feast on a human. Lian Shi met them with blows from his hands and feet. The monsters weren't too strong, so his strikes hit their mark. The young man realized that to fight such a large number of monsters, he had to fight with all his might. He armed himself with a spear and hurled it into the crowd. The next wave of monsters was destroyed, and the young man's progress gradually increased. As he defeated the mountain demons, he grew stronger and stronger. When the first wave of demons subsided, Lian Shi realized he was capable of defeating them on his own and looked more confident in his abilities. The number of monsters didn't decrease. They advanced like a solid black mass, ready to devour everything in their path. Lian Shi used his spear to attack and increased his movement speed. He weaved between the monsters, destroying them with his spear, and also used punches and kicks. The battles grew increasingly bloody, and Lian Shi could now kill several demons with a single strike. Soon the mountain demons were gone, and a male figure emerged from the darkness. He recognized Lian Shi and was struck by his physical form. Zheng Xiang was genuinely surprised. He never would have thought that the fish-smelling orphan could go this far. But now it was timely. Zheng Xiang said he had prepared a gift for him. He was holding the man by the hair. It turned out to be Lu Zongsan, Lu's mentor's father. Lian Shi was stunned to learn this. The young man turned to Zheng Xiang, saying that his friends were also nearby, and that today would surely be the end of the scoundrel. Zheng Xiang just laughed, and suddenly the dungeon wall shattered into tiny pieces. Through the crack appeared a huge and very powerful mountain demon, surpassing in size all the monsters they had encountered before. Lian Shi had no idea where such a monster had come from. The mountain demons said that they would find out right now. It was an unusual dawn for the citadel of the Mother of Demons. All the hostages and captives had been freed. The warriors were disheartened and fled through the forest at tremendous speed, realizing that the demons they had encountered earlier were weaker than a barrier of skin. Liu Gong was alarmed. He feared that their younger brother, Lian Shi, might face something far more terrifying than ordinary mountain demons. Lian Shi stood before a demon of the Skakun power level and realized that this was the most dangerous situation he had faced since his rebirth. This mountain demon had huge bulging arms, a massive body, a toothy maw, and powerful legs. At first glance, it was clear that the monster possessed immense strength, and defeating it would be impossible without a plan, especially considering that Lian Shi's level was insufficient to face such an opponent. But the young man couldn't just give up. That would be pointless. He had endured too much fighting for his life to back down now. He prepared for battle, realizing that danger was just a part of life, and his difficult childhood hadn't broken him. So he fought, unafraid of the enormous opponent, treating it as just another monster. Lian Shi weaved, trying to avoid the giant's attacks, realizing that a direct assault was unlikely to work. If he couldn't dodge a blow, he shielded himself with his weapon, but still sustained serious injuries. Lian Shi was fast enough. He managed to jump out of the way at the last moment, as if sensing the direction of the upcoming attack. Zheng Xiang watched the fight, unable to understand how Lian Shi could fight at such a level, since he had only been in the clan for 6 months. Zheng Xiang shouted to the monster that he believed in his son, who loved his father and would kill this weak and insignificant opponent for his sake. The son had always wanted to earn his father's love, so the mountain demon fought even more fiercely, and at one point broke through the defenses, throwing Lian Shi onto a pile of rocks. Zheng Xiang was pleased, continuing to encourage his son. "Daddy believes in you." Lian Shi felt the enormous difference in strength between himself and his opponent. At that moment, he received a notification that the demon hunt was over, and he was offered a gift, perhaps a fusion with a portion of the River Guardian's imperial grace. Lian Shi thought that luck was also a form of power. He was fortunate to receive the notification at that very moment, which meant the duel would continue. He chose the fusion option, and his physical characteristics began to change. The young man opened his eyes and didn't understand where he was or what was before him. The next moment, he saw a huge water monster that greeted its master, saying that the River Guardian would have mercy. Lian Shi realized that somehow he had ended up in the body of the River Guardian, who considered violating the laws of the universe a direct path to death. The water monster asked him not to blame him. If the enemy did not surrender, the consequences would be on him alone. The River Guardian was composed and prepared to use a technique against his monstrous opponent. This technique, Dragon's Rip, was supposed to put an end to the duel. Zheng Xiang was satisfied with the battle. He saw that Lian Shi lay lifeless on the ground and couldn't understand what this weakling had been counting on. Zheng Xiang believed he had done everything right in life. It was all just for survival, and anyone would understand his feelings and actions. Some people are born lucky or with a silver spoon in their mouths. Zheng Xiang had only one son, and he had to fight his way to the top. Zheng Xiang had gone through a lot to become the chief servant of that idiot Zhao, and no one could understand the suffering of a man who had sacrificed his son for the sake of his goal. Now this son had to help his father bring everything he had done before to its logical conclusion. Lian Shi suddenly opened his eyes, and his gaze blazed with fire. It seemed as though a powerful explosion had gone off and rocks flew in all directions. Even the mountain demon was forced to retreat and shield his eyes. Zheng Xiang didn't understand what was happening. Visibility in the dungeon was poor, and everything was shrouded in smoke. But soon the smoke cleared, and Lian Shi looked even more powerful and stronger than before, his gaze burning with fire. Sometime before these events, Lian Shi had asked his teacher about the power of the paths of the crucible and the rainbow. Yang Dongxiang replied that no one alive today had ever seen them, so no one knew for sure, but in nature, they were known as divine paths. For some reason, Lian Shi recalled this conversation now. Perhaps his current state could be compared to a divine path. The young man held up two fingers, around which energy swirled and activated Dragon's Rift. Waves shot out in all directions. His opponents didn't understand what the hell was going on. Everything around them was shrouded in black mist. Brother Lu's father watched the events unfold and had a rough idea of what was going on. Zheng Xiang, though frightened, tried to pretend that everything was normal. He demanded that the boy stop using his tricks and ordered his son to be killed. A massive mountain demon, who served his father and was ready to give his life for him, immediately lunged at Lian Shi. From the outside, it looked predictable. The demon's fist alone was larger than his opponent. The mountain demon, expecting no surprises, delivered a blow that would have killed anyone. Zheng Xiang was pleased. The difference in strength was vast, and now his son would destroy Lian Shi. But suddenly, the mountain demon let out a loud scream. He was staring at his hand and couldn't understand what was happening. It seemed as though it were dissolving in acid. The frightened demon turned and ran toward his father, his body gradually melting away before his eyes. The demon wanted to hug his father one last time, and even managed to call out Dad, for a father is supposed to help and protect his son. But before he reached his father, the demon vanished before the stunned eyes of Zheng Xiang. Zheng Xiang sat down on the floor in front of the emptiness, realizing that now he had nothing left, not even his son who had given his life for him. He looked distraught and disappointed. He hadn't realized for a long time that his son's death could affect him so deeply, and on top of that, he was left without his most loyal servant. At that moment, the man saw Lian Shi, who had collapsed face down, too weak to stand. Lian Shi lay unconscious, his battle spear lying nearby. Zheng Xiang was furious. He picked up a rock and was about to finish off this fisherman's orphan, who was the cause of all his troubles. But suddenly there was a loud crash. Stones flew in all directions, and Zheng Xiang realized that someone was approaching. A group of warriors emerged from a breach in the wall, having finally made their way to the room. They scanned the room and saw the lifeless body of the ninth younger brother, not understanding what had happened here. Judging by the scene, a very serious battle had taken place in the room. The warriors lifted Lian Shi and helped him walk. Zheng Xiang managed to hide behind a stone wall at the last moment, with no idea how he would escape now. The men decided to first take Lian Shi out into the fresh air, since he looked weak, and then return to search the room. Zheng Xiang realized this was his chance and had to take it. The man leaped out of his hiding place and ran down into the dungeon. But a voice called out to him, addressing him by name. The man in the black robe asked Zheng Xiang where his family was, his wife, his daughter, where they all were. Zheng Xiang recognized him as one of his employees. It was Lin Guyong, who seemed to have forgotten that he was dealing with a master and spoke to him disrespectfully. But Lin Guyong no longer cared about status. He lunged at Zheng Xiang, grabbed him by the clothes, and demanded to know where his family was. Zheng Xiang, though frightened, replied that he didn't know where his wife and daughter were. In this chaos, it was impossible to tell who had gone where. It was quite possible that Lin Guyong's family had already been devoured by mountain demons. That was the last thing Zheng Xiang said, because Lin Guyong, driven mad by grief, slashed him with a dagger, even though he was his master. He said that Zheng Xiang should go to hell and pay for his sins there. Lin Guyong turned and walked deeper into the dungeon, believing he couldn't give up. His family might still be alive. Lian Shi saw himself as the river guardian, but he was in excruciating pain. It felt as if his body were being torn to pieces. With a loud cry, the boy jumped up, waking from his sleep. He saw that he was lying in bed, covered by a blanket. Looking around, Lian Shi realized he was in a room at Master Yang's estate. He had just been fighting a mountain demon. It seemed the battle had ended, and his older brothers had saved him. Notifications reported that the partial fusion with the River Guardian's Imperial Grace was complete. Lian Shi had received this ability as a reward for his demon hunt. Lian Shi hadn't expected this and immediately got out of bed to check his stats. First, he took the spear in his hands and felt that it had become easier to hold, and that he had a better understanding of how his body worked. Now Lian Shi could sense a boiling point as if pulsing inside his body. The young man felt a burning sensation in his chest, radiating warmth throughout his body. His cultivation level was already high enough to begin refining his physical body. Lian Shi had only begun cultivating a couple of months ago, but had already reached the beginning of the second barrier, and all thanks to the system. Just then, there was a knock at the door. It swung open and his older brothers appeared, surprised to see Lian Shi so alert so soon after waking up. Lian Shi, it seemed, hadn't expected guests so early in the morning either. The young man respectfully greeted his senior brothers, but they said there was no need for formalities. They had come to ask Lian Shi about what had happened in the secret chamber. Lian Shi explained that he had blacked out after defeating the last mountain demon sent by Zheng Xiong. The young man realized that his older brothers didn't know about the monsters, so he decided not to tell them to avoid unnecessary questions. Xiao Hu was puzzled since the boys had found Zheng Xiong himself dead. Lian Shi was very surprised if Zheng Xiong was dead. That meant someone had been hiding in the secret room and watching the fights. If he wasn't a friend of Lord Zhao's men, then why didn't he help during the battle? The questions only multiplied. Hu Qi thanked the young man and said he would report everything to the teacher himself, and that Lian Shi should rest and not worry. Xiao Hu mentioned that he'd heard the latest news. Lian Shi's house in his home village had just been rebuilt. The young man was surprised he hadn't expected anyone to take on the task of renovating his house. Lian Shi arrived at the village and was stunned. In place of the fisherman's hut stood a huge estate. It was a massive construction site with a large number of workers. A man came out to meet Lian Shi, greeted him, and offered to show him around. The young man was embarrassed. He didn't want the villagers to call him Master Lian, since they were all much older than him. Finally, the village head spoke up. He said that Lian Shi had saved all the villagers at the river festival, and this was the least the villagers could do to thank their savior. In addition, the people had collected a little money, each contributing what they could, and wanted to give it to Lian Shi, but the young man flatly refused. He suggested using the money to provide 2 meals a day for the workers who were rebuilding his house. And if there was anything left over after the construction, it would be better to divide those funds among themselves. The workers listened in surprise as the young man explained that in the modern world, rice is sometimes more expensive than meat. Thus, everyone was convinced that Lian Shi was not only brave and courageous, but also magnanimous, noble, and generous. Word of Master Lian spread far and wide, and it was hard to hide their pride. The village head also reported that, thanks to Lian Shi, the Yang clan had sent 3 guards to the village to patrol the area and prevent mountain demons from appearing. However, these guards were harsh, and some locals feared them more than the mountain demons themselves. Lian Shi looked around and realized how proud his father would be of him if he could see him now. The young man was certain his life would not be in vain. He would achieve great things and become a good person to others. As night fell, Lian Shi went to the riverbank. His boat had been wrecked last time, and now he needed a new one to continue fishing. This time, Lian Shi wanted to try something interesting. He had been waiting for this ever since the system had awakened. The young man had thought these were just naive dreams, but in his dream he had seen the river guardian actually walking on water. Now the young man stepped onto the water and felt the waves yield to him. It was amazing. Lord Zhao and his son crawled on their knees before the messenger, not knowing what to do now. Lord Zhao was terrified. Tears welled up in his eyes. Their main stronghold had been captured, and their best servant had perished. Moreover, over 100 mountain demons that had been raised recently had been destroyed. The man angrily shoved aside the weeping Zhao, who could do nothing but whine and complain. The envoy was furious. They had almost finished their work in this region, and now this terrible situation had arisen. He wanted to know how the secret hideout had been discovered. However, this was not the only fallen stronghold. Fortunately, there were still enough materials for the pearls. The envoy ordered Lord Zhao to prepare a boat immediately. They needed to return to the cult as soon as possible. Lord Zhao realized the danger had passed and said that everything would be done. By tomorrow morning, everything would be ready. After that, the man and his son saw the messenger off, thanking him for his kindness and understanding. Zhao walked over to the tree in the courtyard, looking pensive and upset. The man told his son that he had planted this tree 5 years ago, and it had already grown quite large. But in all those years, the tree had never borne fruit. The son listened to his father, trying to understand the meaning. Lord Zhao looked closely at the tree and asked his son why he hadn't yet cut down this useless tree. It turned out that it was valuable even without fruit, as it attracted birds that people ate every day. Lord Zhao listed the names of his closest servants who had perished in the refuge a few days earlier and said that they were little birds born to be eaten. He spoke of natural selection, but in doing so mentioned Zheng Xiong, who had even sacrificed his own son for the sake of his master. For the first time, the young man began to reflect. Zheng Xiang, who had spent more time with him than his own father, had ended up in the refuge against his will. Lord Zhao confirmed his son's thought. All trees eventually rot. One cannot rely on them forever. The cult of the demon mother is a rotten tree that will soon perish. Zhao handed his son a wooden box and told him to make sure it reached Lian Shi by the next morning. After that, the father said they would leave for Hangzhou that very day and let others deal with the rest. The next morning, when Lian Shi appeared on the martial arts clan's grounds, all his brothers looked at their comrade with admiration for the immense courage he had shown. They had already heard how the young man had single-handedly killed about a dozen mountain monsters, the very creatures that devoured people. However, this information was inaccurate because one warrior had heard that there were 100 mountain beasts. Lian Shi realized that the rumors about him were getting wilder and wilder, and he suspected that all of this was the work of Xiao Hu. The young man noticed that his older comrades, with whom he had been in the shelter, had gathered together for some reason, and their faces betrayed a look of thoughtfulness and sadness. Upon seeing Lian Shi, they turned to him and said that there was something here sent specifically for him from the Zhao estate. Lian Shi was very surprised. He couldn't imagine that anyone at the Zhao estate knew anything about him. It was a box containing letters and land deeds. Lord Zhao wrote that these papers were worth 2,300 liang of silver. He asked if Lian Shi would accept them as an apology, and the rest were gifts for anyone who wanted them. It seemed that Lord Zhao was no simple man. Here were outlined the escape routes of the cult of the demon mother, as well as the times and methods for contacting them. The brothers fell into thought again. If the citadel had been handed over to them intentionally, then Lord Zhao was not nearly as simple as he had seemed at first glance. Lu Gong said he would report everything to their teacher and figure out what steps they needed to take next. But it was unlikely any of them would let anyone connected to the Demon Mother clan get away. A month before these events, something happened in the village. The villagers noticed Old Man Lu, who was carrying lunch for his wife in a knapsack. The man confirmed that he was indeed on his way to her workplace because he didn't want his beloved wife to go hungry. People considered Old Man Lu a very good man who cared for his loved ones. The man didn't linger. He was in a hurry so that his wife and daughter wouldn't go hungry. He walked along the riverbank for a long time and soon came to a small pier. Just as the man was about to call out to his family, someone crept up behind him and held a knife to his throat. Blood spurting from the wound splattered onto the bag of food. The killer took the food and said they needed to hurry so he could feed the woman. After that, he threw the victim's body into the bushes and, as if nothing had happened, carried the food to his wife and child. The woman was sitting under a canopy with her small child sewing. The man noted that exactly 1 month had passed since the day the envoy Khan had spoken of. When the time came, the man would have to deal with the woman and the child, who suspected nothing and trusted him completely. A voice rang out in the man's head, insisting that he was a weakling and wouldn't be able to bring himself to carry out the task. The voice laughed at the man and said that in that case it would help him. The man thought he was going mad. This voice was speaking in his head. He splashed cold water on his face several times to snap out of it. However, the voice continued to laugh and insist that the man would never be able to get rid of it, because they were one and the same. Soon, 2 brothers from the Yang martial arts clan appeared on the shore. They asked the man to help them cross the river. It turned out he worked as a ferryman. Old Man Lu began ferrying passengers while his wife and young child waved goodbye, advising him to be careful. Lian Shi stood at the stern of the boat, trying not to give himself away, for cult members could be anywhere. The young man understood that he could trust no one. Xiao Hu turned to the ferryman and asked who was staying on shore, probably his wife and children. The man nodded in agreement, but at that moment, Lu Xiaohu said that pretending to be someone else was disgusting. The ferryman tensed, but continued to say that he didn't understand what these gentlemen were talking about. The boat drifted further and further from the shore, and the ferryman kept steering it without turning to face the passengers. Xiaohu drew his daggers and said they would have to skin the ferryman alive to find out the truth. The old man grew angry. He was just 1 day short of completing his mission. He began to curse, hurling insults and abuse at everything around him, thinking that if he had held out for just 1 more day, he wouldn't have had to kill anyone. Now, however, he had to kill everyone, the warriors, the woman, and the child. The ferryman's face looked like that of a monster, and he held a weapon in his hands. Lian Shi noticed the aura emanating from the man. It was a cocoon-level monster. Xiao Hu prepared for battle while Lian Shi raised his spear against this monster hiding within Old Man Lu's body. Xiao Hu addressed his opponent. "There are 2 of us, and you are alone. I wonder how long you can hold out against 2 warriors of the Yang clan." The old man jumped up and declared that they were mistaken if they thought he was alone. At that moment, his true form burst out of the water, with long chains and transparent arms. The monster began to cackle and said that they should have released him sooner. The man's chains had hooks that immediately latched onto Lian Shi's arm, preventing him from moving freely. The chains wrapped around the boy's arms pulled him underwater. In the blink of an eye, Lian Shi found himself overboard. The villain shouted that in the Demon Mother's Guard clan, one was always in the light and the other in the darkness. He was fighting Lu Xiaohu and said that his other half specialized in underwater killings and that in a few minutes Lian Shi would die. The young man hadn't seen his opponent yet, but somewhere in the depths was a monster pulling on chains, dragging him along. The monster was pleased, for the underwater realm was its territory, and it was almost certain that the boy's lungs were already torn apart. But unexpectedly, instead of dragging its prey, the monster slammed into the underwater rocks with great force. It didn't understand what was happening or who it was dealing with. Lian Shi thought that once the fusion had reached 70%, he had always dreamed of finding out how deep he could dive underwater. Now, thanks to the monster, he finally knew. The young man said to the villain, "Welcome," and began pulling him along. The monster was terrified by the boy's strength and tried to resist with his feet. He hadn't even imagined that he had entered a territory where Lian Shi was now the sole ruler. There were no gods in this world, for if there were, they would surely have saved all the oppressed and the unfortunate. But countless ordinary people were constantly dying, and no one paid any attention to their deaths. The villain didn't understand why the gods never answered his prayers and why his fate had turned out this way. People said that God could only be seen on the brink of death. The monster thought that these were probably his final hours, but he was desperate to find out who he was dealing with. He had no intention of giving up, even though he didn't know exactly who he was fighting. However, he believed he had the advantage in speed. That should be enough to finish off the kid, the monster thought, and lunged forward, extending his hand with its long claws. Lian Shi activated his Aquavix and closed in on the monster even faster, striking it with his fist. The blow was powerful. The monster flew back, drenched in its own blood, and didn't understand what was happening, since it was still at the cocoon stage. Lian Shi had no intention of hiding. On the contrary, he began pulling on the chain, drawing the monster closer for another attack. This came as a complete surprise to the opponent, who hadn't expected the boy to attack at all. The boy struck the monster once more accurately and powerfully, realizing that fighting a cocoon-level demon underwater wasn't that difficult. Lian Shi realized he needed to get back to the boat quickly to help Brother Lu, and swam to the surface. The monster lay dying, blood flowing from its mouth, and he recalled the words of his older brother and teacher, "God can only be seen at the threshold of death." Perhaps this was exactly what was happening to the mountain demon right now. Lian Shi was rushing toward the boat at that moment to help his comrade. In the boat, meanwhile, lay a man from the demon clan, having taken several powerful blows. He wasn't worried at all and smiled smugly, certain that the boy he dragged underwater was definitely dead. Lu Xiaohu was distraught. He had to admit that Lian Shi was likely dead, and he regretted that such a young warrior had fallen in broad daylight. But at that moment, to everyone's surprise, Lian Shi emerged from the water. He tossed his spear into the boat and hung onto the side himself. The young man caught his breath with difficulty, then said that the villain who had dragged him underwater had been swallowed by a river monster. Lian Shi had done it all on purpose, pretending to be on his deathbed, as if he had simply been lucky that another monster had killed his opponent. At that moment, the Tahua crocodile swam by, and everyone who saw it assumed the monster had fallen prey to the crocodile. Xiao Hu was convinced that the guy had simply gotten lucky and concluded that Lian Shi had gotten away with it without revealing his abilities. Later, the men called the authorities, and they arrested the man who had been impersonating Mr. Lu. He was so distraught at having lost his dark demon that he didn't even put up a fight. The woman learned that her husband had been killed long ago and that a demon had possessed his body, but fortunately, she and her daughter had survived. This cult member wasn't particularly strong. He belonged to the younger generation, so they dealt with him quite easily. A fierce tiger-level warrior can live for 120 years, and an immortal even longer. But 60 years have already passed since the fall of the Great Qing dynasty. The older generation of cult adherents is barely hanging on, the middle generation is dead, and the immortals only appear as a last resort. It turns out that this youngster isn't part of the cult's core. The greatest danger is the elite, sustained by an influx of new blood. At that moment, a man arrived at the Zhao estate. After many years of cult membership and daily hard labor, he had finally obtained the great blood sacrifice technique. It became clear that the cult lacked talent and needed new people. The man held a purple pill called wolf smoke in his hands, the cult's main hope. Suddenly, there was a loud knock on the door. It was persistent and impossible to ignore. The man didn't want to open the door, but it flew off its hinges because it had been kicked in from the outside. The door shattered into splinters, and the man didn't know if he would have to fight. He asked who had come. Standing before him were a pair of warriors from the Yang martial arts clan. The man put his arms up to defend himself against the direct blow that came crashing down on him. The blow was so powerful that the man flew across the entire courtyard and crashed into the wall. Blacksmith Lugong realized from the force of the blow that the man he had just struck was likely a level above the blacksmith himself. And that meant he possessed at least wolf smoke, so the duel would be extremely difficult. The stranger sat there, pondering that he had originally expected a difficult fight, but now he saw weaklings before him. Hu Qi tried to gauge his opponent's level. If the man had withstood the blacksmith's blow without a single scratch, then he was very strong. Meanwhile, the stranger was gathering his qi, thinking that if this was all the warriors were capable of, they wouldn't leave here alive today. The men noticed that the enemy had begun gathering energy and realized the fight would be a tough one. Lugong didn't want to wait for the villain to reach his full power, so he leaped forward and struck the stone monument in the courtyard. The blow was unexpected and aimed at the stranger, but the man split the monument with a few light strikes of his hand. No sooner had the stranger had time to dust himself off than arrows fired by Hu Qi flew toward him. The man knew that an ordinary arrow wouldn't even pierce his aura, let alone his body and skin. But this was no ordinary arrow. As it approached the villain's face, Hu Qi commanded it to open, and the arrow split apart, releasing a gas. The man didn't expect this and clutched his eyes, which began to hurt terribly. The blacksmith took advantage of this brief delay. In the blink of an eye, he leaped toward the villain, ready to strike with his powerful fists. The blow was magnificent, and the villain found himself in the middle of the courtyard. He was certain the men had exposed him because of the traitorous Zhao. But now the man couldn't let them live. He took out a wolf smoke pill and prepared to use it. Hu Qi turned out to be an excellent archer. He fired an arrow that struck the pill squarely. The stranger lay in the middle of the courtyard saying, as expected, that scoundrel Zhao told the boys about the pill. However, no one had claimed the pill was real, and now the man popped a purple bean into his mouth. The guys didn't realize when the enemy had managed to put it in his mouth, but they sensed that it didn't bode well. The monster swallowed the pellet, shielding his eyes from the gas, and now began to regenerate even more powerfully. When the rebirth was complete, a huge and mighty demon stood before them, one that was nearly impossible to fight. It marveled at its own power and asked the warriors if they could withstand the highest level of wolf smoke. Lian Shi and her fourth brother ran into the city and realized they needed to get to the Zhao estate immediately. When they arrived, the courtyard was empty, but a terrifying energy could be felt everywhere. Xiaohu knew his comrades well and understood that both brothers were in serious trouble. Powerful explosions rang out from the other side of the estate, sending stones flying in all directions. Nothing good could be expected from the occultists. A serious battle lay ahead, one in which the boys were unlikely to prevail. Looking at the creature before them, they couldn't tell if it was a human or a demon. The opponent barely resembled a human. He was very tall, and a terrifying energy emanated from him. The man said that ordinary people were to blame for the descendants of the previous dynasty becoming like him. Many years ago, wars broke out. People fled from soldiers, villages were burned to the ground, and crops were destroyed. The man told his wife to take the child and flee while he tried to hold off the soldiers and divert their attention from the civilians. In the end, the woman suffered terrible injuries and died, but she wanted her son to live for his mother's sake. Since then, every follower of the cult must give their life in service to the mother of the cult. After these events, it was difficult for an ordinary boy to survive, so he became an apprentice to the cult leader. He was given a new name, Han Ji Jun, and his life was devoted to serving the cult. A duel began between him and the warriors of the Yang clan. Their speeds were so high that Hu Qi couldn't aim properly, fearing he might hit a comrade. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice behind him and was glad that reinforcements had arrived. Xiaohu and Lian Shi were ready to join the battle. Hu Qi admitted that he couldn't help Lu Gong, who was fighting the cult representative. Xiaohu, the best archer among the group, said there was no need to worry, he could handle it himself, and drew his bow. The boys watched the duel with fascination. This was wolf smoke level combat, and the chance to witness such power firsthand didn't come along every day. It was clear that the fight would be intense, and Lu Gong wouldn't last long. At that speed, he needed to find a weak spot. The young man understood that his opponent's weak spot was somewhere near the heart, and he wanted to expose it for his comrades so they could join the battle. At that moment, an arrow whistled past the blacksmith's ear, flying straight into the demon's chest. From the outside, it seemed that the arrow's energy was weaker than usual, but the enemy simply possessed powerful protection against arrows. He addressed the warriors, saying that their arrows wouldn't even scratch him, since they couldn't pierce his aura. Lu Gong realized that the fourth brother was deliberately firing arrows at the monster to distract it. The moment the next arrow was fired, Lu Gong took advantage of it and struck the enemy directly in the chest. The archer's next shot also hit its mark, because the protective aura had already been pierced, and the arrow could reach its target. The head of the Demon Mother clan had always lived in the mountains and wore a mask over his face. The disciples had asked more than once why they could not live in the sunlight. In response, Han Ji-jun explained that they were the remnants of the previous dynasty, and there was no place for them in the new era, because someone had taken what rightfully belonged to them. And then a treacherous arrow flew straight into Han Ji-jun's chest, piercing his protective aura. It came as a complete surprise. Zejun began coughing up blood, doubled over, unable to comprehend how this could have happened. Lianxi watched the duel with interest and soon realized the trick Xiao Hu had used. The first arrow fired by Xiao Hu had been deliberately weakened to deceive Han Ji-jun. The villain thought it was a shot from Hu Qi and that the archer didn't possess superpowers, so it wouldn't harm him. The second arrow fired by Xiao Hu was imbued with all of Skakun's power. Lianxi noted with admiration that he still had a great deal to learn. In addition to martial skill, one must master cunning and strategy. Liu Gong addressed his comrades. At this stage, the enemy is defeated, but he must be bound with a steel chain immediately. This chain had been specially crafted to contain the power of wolf smoke. Han Ji-jun, despite the arrow sticking out of his heart, was alive and still dangerous, which spoke to the strength of the enemies facing the martial arts clan. Lianxi watched thoughtfully while his older comrades chuckled softly at him, lest the young man faint from fear. Xiao Hu noted that cultists like to keep demons by their side and use them for any reason. But Zijun joined the conversation and said that they were neither human nor demon. It was clear that it was hard for him to speak, but he continued. He had spent his entire life in a cave where not a single ray of sunlight penetrated. He added, what if you're trying to climb out of a pit filled with corpses and you're forced to do it your whole life? In truth, Zejun simply wanted to live under the sun. Ordinary people and warriors would never be able to understand that. Lu Xiaohu told the villain that he didn't need to play the victim. All the actions of Han and his followers destroyed hundreds of families, depriving mothers of their sons and daughters of their fathers. Therefore, there was no point in reminiscing about a miserable past just to elicit pity. Xiao Hu added that he didn't care about this monster. He just wanted to snap his neck and feed his heart to the dogs. His comrades watched their friend with concern as he took the situation very much to heart. Everyone knew that the fourth warrior was an orphan. His parents had been killed by cultists. To prevent any retaliation, the friends decided to take Ji Jun to the clan to speak with the leader. After that, the whole group left the Zhao estate, even though Qi Shai was upset and dissatisfied. Lu Gong gave his friend a friendly hug and promised to treat him to some good drinks after they handed over the villain. Hu Qi asked his friend to train him in archery, for everyone knew no one shoots better than Qi Shai. Lianxi watched his friends with a smile. It had been a long time since he had seen such kindness, love, and mutual support. The young man remembered that he had never felt anything like this before. Lu Gong turned to him. "You should come with us too, to celebrate today's victory." Lianxi was pleased and happily agreed. He had much to learn from these warriors. The whole group led the defeated Han Ji-jun back to the clan, despite the arrow sticking out of his heart. The men now turned their attention to Lianxi, noticing how he watched the duel with fascination. The pets without a master were sad. The crocodile Tahua had even started to lose weight. Chonky spent most of his time in his little cave. He spent his days eating and sleeping. Sometimes he thought of his master and tried to change his life. Somek jumped up, washed his face, packed his bag, and full of energy, was ready to go fishing. He wanted to catch a mystical fish for his beloved owner, but the fish turned out to be no pushover and wasn't about to give up easily. Chonky tried for a long time to catch it, and exhausted, lay down on the bottom, ready to give up. All the pets remembered the last lesson. Don't transform unnecessarily or people might notice them. Another lesson was that if brute force doesn't work, you have to use your brain. Chonky realized it was time to think and decided to play the romance card, gazing at the fish with a loving look. But that didn't work either. The fish kept swimming away. Chonky couldn't understand how a fish could be so heartless and not respond to romantic vibes. Clash and Tahu watched this happen without doing anything, finding Chonky's attempts ridiculous. Chonky was very disappointed and lay down again, hoping that some compassionate fish would come near him. Sumki didn't know what to do again. Maybe ask someone for help? Of course, such behavior might be seen as unprofessional, but pets without an owner are capable of extreme measures. Tahua agreed completely. He was barely holding back from devouring all the fishermen who appeared in his river. It was early morning in the martial arts clan, and there was practically no one to be seen on the street except for one student. Lianxi couldn't calm down at all, because after they dealt with Han Ji-jun, the mistress had rewarded them with silver confiscated from the Zhao estate. Each received 150 taels of silver and of the finest, purest kind. Everyone thought the mistress was very generous and kind, and they were grateful to her for it. Lian Shi was absolutely thrilled, while his older brothers teased the boy, realizing it was the first time he'd ever held that much money in his hands. After that, the brothers set out again to clear out the cultists' hideout, and the young man's strength had grown significantly. Although he hadn't yet broken through the flesh barrier, he already felt that there wasn't much time left before he did, and that day would soon come. Qi Shai stepped out onto the training grounds and noted that Lian Shi was training very hard, which was wonderful. The boy reported that the master had returned. He was summoning everyone to discuss recent events, commend their achievements, and hand out rewards. Han Ji-jun was still in captivity and continued to spew hatred toward the Zhao family, intending to kill them all. He also planned to deal with these guys who were now watching calmly and confidently. Qi Shai didn't understand why they had to eat in the company of these freaks who were chained to posts right in the dining hall, but it turned out that the lady had ordered it that way. It was unclear what she had in mind and why she had planned this. Qi Shai wasn't surprised when he saw one of the brothers who hadn't been at the Zhao estate, but the guy replied that on that day, he and his brother Guo Ran had been on a mission elsewhere. All the men sat at the table and admired the mistress, who turned out to be a wonderful hostess and had organized such a feast for them. Lu Gong surmised that Lian Shi still didn't know the lady's name. The woman's name was Hu Hanju. Her ancestors had held positions as ministers and even chief secretary, and it was the commander-in-chief himself who had introduced her to the clan head. The lady's father was none other than Hu Ronggang, a third-rank official of the imperial court. Therefore, her marriage to teacher Yang Dongxiong could be considered a union, but it was better not to speak of this aloud, or else the teacher would skin him alive. Finally, the teacher arrived with his wife. Everyone sat down at the table and listened attentively to Dongsun. The teacher thanked all the boys, noting that they had done a very good job and that these two villains, hanging in the room, would soon be handed over to the authorities. Han Ji-jun shouted that they might be killed or even flayed alive. He didn't care, because there would be others in the cult who would avenge them. Master Yang said that the cult members didn't understand the principles of balance at all. They behaved like true fools, for whom goals are above all else. The master said that Ji Dong is alive only because he is useful. Otherwise, they would not have let him breathe for even a single second longer. The master added that after the trial of the cult members, all the warriors and disciples would be rewarded. But even now, Yang Dongxian had something special for their youngest disciple, Lian Shi. The master held a wooden box in his hands and said that it was a gift for the boy from his older brother. The gift had been delivered just the night before. Lian Shi was very surprised. He hadn't expected to receive a gift at all, and couldn't imagine which older brother was being referred to. The night before, the captain had been asked why he decided to give this item away, since he'd fought Wolf Smoke for it. The captain said that his younger brother was very lucky, and that they had looked down on him and thought poorly of him for years. The guard confirmed that this was right. None of the leaders should have favorites. A warrior was sitting nearby on the ground and announced to everyone present that he knew what they were whispering about. But to put an end to the idle chatter, he was ready to treat all the guys to a drink today. The warriors received this news with enthusiasm, and they stopped hinting that someone wasn't a favorite of the leadership. The warrior was very pleased and now hoped that Lian Shi would like the gift. The young man finally opened the wooden box, and immediately a new energy filled the room. It was hard to believe, but inside the box lay a spirit weapon. It was a beautiful dagger in a sheath. Every spiritual weapon is unique. Its ability to evolve alongside its owner grants it an unshakable status in the art of weaponry. Possessing such a weapon is an incredible stroke of luck for an ordinary fighter, and few blacksmiths are capable of creating such a marvel. Lian Shi couldn't believe his eyes, but now he had more than one spirit weapon. The exquisite dagger lying in the chest was the second spiritual weapon in his arsenal. The young man picked up the dagger, pulled it from its sheath, and read that this weapon had a name, Azure Wolf. This dagger was meant to address the weaknesses Lian Shi still had in close combat. The young man would now be able to fight perfectly in any environment. This news delighted him greatly, but he still had to get back to his daily routine. Because of the whole situation with the clan members, he had already missed several classes. It was time to go back to school, and taking everything he needed with him, Lian Shi set off for his next classes. As he approached the school, he heard the students pronouncing various sounds and realized that they were currently studying the phonetic system. Lian Shi remembered that some time ago he had had trouble memorizing whole characters. Si Hengui was very pleased that the boy had returned to school and would continue his studies. Lian Shi apologized to the teacher for his absences, but no one was going to scold him, because everyone already knew exactly what the young man had been up to lately. The teacher said they needed to get back to class quickly because he and the headmaster had improved the phonetic system. The headmaster at this school was equivalent to a school principal in everyday life, and now teacher Shi brought the boy to speak with the headmaster. The headmaster was a gray-haired old man who had spent his entire life teaching. He said he was impressed by the system proposed by Lian Shi. The young man bowed and greeted the headmaster, trying not to think about the fact that he had simply explained to these people rules that all children know in normal life. The headmaster said there was no need for formalities and invited the young man to look at the notes he had made together with teacher Shi. Lian Shi began studying the papers and realized that his ideas had proven very useful, and now the system of vowel and consonant characters had become much simpler. The abbot had truly improved the system. The old man was not only old but also wise. Lian Shi said admiringly that he was amazed because this version of the phonetic system was even better than he could have imagined. However, the abbot said he admired the young man without his idea. Who knows how long people would have continued to explain characters using other characters. And now, as a token of gratitude, many doors would open for the young man, and he would be able to study whatever he wished. Lian Shi thanked the teacher and the school's headmaster and thought how good and helpful it was to have influential people backing him. Lian Shi decided to take advantage of the situation and asked who exactly had been Shi Henggui's teacher. The man scratched his beard and said that, come to think of it, he had never mentioned his name. At the pinnacle of the pyramid of power sits the emperor, and beneath him are all the rest. The Victorian pavilions and the academicians are subject to them. The teacher and mentor's name is Li Haobai. He is one of the 5 great academics. In his letter, this academician praised the system proposed by Lian Shi. Most likely, he will be able to convince the emperor. Of course, Dashan culture is very ancient, but that doesn't mean it's closed off to anything new. The new phonetic system will help keep up with the times. Lian Shi clarified that besides the scholar, there were 4 other people. Moreover, it is unknown how the emperor will react. The teacher kept saying that there was no need to worry about the emperor, because he had always encouraged new ideas. Well, to be perfectly honest about Li Haobai, one can say without false modesty that he is one of the most powerful. The imperial palace, renowned for its wealth and luxury, was located in the capital. The emperor always kept a very close eye on matters related to science and development. After listening to the latest reports, he ordered the academics to go about their business if they were done. The academics bowed to the emperor, wishing him a long life and a successful reign. But before they had a chance to leave the throne room, one of the scholars addressed the emperor, saying that as a loyal servant, he needed to tell him something. The man said he would like to show the emperor a new method for studying Chinese characters. Li Haobai was an official from the Abyss Pavilion. He wanted to explain the phonetic system. Another scholar, upon hearing of the innovation, shouted that it was absurd and utter nonsense because it was impossible to replace ancient methods, and even thinking about it was foolish. Another of the scholars was indignant. Did Scholar Li really not understand what their nation's culture was based on? Academician Li, in turn, accused his colleagues of having no understanding of the word reform and of relying solely on outdated knowledge. Another academician supported this system, saying that the phonetic system was far superior to the one they had used previously. This was perceived by many as a deliberate accusation that their ancestors were foolish and backward. Some believed that academician Li would not have dared to propose such a phonetic system during the reign of the Qin dynasty. This scholar was immediately rebuked, as the Dashang dynasty was currently in power, and it was unclear why he had mentioned the Qin dynasty. Finally, the emperor put an end to this pointless argument with a shout, saying that he had no intention of listening to his subordinates' quarrels. He wanted to know why academician Li held this method in such high regard. The scholar bowed even lower before the emperor and said that this method could be used to lay the foundation of the country. If the state did not open the way to change, everything could end just as it did with the Qin dynasty. When His Majesty was young, he personally took part in campaigns against the northern barbarians and traveled to the south to learn about the lives of ordinary people. The emperor fears stagnation, but by no means reform. The previous method consisted of a vast number of characters that were very difficult and time-consuming to learn. The scholar asked his colleagues and the other officials how long it had taken them to learn even half of the characters. The men didn't know how to answer and just exchanged glances with one another, trying not to meet the emperor's gaze. Academician Li estimated that this process usually took at least 5 years. But if one used the new phonetic method, it could be done in just 6 months. A murmur rippled through the ranks of those present. Some thought it was nonsense, while others were delighted to hear about 6 months. The most ardent supporters of the old method began accusing their colleague of empty talk. But academician Li was completely calm and confident. He said that anyone who doubted it could see for themselves once they tried the new phonetic method. Academician Li reported to the emperor that this method had been invented by a student of his student, a young man named Lian Shi. Although he was just an ordinary fisherman, the young man was very intelligent. The scholar believed that this was an incredible contribution to the culture and development of the entire country. and therefore Lian Shi deserved a reward and a noble title. The emperor listened carefully to all the information. It was new and quite interesting. Before rewarding or punishing anyone, it was necessary to test the phonetic system first. It was decided to try it out on the sixth prince. At the Yang Dongsun clan's martial arts school, it was a typical workday. The teacher examined the letter and reported that the emperor had demanded a full report on Lian Shi. A destiny pattern must be created. This is vital information for any martial arts master. The master explained that a destiny pattern does not fully define a person, but it can still reveal a great deal about them. People with a unique destiny pattern are considered blessed by the heavens and chosen by fortune. All that remained was to figure out how to get out of the current situation. Our destiny is not determined by heaven, but is subject to the laws of fate. The wind makes the tiger fierce. The rain turns the dragon into a mighty being. The higher a person's destiny level, the greater their achievements. And if they are a warrior, the stronger their combat abilities. One can also learn much from fate. If one acts in accordance with it, everything will go more smoothly and quickly. People with a high level of fate often possess two seals of fate, the direct and the indirect. For example, the youngest holy warrior, Zhang Longxi, bears two seals at once. The direct seal is the divine Mount Dazhu, and the indirect seal is the demon devourer. This means that on his path to glory, he must endure terrible hardships and trials. And indeed, many years later, Zhang Longxian was attacked in the northern wasteland. Alone, he fought 3 true elephants, killing 2 and severely wounding 1. It was then that he proved himself worthy of the title of Invincible Warrior. Another holy warrior, Yuanji, possessed the destiny of the Great Stone Mountain. He mastered the way in the wild mountains and attained the level of holy warrior, regaining his youth. But unfortunately, this warrior was stubborn and did not submit to the laws of fate. Therefore, he was killed in turn. Where these 2 great warriors fought, the earth was stained with blood. The local wildlife, having absorbed this power, began to transform into spirits and demons. Over time, these places became filled with all manner of monsters possessing immense power. But it is important to remember that fate is not set in stone. It changes and people influence each other's destinies. Lian Shi listened and asked his teacher how to discover his own fate. The simplest method turned out to be using the ashes of a special incense of destiny. With it, one can determine one's destiny, but only after activating the destiny-bearing pattern. The more it is imbued with blessings, the more accurate the result will be. The teacher informed him that fate incense, aged for 5 years, had been specially prepared for Lian Shi for the new year. The only thing missing was a single drop of blood from a century-old precious fish. As soon as Lian Shi heard about the precious fish, it was as if a light bulb went off in his head. It was a creature born of nature itself. Its blood was filled with special luck and blessings. Without the spiritual fish, the ritual could not be completed. The teacher said he had already instructed various people to gather information about this fish. Now everything depended on luck. Lian Shi thanked the teacher. Of course, there wasn't much he could do to help, but when it came to searching for the precious fish, Lian Shi was a true professional. However, he first needed to buy a suitable vessel because the search for the precious fish would be nothing like before. The young man headed to the pier. His old boat had been smashed to pieces when he witnessed a battle between 2 powerful spirits. Soon the young man reached the right spot and was ready to make the most expensive purchase of his young life. At that time, the boat-selling business in the area was almost entirely controlled by the Fishermen's Guild. Those who couldn't afford to buy a boat rented one from the guild. The young man went inside and was greeted by a servant who offered to show him the boats. He said he had a beautiful brand new boat for sale. It was coated in tung oil and gleamed like a true beauty. The boat looked simply excellent, and the price was reasonable. Plus, the first few months of the lease would be interest-free. Lian Shi knew a lot about boats, and it really did look impressive. But the young man noticed that these boats had been secretly modified. But before the young man could make up his mind about the boat, someone called out his name, and soon the name Lian Shi was echoing everywhere. Mr. Lin Dai came out to meet him, accompanied by his wife and child. He said it was a great honor for them to meet the hero Lian Shi. Everyone in town already knew that Lian Shi was the new 9th disciple of the great Master Yang, whom everyone was talking about. They said that Lian Shi was a true hero. He had personally destroyed over 100 mountain demons. Mr. Lin said that his son had long been telling him about the young man who had become famous, and now they were very happy to see such talent and nobility in their shop. Mr. Lin immediately ordered his boys to bow and greet Master Yang. The boys, of course, were obedient sons of their father and bowed their heads before Uncle Lian. Naturally, such a situation was bound to go to his head, and soon Lian Shi asked to be addressed simply by his first name. The men began to talk, and Mr. Lin admitted that he had a very important matter to discuss with the young man. Lin Dai offered the young man the role of patron of their Fishermen's Guild. If he agreed, he would receive 20% of the guild's income, as well as the best boat as a gift. Soon the talk turned to as much as 30%, but to the surprise of everyone present, Lian Shi refused. The young man said he had a rough idea of what was going on here. In this world, the big fish eat the little fish, and he didn't want to judge anyone for doing business. But most likely, Mr. Lin simply failed to grasp one thing. Lian Shi was also a fisherman and understood a great deal. A good reputation brings benefits, but only if you deserve it. Lian Shi can be of use to the fisherman, but he doesn't understand what will happen next. Once the fishermen get used to the low rent, they'll start to look down on their patron the moment he joins their guild. Besides, the young man understood that he couldn't save the whole world. Maybe he was a good person, but not good enough to sacrifice himself. Lin Dai understood what the young man was getting at and promised not to press the issue further, but to do just one thing. In return, Master Lin would give Lian Shi a boat. It turned out that demons and spirits had been appearing more and more frequently near the border with Shuabu County lately. They frightened and terrorized the fishermen, destroyed their catch, and generally prevented them from working in peace. Lin Di asked the young man to destroy these monsters so that the fishermen could go about their work in peace. Countless treasures lay hidden in the river's vast waters, but behind all that beauty lay countless dangers as well. The watery territory was divided into two zones, the shallows and the depths. The shallows were a place ordinary people could reach, but there were few resources there. The deep waters proved to be extremely dangerous, yet full of rare resources. If intelligent spirits or monsters wished to appear in the shallows, they were required to notify the river god. Otherwise, the Dacian Empire would track them down and punish them. At best, they would be expelled. At worst, they would be destroyed. For example, Quan Tu's mother came to the shallows precisely for safety, to lay her eggs and survive. The battle between two powerful spirits, a giant toad and a bird, took place in the deep zone. The spirit Lin Dai spoke of dwelled right on the border of the deep zone. Such places are particularly dangerous. Spirits often get lost and accidentally wander into the shallows. Lian Shi, along with his tame centipede, secretly combed through the entire area around the city and along the county. They drove all the weak spirits out of the shallow waters. Chongqi and Tahua also participated in this process. Therefore, the spirit the fisherman had spoken of was most likely not very strong. However, a spirit is merely a supporting element. Lian Shi was already an extraordinary person who could survive only in shallow waters. At this point, the young man had already achieved 70% fusion and had nearly broken through the barrier of the body. The young man was ready for great achievements. He activated the water current, hoping to find only truly valuable treasures in the deep zone, such as a century-old precious fish. Lian Shi was very pleased. With this goal in mind, Lian Shi dived off the boat, preparing to encounter the spirit. Soon he found himself in the true deep zone, where there were things everywhere that could not be found in shallow water. Lian Shi had already spent several hours underwater, but he still hadn't found what he was looking for. The young man saw stunningly beautiful aquatic plants, resembling tulips, growing out of the sand. If held in the mouth, they would allow an ordinary person to breathe underwater for half an hour. Soon the young man spotted a rainstone shell, a delicacy enjoyed only by true gentlemen. Of course, all of this was very beautiful, but it wasn't what he was looking for today. And finally, at some point, Lian Shi realized that the centipede had found something valuable. He followed Chongqi into the thicket of seaweed, having no idea what might await him there. When he saw who was hiding in the seaweed, the young man didn't know whether to be happy or scared, because it was a 7-starred eel. The thing is, you can't accurately gauge a spirit's power by its appearance, but if it's below the level of wolf smoke, they're simply called water spirits, because they're almost never found anywhere. Powerful monsters, dragons, live by their own rules. They don't venture into shallow waters for 2 reasons. First, they fear Dashun, and second, it's simply not worth their while. Ordinary people are like rice husks to them. Although some valuable fish possess incredible strength from birth, Lian Shi wasn't afraid of the eel. He knew that this fish was still too weak for him. The young man swam up to the fish and activated his aqua spell. After that, he was certain the fish wouldn't get away, because he could already control the massive stream of water that had entangled the eel. It soon became clear that the fish was practically immobilized and couldn't break free. And then, just when no one was expecting a trick, something strange happened. It flashed past the young man. Lian Shi didn't even have time to understand or get a good look. There was something near the boy that had just stolen his eel. Now it was clear exactly what kind of spirit Mr. Lin Dai had been talking about. A huge monster with a saw instead of a nose appeared before the young man. But now, nothing is likely to save him, because he dared to eat the eel that Lian Shi had intended to catch for himself. Lian Shi wanted to demand the water spirit's life in exchange for the stolen fish. Every time his level of fusion with water increases, Lian Shi's physical form takes a leap forward. That's why he always looks forward to situations where he can test himself, to understand when the water spirit will break through to a new level. Although the loss of the precious fish was certainly sad, this giant had given the boy even more opportunities. Lian Shi had a premonition that the water spirit would be able to break through to the next stage. To do this, first he must want it, and second he must defeat this swimming monster. Without a moment's hesitation, Lian Shi was ready to engage in a duel with the enormous sawfish. The sawfish also wanted to devour the man, so it tried to attack him with its only weapon. The crab was ready nearby, holding its master's spear in its claws. The young man gave the command, and the crab hurled the spear at the body of the swimming monster. Unfortunately, it didn't hit the sawfish, but that wasn't necessary. Lian Shi grabbed his spear and prepared to thrust it into his opponent. The young man put all his strength into the strike, and the spear pierced the sawfish's belly. At that moment, the centipede immediately reached the wound on the sawfish's belly and injected its venom there. The Tahua crocodile swam over and began chewing on the fins to prevent the fish from swimming away quickly. The crab threatened to tear the fish apart with its claws, while the catfish Chonki wrapped its whiskers around the water spirit's tail. Lian Shi delivered the final blow, striking the sawfish. Lian Shi was very pleased with this fishing trip. Victory came to him easier than easy. Compared to his previous battle with the crab, this time none of the beasts were even injured, and the enemy was destroyed without much effort. Moreover, the young man had unleashed his full potential, and it turned out he possessed immense power. The pets eagerly awaited their master treating them to the fish, and now it was time to butcher the carcass. This monster had a unique body structure. Its meat made up no more than half of its total mass. But fortunately, this particular specimen was large in itself, so there should be plenty of meat to go around. Lian Shi grilled the fish skewers over the fire and, taking his first bite, wondered how much water energy he would gain. Since there wasn't much else to do, Lian Shi immediately checked his stats and was surprised to find that a single piece had given him as many as 22 points. It seemed that with such a haul, he would definitely be able to improve his water spirit, if not tonight, then certainly later, since he would have his fill of meat. The more the boy ate, the more energy flowed into him, and now the complete fusion with the water monkey was complete, and the water spirit had risen to a new level. Now Lian Shi had the river's protection, the very same ability he'd used on the day of the river offering to battle the mountain demon. Only now, after reviewing his profile, did Lian Shi realize that he had fulfilled all the requirements for the upgrade entirely by accident. Now there was only one thing left to do. He needed to upgrade the water spirit. Lian Shi wasn't going to wait another moment and immediately activated this ability. Something unusual began to happen around him. It was similar to the moment when he first received the water spirit's favor. Of course, the young man didn't really want to believe it would happen again. But once more, he couldn't stay on his feet and began to fall. He couldn't understand what was happening to him. Lian Shi struggled to keep himself upright, leaning on his palms and trying not to lose consciousness. But it turns out that this is exactly how the ascension takes place. Today it was successful. He had received a water spirit of incredible power. It enhanced all of Lian Shi's physical abilities, granted him boundless energy and endless strength, and was simply unstoppable. In addition, a new innate skill, Wave Leap, had been added. The water prison skill had been mastered, and the blessing of water had been received. Its energy nourished the body while in water. It was unclear how much time had passed before Lian Shi woke up. He felt as if his body were about to burst into pieces. Unable to muster the strength to sit up, the young man studied his profile and all the abilities he now possessed. Lian Shi was certain it had been worth it. The dragon veins and tiger bones now present in the young man's body were an excellent bonus. His energy had tripled instantly, and his strength had grown just as much. This was no longer mere strength, but true power. While his skin and muscles were still weak, he needed to use food and special hardening methods to get his blood flowing and stimulate development. But when a person reaches a new level, they can move on to internal methods, fueling external development from within and even strengthening the organs. Just recently, Master Yang had begun teaching the young man the principles of energy circulation, and now Lian Shi was experiencing this in practice. Lian Shi realized he had advanced to the bone level. His tendons were long and strong, his bones heavy, his muscles supple. Had it not been for this advancement, the threefold increase in blood energy would only have complicated the process. Lian Shi was glad that his teacher had made him practice internal techniques in advance. Today, the strength gained from the advancement allowed him to pass this stage with ease. The notification stated that the crocodile could evolve into a horned crocodile, and the catfish could become a tiger-headed catfish. Lian Shi was very pleased and decided that today he would evolve both of them. The pets were also pleased, though tense, not understanding what they would become. The evolution process was in full swing, and soon, where the crocodile and catfish had been, 2 large glowing eggs appeared. Soon the first egg cracked open, and the crocodile became a real monster, more like a dragon. The tiger-headed catfish looked very scary too. Now it was no longer the cute little catfish Chonky, but a real killer. Lian Shi stroked his companions, admiring their new appearance and strength. The pets were also very pleased. The difficulty of merging them increased tenfold thereafter, so spending the remaining water energy on improving them was simply pointless and unprofitable. Lian Shi decided to think big. The patronage of water allowed him to slowly accumulate water energy in the water and make up for its shortage for the evolution of the beasts. Now 2 of his pets had evolved and were content with their lives. But the others couldn't be left behind, for who knew what dangers lay ahead. Lian Shi understood that his beasts, his pets, were his trump card, one his enemies usually didn't suspect. Lian Shi understood that he had had no choice at all before, but today he decided he would take everything that was rightfully his. Morning came. Lian Shi was speeding down the river in his boat. It was what people usually call gliding over the waves. Lian Shi didn't move. He thought this control over water was truly worth it. Yet before, he'd believed he already knew how to control water. Something very unexpected had happened just last night. 2 evolved pets had suddenly gained special abilities. The crocodile was especially proud. He practically felt like a water dragon. Chonky had evolved and could now unleash something like towering waves. And the crocodile was now able to grant everyone a buff for immediate health regeneration. Lian Shi didn't forget that he was first and foremost a fisherman, so he activated a water prison, and several large fish voluntarily jumped into his boat. Lian Shi used these fish to attract larger prey. Why bother with small fry when you can catch a single giant? Crab Clash transformed into a stone crab claw, and few could withstand his blows. And the water centipede became a water millipede, never changing its name. Lian Shi enjoyed this kind of fishing with his god-tier skills. Now he didn't have to worry at all. A huge fish caught by his pets lay on his boat. Lian Shi was very pleased with the results of today's training, but he understood that he now had a long path of cultivation ahead of him. Finally, the young man decided it was time to return to his normal life. He was ready to go back to the fishing wharves and talk to the fishermen. At that moment, the fishermen were idling away their time, sitting in the harbor. They didn't know if that boring master Liani would return. Even though 3 whole days had already passed, the fishermen's days were all the same. They sat, smoked, and looked out at the water, musing on the vicissitudes of life. One of the fishermen said that it's usually those who can swim who drown and die. They get themselves into dangerous situations, confident in their strength. And in our time too, there have been many fishermen who have perished in deep waters. The men shared their breakfast among themselves and continued to discuss the vicissitudes of fate. But their breakfast was suddenly interrupted when the head of a huge monster, a sawfish, fell among them. Lian Shi turned to the old man and asked him to tell Mr. Lin Di that the river monster had been dealt with. They were even, and the young man was taking the boat for himself. After that, the young man turned and went about his business, leaving the frightened fisherman standing near the enormous fish head. Lian Shi walked through the market. He was pleased with his fishing, but he hadn't managed to catch the precious fish, so he had to sell what he'd caught. Suddenly, the young man heard someone in the market talking about the precious fish. Apparently, someone had been lucky enough to catch one today. And indeed, a very beautiful fish hung from one fisherman's rod. Everyone agreed that Lao Chenyu had been incredibly lucky today. People turned to Lian Shi, since he was a martial arts master and knew his way around everything. Was this big fish really a precious one? The young man examined it closely and confirmed. It was a blue-backed dragon carp, a precious fish over 100 years old, and it weighed as much as 45 taels of silver. The fishermen and everyone present, upon hearing of such a large amount of silver, nearly fainted from surprise. Lian Shi handed the fisherman a purse containing 50 taels and said he would buy the fish. The fisherman paused to think for a moment. It seemed he didn't want to part with such a beauty, or perhaps the sum wasn't enough for him. Then he smiled and said that Lian Shi had saved the entire village. So a fish like this, caught for a hero, was an honor for any fisherman. The man did not want to take the silver. Everyone at the market thought that Fisherman Chen had gone mad. He was being offered money, yet he refused. Lian Shi also remembered this man as kind and sincere. Once during a famine, he had shared with Lian Shi a meat-filled flatbread he'd bought for his own child, thereby saving Lian Shi's life. Lian Shi hoisted the huge fish onto his back, said goodbye to the fisherman, and told him he was taking the fish. The fisherman was on the verge of tears. He thought of his friend, who had raised an excellent son, but unfortunately the man would never know it. Lian Shi was no longer thinking about what was happening. His mind was elsewhere. He had finally gathered all the materials. Now all that remained was to wait for the new year and the ritual to determine his fate. Time flew by quickly, and soon everything around was decorated for the new year. Yang Dongxian stood near the memorial plaques. He hoped that the spirits of his old comrades would continue to protect his students and descendants. Lian Shi studied the plaques intently, thinking that all of them were his teacher's comrades in arms. Yang Dongxian finished his rituals and announced to his student that the time had finally come. Lian Shi was very serious. His fate was about to be determined, and his life's path would be set. Everything was ready for the blood sacrifice ritual, capable of connecting with destiny. Lian Shi held a sharp knife in his hands, with which he was to make an incision and draw his own blood. After that, the blood was collected in a special bowl. There shouldn't be too much of it. Yang Dongxian handed the student a napkin, on which the ashes of burnt incense had been collected. It was to be used as ink for a seal. To do this, the ashes were poured into an inkwell. The teacher told Lian Shi to press down as hard as possible with his right hand and to do so from top to bottom, without shifting. There was no need to tremble or strain. The clearer the drawing, the better the understanding. Yang Dongxian then poured the blood from the bowl onto the floor, and it naturally formed a circle. This was already surprising and unusual. Master Yang now held in his hands the imprint left by Lian Shi's hand on the hall floor. He brought it to the pool of blood and with a sharp movement, made an impression. It soon became known that both seals, the straight and the slanted, had been imprinted on the youngest disciple. Everyone understood that this was remarkable. Lian Shi had a special destiny. In ordinary people, both seals are empty. Even if there is just one, it is already a sign of talent. The left oblique seal resembled a river, but for some reason the oblique seal depicts an inanimate object. Usually malevolent spirits are depicted there. The right vertical seal appeared to have imprinted a monkey. This was also strange since an evil entity cannot be a monkey. Hu Chi Shai thought it was the other way around. The guy's straight and diagonal seals seemed to have switched places. But then the idea occurred to them that perhaps they weren't seeing a river at all. If you look closely, the imprint of fate looks very much like a dragon, as if a split were occurring. All the disciples realized they were completely confused and now wanted to know what Yang Dongxiang thought about this. The master was very focused. He said he understood the meanings perfectly. They speak of the fate of a great calamity. The slanted seal points to the dragon's long stride along the great river, and it has two interpretations. According to legend, a snake transforms into a dragon in 500 years, and a dragon transforms into a celestial dragon in 1,000. This suggests that Lian Shi's youngest disciple will undergo many trials and may achieve greatness by becoming a dragon man. But another possibility exists. Someone else is striving to become a dragon, and a struggle will begin between them. One of the combatants will rise by stepping on the other's body. Everyone present did not know how to react to such words. Sadness and sorrow crept into their souls. Lian Shi raised his hand, drew attention, and spoke. Whether he is the one walking along the great river or the one swept away by the current, one thing is clear: Lian Shi will handle it all. The teacher looked at the young man with respect and gratitude. A man who fights alone against seven is capable of soaring into the heavens. Yang Dongxian continued to study the seals and admitted that he did not yet fully understand the direct seal. He knew only that it was connected to the element of water. This meant that Lian Shi was vulnerable to evil forces in the water. But at the same time, the oblique seal is also connected to water. So one can conclude that for the student, water is not only a danger but also a source of the greatest power. Misfortune and blessing go hand in hand. However, fate is unpredictable. In any case, one must not get cocky, and downplaying the danger is also foolish. The teacher said he would forward the prince to the authorities and they would decide what reward to send. The young man thanked the teacher for giving him a name. He would remember it for the rest of his life. Now, however, the boy was absolutely certain and at ease, because he knew exactly what kind of beast was in his seal. This was no ordinary evil monkey. It was the ancient demon Wu Ji Qi, and even if many hands reached out for it, Lian Shi would be able to handle it and face the danger. Besides, as long as the boy had the vessel, no one could take away what rightfully belonged to him. In the imperial palace, they were studying the report on the dragon's long journey along the great river very carefully. The emperor knew that Lian Shi was born near the Great Lake, and this fate suited him perfectly. The only thing that remained unclear was who he was, a man walking along the river, or one who would be swept away by the current. Could his rival be that old, unscrupulous dragon from the depths of the Great Lake? The emperor was curious to see who would ultimately become the dragon. And now the emperor did not know if Lian Shi was worthy of his hopes. In the martial arts clan, everything was as usual: sweat, pain, and blood. Finally, the teacher allowed the students to rest a little. Yang Dongxiang warned the students that he would conduct a rigorous test this year because the boys had become too complacent. Chang Song and Lian Shi were the last to arrive at the school, so they had the greatest potential, and the expectations for them would be stricter. By next year, Zhang Xiong must become a true martial arts master, ideally a master of the leaping style. Zhang Song bowed his head to his teacher and promised to train hard, not letting down the hopes placed on him. Lian Shi had only trained for one season, so Master Yang expected him to pass 3 levels over the next year. Lian Shi wanted to tell the master that he had actually been through a lot, but the teacher cut him off, saying that the path of martial arts is perseverance. Even if the boy passed only 2 levels, that would already be an excellent result. Lian Shi began gathering energy in the water and said that Master Yang had misunderstood him. The young man admitted that he had already passed the flesh barrier. Even those who weren't present in the study gasped in surprise upon hearing the news. It sounded unreal, but in 3 months of training, Lian Shi had passed 2 thresholds. He was firm in his words and told his teacher that he was confident. In a year, he would become a true master. Yang Dongxion was very pleased. If a student had the same mindset as his teacher, he shouldn't be lenient with him. Everyone, of course, had heard of the martial arts emperor Huang Wu. He once created an invincible martial art called 10,000 Victories, but over time it broke down into many separate techniques. Later, the head restored the technique, combined it with Taoist practice, and today Master Yang will pass this new style on to a student named Lian Shi. Lian Shi had already heard about 10,000 Victories and the unity of essence. The emperor was spending time in the gazebo playing a board game. His partner noticed that the emperor was in a good mood today. This was true. The emperor was indeed in high spirits. The man said that today the emperor had abolished one county, made a village into a new county, and turned the county seat into a village. He had frightened the local elders and established a new order. The emperor laughed and said that he bestows rewards for merit and grants dismissals for inaction. It's all fair. Besides, Master Yang had restored the empire's honor, and such a reward was well-deserved for his actions. The eunuch wanted to know if Lian Shi had earned the emperor's favor. At that moment, the 6th prince ran out into the garden, wanting to watch his father play chess. The emperor began to squeeze and tickle the boy. He loved the little one dearly. After playing with the child to his heart's content, the emperor turned to the eunuch and asked if he knew how many characters the 6th prince could already read. The answer was astonishing. In just 1 week of studying under the new system, the little boy had learned 500 characters. Now no one would ask why the emperor had rewarded Lian Shi. Everyone understood and agreed that the young man deserved the reward, and that the emperor was the wisest and most just. A huge ship stood in the harbor, ready to set sail. The sailors were very unhappy. They didn't understand where Commander Shu was, since it was already time to leave, and he still wasn't there. A woman said that Commander Shu had gone ahead to the river to fish and would catch up with them soon. Suddenly, snowflakes began to fall, blanketing everything around them. The woman was very upset. She was worried about her son, who had a long journey ahead of him. Of course, he would soon become the county magistrate, but it was still dangerous. With his talent, her son could have been any official, but he had deliberately gone out into the wilderness to become a county magistrate. In the near future, Pinyin would become a prime target for the Ghost Mother sect. It seemed that fate had finally smiled upon them. Whoever distinguished themselves now would get a chance to appear before the emperor himself. A huge, luxurious carriage carried his son toward glory. The people in the city were surprised to see a strapping man walking through the streets. They had never seen such a large man before. Ko Zhuang didn't understand why they needed to go to this Pingyan. The young man believed that the place would soon become a county, and with his abilities, they would quickly resolve all the problems. The man asked Zhuang if he remembered why they had come here. The strong man dropped the huge load from his shoulders and said he had come to visit the Yang family's martial arts school. He was determined to stage a fight there and show who was in charge. The man declared that from that day on, this was their new martial arts school. The man was clearly feeling unwell. He was coughing a lot, and his daughter said that as soon as they had money, they would buy him medicine. The strong man turned to the boy, asking where to put the huge column. It was clear that he didn't even feel the weight. The woman demanded that no one tease poor Xiao Ko, or else he'd believe them and hold the column in his arms for a long time. The girl laughed, saying there was no need to feel so sorry for the strong man. He'd manage and figure it out. The old man looked very sick and exhausted. He thought about how they had finally settled down, but how long they had to wait for this moment. Everything around them was engulfed in flames and burned in a single, continuous inferno. People were defending themselves and their loved ones, but mountain demons were attacking from all sides. The old man ordered his assistant to protect the mentor. He tried to help the people escape the fire, but it soon became clear that it was impossible. From all sides, paying no heed to the fire, mountain demons attacked the people. The survivors made it to Pinyin, which was now to become their new home, and set about settling in. The girl dreamed of sweets, which according to rumors were the very best. The strong man promised that the next day he would go to the pier and earn some money to buy the girl some sweets. Suddenly, some people appeared in the alley. They didn't understand who was going to live in this poor neighborhood. Seeing the unfamiliar family, the men from the authorities asked if they had donated grain to help the victims. The head of the family replied that they had just arrived in the city and did not yet know what grain was being referred to. It turned out that there was a disaster in Huayin County, and the county head had taken in the refugees, ordering every household to donate grain to help. The girls said that they had come from another county and that no one here had helped them. They were refugees. The officials were outraged by such insolence, as they had been accused of failing to help the refugees. The man grabbed the girl by the hair and threw her to the ground, saying that no one dared to question the county magistrate's orders. The strong man was ready to tear the officials apart on the spot, but the man held him back. The officials were told that the mentor was a fighter in the Western Army, and now they all begged for mercy. The official looked at the old man. In the Western Army, even the rank and file were martial arts masters, which meant this old man was a master too. The official's assistant added that the old man possessed only a warrior's energy, but lacked a master's skill. Perhaps his skill had declined due to illness. The official grew stern again and declared that he didn't want to hear about the Western Army because this was foreign territory, and everyone must respect the local authorities. He ordered the people to quickly hand over their money and grain, or else it would be considered insubordination. The old man could barely stand, fell to his knees, and said that they had just fled from Huazhu and truly had nothing. The official was furious. He kicked the old man and said that if they had no money, they would have to sell their daughter. The strong man could barely restrain himself, clenching his teeth tightly. He was ready to tear the scoundrel apart with his bare hands. The woman tried to calm him down, saying that he would only bring more trouble upon himself now, and that as a master, he needed to keep his composure. The official ordered his assistants to turn everything upside down and collect every last coin they could find. It was a full-scale search. The officials smashed the dishes and eventually found a couple dozen liang. It became clear that this was a family of beggars. The official took everything he found, then led the people away, saying they had no business being there. The place was cursed. He asked the daughter if she had hidden the money. The girl replied that he had nothing to worry about. The strong man barely calmed down and promised to kill that official. The master calmed Dazhuang, who possessed a rare gift, but whose character was his weakness. The master turned to his followers and said that this was no test, but merely a trifle. Dazhuang must remain calm, and when he fights the warriors from the Yang school, he will show what he is capable of. After dealing with the unfortunate old man's family, the officials decided to head to the town of Yisi next, since important people were unlikely to be found in such poor places. The luxurious carriage rolled through the city streets, attracting everyone's attention. Ahead, on a separate horse, sat a eunuch. People looked on in amazement at the procession, which looked magnificent. They had no idea what it was or who was traveling in such a lavish procession. It turned out that this was called a yaosh. Such carriages appear only when the emperor personally issues a decree, and dragon and phoenix banners fluttered nearby, symbolizing the Dashan dynasty. It seemed that someone very influential had arrived in Pinyin, if the imperial procession had come to their small town. People watched the carriage go by and realized it was heading down the road toward the Yang family's martial arts school. Lian Shi was meditating when a servant suddenly ran in and reported that Master Yang was asking him to come to the main hall immediately. Lian Shi was thinking about his stats. The bone barrier was fully reinforced. Now he just needed to focus and break through it. Lian Shi was dissatisfied. For the past few days, he had been rushing to improve his stats in order to receive a reward. In the school courtyard, the eunuch, without dismounting from his horse, addressed Yang Dongsun and announced that the man must now receive the decree. Master Yang bowed his head respectfully, along with his disciples, and replied that he was listening attentively. By the will of heaven, the emperor decrees that, effective today, Chaozhou County shall be abolished. Pinyang's status is elevated to that of a county seat, and the River God Bureau and the Demon Fighting Bureau are hereby established. The merits of Yang Dongsun and his disciples in repelling the attack by the Ghost Mother cult served as the basis for the issuance of this decree. Lian Shi, along with the other disciples, listened intently and thought that this important moment had finally arrived. Yang Dongxian is appointed head of the River God Bureau and the Demon Fighting Bureau. He receives 100 liang of gold and 3 war horses with dragon blood. Lian Shi knew that war horses with dragon blood belonged to the imperial court. They could not be bought for any amount of money, yet his teacher had just been given 3 of them at once. Yu Dan is appointed an official of the Pinyang County administration. All the disciples listened to the emperor's decree with gratitude and respect, not daring to raise their eyes. A separate decree concerned Lian Shi, who, for his merits in repelling the cult of the Ghost Mothers, was granted the position of River God of the 8th rank and 100 liang of silver. In addition, for developing the phonetic system, the young man receives a horse with dragon blood. Lian Shi could not believe his eyes. Now he had such a horse at his disposal. All the people were obliged to carry out the emperor's will. to maintain peace under heaven, to protect their native lands, to reassure the people, and to rule justly. The emperor's envoy congratulated everyone and wished them happiness and prosperity. Yang Dongseong thanked the dear guest, who must surely be tired from the journey, and invited him to rest and enjoy the prepared delicacies at his home. During the festive dinner, the eunuch addressed Lian Shi, of whom he had already heard much. He was the youngest disciple, a true beauty like a spring willow under the moon, like the morning dawn. Lian Shi, of course, was pleased to hear such words, but the young man said that Master Kang was flattering him and making him feel uncomfortable. The eunuch explained that the emperor was delighted with the phonetic system, so he was not exaggerating in the least. Moreover, the horse with dragon's blood was not the only gift. In a few months, once the phonetic system has been fully implemented in the capital schools and proven its effectiveness, the reward will be increased. Even the older students were thrilled to hear the news about the new reward. Mr. and Mrs. Yang were very happy for their youngest student, who turned out to be such a talented and well-rounded young man. Chi Shai was even a little upset with his classmate, who hadn't shown him an easy way to learn characters. Because of that, he had to work hard on his literacy. Lian Shi smiled modestly, realizing that this was really no great achievement, but simply the standard compulsory education in the modern world. The eunuch reported that the composition of the county administration had already been determined, and the heads of the Demon Fighting Bureau and the River God Bureau were already on their way. According to Mr. Kan, the head of the River God's office would be an old acquaintance of Mr. Yan. Supplies were due to arrive the next day, and Mr. Yang would need to oversee their distribution. The emperor said that Pinyin could become not just a county seat, but an entire county administration. Lian Shi, like everyone else present in the house, thought that their little town would become a real prize. Of course, it was great that they had gone from a town to a county, and now they would even be granted administrative status. The young man sipped his wine and thought about how well everything was falling into place. Pinyin would become a grand stage for resounding success. Some Chongqi couldn't even remember the last time he'd been so scared, but now he was hiding behind a rock. He hoped no one would notice him. He peeked out from behind the rock and saw that the terrifying demonic fish hadn't gone anywhere. Chongqi began sending signals to his master that he had spotted a huge river demon. Lian Shi was walking down the street of his hometown when he noticed that many unfamiliar people had appeared, most likely refugees. Lian Shi heard someone calling his name. It was a boy from his village, who was delighted to have finally found Lian Shi. Chen Tongming could barely catch his breath. He'd been running so fast in his search and explained that his grandfather had sent the boy to find Lian Shi and bring him to the meeting hall as soon as possible. Lian Shi realized that something bad must have happened if village head Chen was looking for him, and his grandson had been running around frantically trying to find him. Official Bian announced that he had arrived by order of the county magistrate to collect grain from the people to aid refugees from the neighboring county. This order was the will of the imperial court. The village heads from the surrounding villages listened to this decree and asked how much grain they were required to contribute. Official Bian replied, 1 dough of rice or 50 coins. These were simply enormous levies, and the people realized they could not manage it because they themselves were in need. But upon hearing these words, Official Bian flew into a rage. He said that this was a matter personally overseen by the county magistrate. Did the village elders really want him to return empty-handed? Times were hard now. Their town had taken in many refugees, and their supplies of grain and silver were nearly exhausted. But the town of Pinyang had escaped unscathed, so they should pay more and nothing would happen to them. The official was angry because these stubborn peasants were making him work hard. He needed to extract as much silver as possible from them, otherwise the officials would have nothing to eat. Just then, a young man spoke up, saying that Pinyin had escaped disaster not because of luck, but because someone had secretly held back the attack by the Mother Spirit sect. They themselves could set up tents with porridge and feed the refugees. The locals were delighted when they realized that Lian Shi had arrived. Besides, everyone really liked his suggestion. Of course, everyone liked it except for the official Bian, who drew his sword and asked, "Who is this insolent fellow interrupting an official? Has he grown tired of living?" The village head said he was ready to introduce to official Bian an outstanding young man from the city of Yixing, a student of Master Yang. Official Bian immediately fell into deep thought when he heard the name Yang Dongsun. It was puzzling how a disciple of the great Yang could be found in this remote backwater. His name had been appearing constantly in imperial decrees lately. The official sheathed his sword but said that he was carrying out the county magistrate's orders, and it didn't matter to him that Yang Dongsun's student was here. Lian Shi turned to the official and said that they had no intention of arguing with him, just as they had no intention of obeying his orders. The young man leaned toward the man and declared that, as far as he knew, Chaozhou was no longer a county, Those powers had been transferred to Pinyang. Out of fear and surprise, the official practically fell back into his chair, unable to find the words to reply. Lian Shi pressed on, asking whose orders the official Bian was following now. The man sensed the serious demeanor and powerful aura emanating from this boy. He tried to come up with an answer. His assistant suggested that official Bian served the great emperor and was under no obligation to explain himself to the people. Better to come up with some excuse quickly and arrest this insolent country boy. As for Yang Dong's son, there's no need to worry, officials never interfere with their comrades. Bian thought his assistant was absolutely right. He had nothing to fear from this boy, who wasn't even a martial artist. It was unlikely that Yang Dong's son would quarrel with the county magistrate over some student. At that moment, the sound of hooves echoed through the courtyard, and a rider in full uniform appeared before everyone on a magnificent horse. Official Bian couldn't make out who it was, or whether he was about to interfere with his work. The stranger greeted the men and asked where he could find Lian Shi from the town of Yixing. The official immediately realized that he was facing a horseman from the 6 gates. The young man with whom the official had just had an argument stepped forward and said that he was Lian Shi. Bian looked more closely at the boy and realized that he had heard the name Lian Shi several times recently. Everyone knew that the 6 gates had recently been investigating everything related to the Mother Spirit sect. This boy was probably on their radar. Official Bian was very pleased, because now the boy would be taken away, and he would explain to the village elders whose orders they were to obey. Bian hoped the boy would be arrested and thoroughly tortured. Of course, such a pitiful commoner couldn't compete with officials. The 6 gates was the collective name for the 3 judicial departments that existed in the state at that time: the Ministry of Punishments, the Supreme Court, and the Inspectorate. They handled important cases, apprehended criminals, and conducted interrogations. Each department had its own military forces, and these horsemen were an elite unit, comparable in fame to the Imperial Guard. Each horseman possessed the strength of 10 mounted warriors, and now one such horseman had dismounted and stepped onto the ground. Lian Shi greeted the horseman respectfully and asked why he was looking for him. But then official Bian, who recognized the horseman, interrupted the conversation, greeted Mr. Zhang, and said he was glad to see him in good health. The man introduced himself, saying he was Bian Samoa, and that he had had the opportunity to see him when the horseman had visited the county magistrate's residence. The horseman didn't understand what this sycophant wanted from him. The official had heard that Mr. Zhang had recently been busy with matters related to a cult. As it happened, he had a suspect whom the official could link to this sect. Bian pointed his finger at the young man. Lian Shi immediately realized that this scoundrel wanted to frame him. The official pointed at Lian Shi and said that this man was indeed Master Yang's disciple. But Master Yang had hundreds of disciples. If the cultists had managed to take advantage of this young man, it was hardly surprising. The warrior listened to the official with interest and now asked what, in his opinion, should be done with Lian Shi. Official Bian asked that the traitor be handed over to him. He would throw him in the dungeon and try every interrogation method, after which the boy would spill everything about his gang. It had been a long time since the warrior had laughed so loudly and heartily. The official looked at him, unsure how to react to such a response to his words. After laughing, the warrior asked the official, did Bian understand what rank he held and who he was speaking to right now? Bian, stammering, began to say that he was merely a junior inspector of the 9th rank. While standing before him was a copper rank hunter and horseman of at least the 7th rank. The warrior gripped the hilt of his sword and asked the official if he realized how his slander would end. Bian, without taking his eyes off the sword, said that accusing a superior of a serious crime was usually punishable by death. But now the official Bian claimed that he had not lied and was telling the plain truth. The warrior asked how, in that case, Bian dared to slander and defame an 8th rank official. The sword was already practically at the liar's throat. Bian was terrified and sweating profusely with fear. He couldn't understand what 8th rank official they were even talking about. And besides, he continued to insist that he hadn't slandered anyone. The warrior declared in a thunderous voice, Bian Samoa attempted to slander an 8th rank official, the River Lord Lian Shi. By law, this is punishable by death. The warrior asked Lian Shi whether to execute the slanderer or pardon him, and it turned out that this young man was an 8th rank river lord. The villagers, who had been listening to the entire conversation from the sidelines, were pleasantly surprised to learn that their own Lian Shi had become an official. All the officials immediately fell to their knees and began to beg for mercy, for they had not known that Lord Lian was a river lord. They pleaded for their innocence. Finally, the junior official remembered that Lian Shi was Master Yang's 9th personal disciple. He was no ordinary disciple. Moreover, this young man was the very one whom the emperor had personally rewarded. Lian Shi confirmed that according to the law, these men were to be put to death. The junior clerk fell to his knees and began to say that he was a wretched devil who had failed to recognize the nobleman, but that it was all the doing of his superior beyond Samoa. Official Beyond jumped up and grabbed his subordinate by the hair, saying that he was the one who had incited him, and now he was trying to pin everything on his master. Soon the two were at each other's throats, accusing one another and listing all the misdeeds they had already committed. Lian Shi didn't want to listen to this hysteria. He kicked out, knocking both officials out instantly. After that, the young man announced that the two had forged the county magistrate's order and illegally appropriated grain intended for the poor. They must go with Master Zhang and tell the whole truth. Lian Shi was thinking, of course, how much he wanted to kill these liars right on the spot. But with the horsemen present, it was better to act according to the law. Lian Shi finally turned to Mr. Zhang and asked why he had been looking for him. The warrior named Zhang sheathed his sword and said he had almost forgotten why he had come in the first place. Zhang Jiyun, a copper catcher with the 3 judicial departments, had come on orders from his superiors with a question. The young man took out a gold badge and asked if Brother Lian would like to join the 3 judicial departments. Lian Shi was sailing in his boat, reflecting on how the stronger one becomes, the easier it is to lose oneself in the power of one's own strength. As a man of the modern world, the young man understood perfectly well that even a hero can break the law, believing in his own might. But what path in life did he really want to choose? The young man decided he could no longer take on new positions. The hunter said that with his talent, Lian Shi could easily join the ranks of elite warriors in just a year. Why wouldn't he want to try? But Lian Shi was resolute and apologized to Master Zhang. All the villagers were in shock. How could anyone turn down such a position? Lian Shi thought that working in the new position would only give him more opportunities to choose techniques and treasures, but he already had enough techniques. He receives them from the river spirit and from his mentor Yang. And in the depths of the river, there is no shortage of rare materials and nature's gifts. Meanwhile, Lian Shi decided to check out the place Som Chongqi had told him about. The young man had already swum more than 4 li, but the deep water zone was still far away. The further he moved away from the shallows, the more dangerous it became. You have to be very careful, attentive, and not rush, Chongqi finally said. We're almost there. Lian Shi crouched behind a rock and peeked out. What he saw struck him with its size and power. Ordinary sturgeons rarely grew longer than 3 meters, but this one's length and aura were undoubtedly those of a demon spirit. Lian Shi checked his profile and discovered that the breath of dragon blood was present near him. The young man was very surprised. Could there really be a dragon at the bottom of the river? They wouldn't just mention dragon blood for no reason. The young man looked closely at the monster once more. After all, it couldn't be a real dragon. Most likely it was a great demon. In the distance, the silhouette of some unfamiliar fish swam past in the cave. When it came a little closer, Lian Shi realized it was time to get out of there, because a boss like that was beyond his capabilities right now. Lian Shi had already started swimming away when he saw the silhouette of a huge sturgeon behind him again, and how he wanted to fight it and kill it. The young man thought that perhaps he should ask his mentor for help. On the other hand, he had only recently become Master Yang's disciple, so he shouldn't simply disturb him. Lian Shi decided to return to Pingyan County, for today was the day his older brother was to break through the barrier. Lian Shi wanted to be there no matter what, and he needed to hurry. The enormous monster, which consisted of several creatures and had at least 2 heads, looked simply terrifying. Ko Huan was ready for battle, and a mighty power emanated from him. He stood ready behind a rock, waiting for the terrifying monster to approach him. The girl was worried that the monster had almost taken on a human form. It was close to the level of tiger spirits, and it was unclear whether Huan would be able to handle it. But Pan Xinhe was calm. One shouldn't underestimate the guy. His simple appearance is deceptive. In fact, his innate talent for martial arts was incredible. Behind his simplicity and kindness lay a beastly power. And this was no kitten, but a raging lion capable of defeating powerful monsters. Watching the young man fight, the girl surmised that he possessed the Qiang Qi technique. But the boy hadn't yet reached the wolf smoke level. The old man said that this wasn't true Qiang Qi, but rather a variation of it called raging blood. In the world, there are always those born as natural-born warriors. They often possess a special physique. Ko Huan is just such a genius, born with powerful bones and immense strength. He fought the 2-headed monster with his bare hands, tearing the monster's jaws and body to pieces. At this point, it's safe to say that this warrior is invincible. Today marked a very important and solemn moment at the martial arts school. One of the students was about to break through the barrier. He sat in the center of the square, preparing himself for the process, while his friends and comrades watched the proceedings with interest. Lian Shi already understood a little. He knew that the small bottle must contain a blood-changing pill, an indispensable elixir for breaking through the blood barrier. Yang Dongxiang was very serious. He was overseeing every step to ensure everything went smoothly. And finally, the breakthrough of the blood barrier could be announced. The disciple meditated and focused for a while longer, and finally the teacher shouted that it was time to break through the blood barrier. Lian Shi felt a thick smell of blood spreading around him. This scent came from his older brother, who was currently going through the process of breaking through the blood barrier. What was happening before the eyes of those present was a blood replacement. For an ordinary person with limbs, if they lose part of their blood, their life is in danger. And blood replacement requires 3 ebbs and 3 flows. For an ordinary person, this is very difficult after the very first ebb, which is why this level of development is considered the final one. Breaking through this barrier requires a strong character. Many are frightened when they find themselves on the brink of death and do not complete the ritual. In a battle between 2 warriors, the one with stronger chi energy will win. Once the blood barrier is crossed, chi energy will blossom like a pattern on a carpet and blaze with a bright flame. This is the case people usually refer to when they say, hard in training, easy in battle. And now the disciple has safely passed this test. He did an excellent job breaking through the blood barrier. His friends looked at their comrade with admiration and respect. They congratulated him on such a great achievement. The young man was overjoyed, for he had now become a chi master. Shai advised his friend to calm down, go wash up and eat, since he hadn't eaten all day. Lian Shi knew that the blood barrier was the most dangerous of the 4 barriers. His time would come someday, and he hoped everything would go just as smoothly. People had been lining up since early morning. Everyone waited calmly, without arguing or pushing. The men in line were chatting among themselves. They believed that the Yang clan was the coolest. The rest weren't even fit to lick its boots. Everyone had heard of Master Lian Shi, who used to be a simple fisherman, but as soon as he joined the clan, his talent blossomed. After just a week of training, he single-handedly defeated 7 senior disciples. After that, Lian Shi wiped out the Demon Mother sect, bringing peace to all the lands. The guys didn't even want to look at other clans. If they were going to join any, it would only be the Yang clan. Everyone hoped to reach great heights by training in this clan. Eventually, the chatter among the boys in line even began to escalate into arguments and scuffles. Lan Tai watched these lines and asked her master when there would be a festival on their street. The old man smoked his pipe and said honestly that just 3 days ago he hadn't been sure they'd succeed. But after Wan managed to break through the bone barrier, it became clear that their clan would soon emerge from obscurity as well. Meanwhile, the young man was regaining his strength, devouring another serving of rice. Having finally polished off a huge amount of rice, he set down his chopsticks and told his master that he was ready. Lian Shi was meditating. He was deeply focused and concentrated, and it seemed as though steam was even billowing out from him in all directions. But the attempt was unsuccessful. The young man coughed, and it seemed he had been so close to breaking through the bone barrier. Of course, if he had eaten that huge sturgeon, he would have easily reached the blood barrier, and then he would still need silver to buy a blood replacement pill. If it came to that, he would have to ask the master for help. Lian Shi stepped out into the school courtyard and saw a commotion and a crowd gathered near the gate. A member of the Yang clan sat at a table recording applicants. He was waiting for the next person, and soon a massive figure appeared before him, a large young man who was looking for the Yang clan. The men in line were outraged. This guy didn't know the basic rules of etiquette and had now cut in line. However, the young man said he hadn't come here to sign up. He was Ko Huan of the Pan clan, so he had not come here to sign up, but to challenge the Yang clan. Huan stood in the middle of the arena. Onlookers gathered around, and everyone waited to see what would happen next. The guys didn't understand why some unknown clan would challenge them during such turbulent times. Had they gotten tired of living? Chi Shai was certain that their opponents weren't fools. They had calculated everything carefully. These people aren't fighting the Yang clan disciples head-on. They've decided to stage a duel between the junior disciples. There isn't a single master in their clan, so they don't want to fight head-on. Defeating a youngster isn't difficult, but if it's a well-known youngster from the strongest clan, that's a whole different story. In other words, they don't just need any junior disciple. Chi Shai was certain of his guess. Yudan also guessed who had been chosen as the main target. It was the 9th-ranked junior disciple, and now Wan stood in the arena, eager to fight him. The people, the spectators, were discussing the boy and realized that he looked much stronger than an ordinary disciple. It wouldn't be surprising if he could handle the newcomer. Of course, Master Yan had a 9th disciple known for his strength. It was hard to say if the boy would manage. Sure, he was quite skilled, but the bruiser gave off a sinister aura. The bruiser raised his hand and said his name was Wan. He was 16 years old. He had heard much about the greatness of the Yang clan and had decided to challenge a master of his own level. Akun stepped into the arena. He said he accepted the boy's challenge. Akun was known as Jade-Eyed Sanshou. His hand-to-hand combat skills were beyond praise. Moreover, he had been in the Yang clan for 3 years, though he could still be considered a disciple. At that moment, the match began in the arena. Akun immediately rushed into the attack. He reached his opponent very quickly and even landed a blow on his shoulder. However, it did no damage. In the next instant, Juan launched a counterattack, and his opponent lay defeated at his feet. Juan stood over his opponent, who was lying at his feet, and waited for the next one. Leopard Li Hurong was the best among the ordinary disciples. A warrior of the second barrier, he volunteered to fight. Unfortunately, his fate turned out to be the same as that of the previous Yang clan disciple. Everyone realized they were facing a true powerhouse. He had defeated a second barrier warrior with a single strike. Those present stared in horror at this unfamiliar young man and could not fathom what level he was at. Li Hurong couldn't get up for a long time. He was devastated both mentally and physically. Lian Shi approached him and helped him up. Everyone immediately turned their attention to Master Yang's 9th disciple. Lian Shi understood that now it was his turn to step forward to put an end to the senseless beating of his comrades and defend the honor of the martial arts school. Ko Wan was very pleased. Finally, a rival had appeared before him, the very reason he had started all this in the first place. Lian Shi immediately realized that this guy knew his name and was likely an enemy. After the events involving the Zhao family, it seemed Lian Shi had no enemies left. Zhuang remembered the conversation he'd had the day before with Master Pan Xinghe. In the ring, he had to act rougher than usual to attract the attention of one special person. According to the investigation, Yang Dongsun's 9th disciple is a kind-hearted guy from a family of fishermen. It's impossible to defeat Lian Shi without a specific plan. First and foremost, you must attack his mind, provoke your opponent. That's the first step toward victory. Zhuang declared openly that he had thought the Yang clan was full of brave men, but here there was a shiny exterior and rottenness within. The young man intended to teach a lesson to the warriors who were simply wasting their time here. Lian Shi was already starting to boil over. Upon hearing these words, he hoped that his opponent's actions would confirm what he had said. Lian Shi was ready for a duel and invited his opponent to attack. Soon, a unique aura began to form around the young man from the Pan clan. Hu Qi realized that this stranger's teacher was a cunning fox. The young man had a naturally sturdy build, and his qi energy was literally oozing out. Lu Gong watched the fight and said that the opponents had miscalculated. They couldn't have anticipated all of his younger brother's capabilities. Zhuang launched an attack. He wanted to test whether Lian Shi was really as formidable as everyone claimed. Lian Shi easily dodged the attack, and the giant's massive fist flew right past his nose. The next kick was swift and unexpected. Lian Shi didn't have time to dodge and was knocked aside. Zhuang felt he had figured out his opponent, and now everything would be easy. But it was Lian Shi's turn to attack. The young man struck swiftly and powerfully, driving his elbow into his opponent's stomach. A terrible pain pierced Juan's body, blood spurted into his mouth, and he couldn't understand how this was possible. The young man didn't understand how he'd missed the direct attack, but he knew he had to counterattack right now. Lian Shi was handling the fight masterfully. He dodged blows, managed to step back and duck, as if staying one step ahead of his opponent. At the same time, Lian Shi executed another successful combination, and the young man found himself on the ground. Lian Shi approached his opponent and told him he'd gotten off easy. He should surrender now because he was no match for Lian Shi. Crouching on the ground, Juan finally spoke, giving credit where it was due. His opponent was indeed strong. But Juan hadn't shown everything he was capable of yet. The young man began to grow right before their eyes, filling with power. The senior students surmised that this young man possessed natural bone strength. Pan Xinhe, who had been watching the match, asked Yang Dongsun what he thought of his student. Master Yang replied that with such physical attributes, Juan's second level was equivalent to a fourth. Pan Xinhe added that Lian Shi could now pose a deadly threat, and that Master Yang would be wise to stop the fight and protect his younger student. Yang Dongxion calmly closed his eyes and advised Mr. Pan to simply watch what was happening. He was certain that what he saw would surprise not only the ordinary spectators, but Master Pan himself. Ko Wan looked truly powerful and fearsome. His true strength lay in an incredible power that could not be suppressed. Now he was ready to prove himself to everyone, and Lian Shi would hardly be able to withstand his attack. It certainly wouldn't be easy for him. Zhuang was certain that the outcome of the match was a foregone conclusion. He simply couldn't lose. The spectators didn't understand what had happened. The arena erupted as if several bombs had exploded there. Pan Xinghe was certain that victory would go to his disciple. Everyone waited for the smoke and dust to clear so they could see the scene. Soon, a completely empty and shattered arena appeared before all the spectators. Zhuang remembered how he had approached his opponent and told him about his strong bones. He also remembered how his massive fist came down on Lian Shi. The latter held out his hand and said briefly, "I'm sorry." After that, Lian Shi added that his bones were stronger and tougher, and now he would prove it to his opponent. Juan knew that his birth had been difficult because of his large size. He had become stuck in his mother's womb, and the midwife had to cut him out. When the boy was 5, a boulder fell on his father while he was hunting. By the time the villagers found the man, half his face had already been mauled by wild beasts. Perhaps the people were right. Juan had indeed become a curse to his family. He felt guilty for his parents' deaths. He was constantly chased away and called names. When he was 12, a severe drought struck the village, and the village elder decided that the boy who had angered the heavens was to blame for everything. Like a slave, Juan was sold from family to family, forced to perform the hardest labor. The village elder claimed that this was his punishment. But the boy didn't understand what his sin was, what he had done wrong, or exactly what he was guilty of. No one provided answers to these questions. One day, bandits came to the village and killed all the residents. They took this strange, enormous boy, Juan, with them. The bandits believed they could make a lot of money by selling him to the Zhao estate. They planned to have a good time with the proceeds. The villains figured they could get no less than 5 taels of silver for such a strong man. Juan was certain that his life would be spent in utter darkness, as if he were chained up like a rabid dog. But soon Juan met Master Pan and the senior disciples. They rescued the unfortunate teenager and took him with them. These people removed his chains and spent 2 years convincing him that he was not cursed and was not to blame for anything. The master said that on the contrary, Juan was gifted by the heavens. He had been granted immense strength and abilities. They not only gave him his freedom, but also taught him the martial arts, demonstrating powerful techniques and strikes. They surrounded him with care and attention. They cooked his favorite food and supported him in every way. Before, he had been called a curse, but it was only with these people that he found his true name. Now Juan could not lose. This was a rare chance to do something good for his master and the senior students. Lian Shi was still holding his opponent with one hand, but suddenly felt as if Juan's strength had increased even further. For Lian Shi, this was still not enough. He withstood Juan's attack with a single outstretched arm. The next moment, Lian Shi struck his opponent in the chest with all his might. Juan could not have imagined that anyone could withstand his power. Now he was flying through the air, unable to stay on his feet. All the spectators were in complete awe, seeing just how strong and magnificent their comrade Lian Shi was. But Juan, unwilling to lose, entered a demonic phase. He was certain he had to win. Lan Tai was very worried about her comrade and demanded that he control his emotions, otherwise it would end badly. Master Pan Xinghe jumped out of his chair and told Chief Yang that they were giving up. It was clear to everyone that the match had to be stopped. Zhuang wouldn't calm down. He believed he hadn't lost yet and had to bring glory to the Pan clan. He wanted his older sister to be able to afford her favorite buns. That required money. Besides, Master Pan needed medicine and remedies, so Juan couldn't lose. Lian Shi understood. If nothing was done, the boy would die right there in the arena. He had to influence him on a spiritual level. There was simply no other way to calm him down. And Juan had already lunged forward to attack. In his demonic form, he had no control over himself or his body. Lian Shi held up 2 fingers and decided to release a little of his aura. That should be enough to knock Juan out. He knew he couldn't use the full power of his aura. He had to be very careful. It seemed as though Lian Shi, together with the spirit of the river, had enveloped his opponent from all sides and instantly calmed him down. Lian Shi realized he had succeeded and considered himself lucky that everything had gone so smoothly. Friends and allies in the plan rushed to Juan, who was lying there, exhausted. They were all very worried about him. But the warrior himself was the most distressed. He apologized to his master for the defeat. Pan Xinghe tried to calm the young man, saying that nothing terrible had happened. The boy had done everything he could, and now they would simply move to another county. The crowd and spectators were absolutely thrilled. They liked the Pan clan, and everyone applauded the winner, Lian Shi. The losers couldn't believe it when they realized that most of the applause was for them. The poor people were used to being constantly chased away and mistreated. Young Dong Sion thanked Master Pan for the wonderful match they had just put on for everyone. He said they would be very happy if Pan Xinghe and his people settled in their county. Master Pan realized that perhaps he had made complicated plans for nothing and had been afraid of being rejected. Perhaps he could have simply come and had an honest conversation with these sincere and decent people. He thanked the entire Yang clan. Lian Shi resumed his training. The last battle had shown that he had not yet unlocked the full potential of his dragon tendons and tiger bones. Zhuang was naturally blessed with an excellent physique and was equal in strength to a 4th barrier warrior. But Lian Shi, with his own attributes, could be even stronger. Thanks to the duel, the young man earned 200 silver lian. Later, he would turn to Brother Liu for help. A maidservant reported that Master Yang was summoning Lian Shi to the stables because a dragon-blooded horse had been brought in. Lian Shi was thrilled. He couldn't wait to see his horse. He immediately got ready and ran to the stables, where he found the master feeding his horse. Yang Dongxiong said that this was a stallion specially chosen for him. The stallion was very spirited, but if Lian Shi handled him correctly, he would become a powerful ally. Lian Shi approached the horse, worried. Would he be able to tame such a spirited animal? He was also curious whether owning such a horse would elevate the young man's own status. The master said that Lian Shi would need to find himself a groom. He wouldn't be able to stay with the horse around the clock. The young man thanked the master for choosing the horse and admitted that he had a small problem. He would like to count on the teacher's help. Lian Shi explained that he had recently discovered a small lake, explored it, and found 3 mystical mackerels guarding the entrance to a grotto from which a golden glow emanated. He had heard legends about a dragon and suspected that this place was connected to a demon. Therefore, he asked the master to help him explore the grotto. Yang Dongxion looked very interested. Dragons and everything related to them always sounded intriguing. The master immediately said they needed to go there. Lian Shi was surprised that the master didn't ask any further questions. Yang Dongxion explained that everyone has their secrets, and Lian Shi was his personal disciple. It was time for him to stop being shy and beating around the bush, and to speak to the master sincerely and when necessary. The master called out to the surprised young man, saying that now they would catch that demon. The senior students looked with interest at the spot where, according to Lian Shi, the entrance to the grotto was guarded by 3 monsters. Yang Dongxiong noted that Lian Shi had done the right thing. He was close to the water element, which was both an advantage and a danger. The master instructed the 3 senior disciples to guard the exit. They were ready to carry out the order. Yang Dongxiong himself, looking as if he had grown younger, drew his sword and said he hadn't felt its power in a long time. Lian Shi watched the master with interest. It was rare to witness the full power of the Tiger Master. Yang Dongxion, as if only just having taken up the sword, already radiated such power that everything around him shook from the aura. The river seemed to have been cut in 2, and only the splash of water indicated that the master was there. Soon something enormous emerged from the water. It seemed this creature possessed keen senses and incredible strength. The order was given to stop the monster, which had now appeared on the surface. The disciples left to guard the exit, encountered the monster, and began to attack. Each fought in their own style. Soon Master Yang engaged the monster in combat with his sword. The disciples had barely had time to realize what had happened when Yang Dongxion announced that it was all over and sheathed his sword. The legendary demon had been slain, and it seemed almost too easy. The master noted that the monster possessed no combat skills. It had merely been soaking up spiritual energy for a long time. It was necessary to extract its tendons from the body, as they could be of great use to the disciples. When they began to extract them, it turned out that the tendons were not white, as usual, but golden. This indicated that the tendons might belong to a dragon-type aura confirmed this. Legends of dragons inhabiting the waters of Zhanghai have existed for centuries. Therefore, sturgeons, which closely resemble dragons, have always been considered a good omen among fishermen. Yang Dongxian admitted that he hadn't expected to find real dragon tendons in this monster. Everyone knew that dragon bones and tendons were highly prized even among the great masters. Because of the dragon's emanating aura, the locals were thrown into a frenzy. The coast was swarming with fish that had been drawn to the area. Lian Shi noticed that the system had even sent a notification about the dragon's aura. This was clearly something unique. Master Yang called his disciples. Now they could head to the grotto, where other treasures might be waiting. Lian Shi remembered the way well and quickly led his companions to the underwater grotto, previously guarded by a huge monster. The mackerels were gone. It seemed Master Yang's aura had scared them off, and now the disciples calmly entered the cave. Apparently, a great demon had lived in this place. There was enough oxygen here to breathe. Everyone knew that the lake's waters were full of strange places, but soon real treasures appeared before the disciples' eyes. They were dragon bones. It seemed the creature had fallen asleep and then shed its flesh. Master Yang said that if the bones were real, it would become clear where the dragon tendons came from. It was a very valuable material. The sturgeon, which had likely been killed recently, had grown to enormous proportions by drawing energy from those bones. It would have taken only a few more months for the sturgeon to become bold enough to venture into open waters. It's a good thing the guys found it sooner. Everyone thought Lian Shi was lucky, but he knew it was all thanks to some chonky. Yang Dongxian noted that they wouldn't find anything interesting further on. The students were satisfied. Ahead of them lay the task of butchering their catch. Horses pulled the cart on which the single fish lay, but this was no ordinary sturgeon but a true monster. The townspeople had never seen such a beast before. The master and the lady divided the meat into 3 parts. One was sent to the estate's cellar for future storage. The second portion was prepared. They cooked many delicious dishes and served them to the apprentices. The third part of the enormous fish was sent to harsh regions to help the local residents survive the cold. As for the tendons, Lian Shi received a piece 2 zhanglong, and the master took the rest. The bones were given to Brother Lu Gong so he could improve the disciples' weapons. Lian Shi held the tendon in his hands and watched as the centipede reacted to the dragon's aura. The young man decided to test the effects of the dragon tendons and began to use them. With every bite, Lian Shi's water essence grew stronger. It felt as though his back were burning with fire. He surmised that he had reached the blood barrier. Soon, the system notified him that the dragon aura had been absorbed, and the Yinlong mark appeared on the young man's back. He had heard of the Yinlong mark, but hadn't expected it to appear on him. Suddenly, the mirror he had just been looking into cracked and shattered into tiny pieces. Lian Shi didn't understand what was happening or how to deal with it. Images of various places and events emerged from the shards of the mirror before him. The images changed constantly, appearing and disappearing, transforming the space in a chaotic jumble. The next moment, he found himself on the edge of the roof, not understanding how he had gotten there. At that moment, the system notified him that he had received a significant amount of the river's favor. Lian Shi understood that upon reaching the blood barrier, something would change when he re-entered the river's waters. Chonky the catfish was swimming calmly in the river when he found a toy someone had lost. But suddenly the water swirled into a powerful whirlpool and swept the catfish away. When Chonky finally sank, he found himself at the bottom of a deep gorge and heard a voice calling out to him. The voice belonged to a huge toad that had once fought the bird. She wanted to know what trinket Chonky had brought this time. Chonky gave the monster the toy, and the toad let him choose any reward. The place was full of gold and jewels, but Chonky's gaze was drawn to a red, sparkling object. He told the host about the whirlpool leading to the toad and how he had traded the toad's feather for a toy. The feather belonged to a red phoenix. Lian Shi guessed that the toad was one of the demons he had once seen. The whirlpool leading to the toad was most likely created by its power. Lian Shi thought it was an amazingly profitable deal. Trading dolls for treasures, he could use that to his advantage. He decided not to rush, allowing Chongqi to maintain friendly relations with the toad while he himself planned to return to the city. The city pier was crowded. Merchants were making deals, fishermen were arriving, and shoppers were coming in. Everyone suddenly turned their attention to a huge ship. Dolphins were swimming nearby, indicating that it belonged to the River Lords Association. The ship looked stunning, large, sturdy, flying flags, and accompanied by a pod of dolphins. When the ship docked, all the other vessels looked like toy tubs. The sailor was furious, as his servants still hadn't figured out how to act quickly and correctly. The servants apologized, explaining that Master Hu's abilities were beyond the comprehension of mortals. Zhan Junshi realized that Hu had run off to go fishing again. He must feel extremely uncomfortable being near Wei Lin. At that moment, Lian Shi was checking the stats. Thanks to the tendon, his pets had already accumulated more than half the energy needed for their next evolution. Suddenly, Lian Shi heard a voice and turned to see who it was. He didn't yet realize who he had encountered, but he felt unable to move because of the aura emanating from the stranger. The stranger was holding a fishing rod and asked if Lian Shi could tell him where the city of Pinyang was and how far it was from there. Lian Shi couldn't move or open his mouth. Then the man clutched his head and apologized, saying he had blocked his meridians and was now waiting for an answer. After that, the stranger extended 2 fingers and pointed them at Lian Shi's head. The young man was finally able to move, realizing that the man in front of him was incredibly strong. The stranger explained that he loved fishing and had gotten lost, falling behind his group. Now he didn't know how to get to Pinyang. Lian Shi eyed the man suspiciously. He guessed that this was someone important and mustered the courage to ask him to introduce himself. The stranger showed his seal and announced that he was the new deputy head of the Pinyin River Lord Association, named Hu Yulong. Lian Shi realized that he was standing before his immediate superior. The timing coincided with the arrival of people from the association. As a sign of respect, the young man stated his name, introduced himself as a member of the River God Association, and greeted Lord Hu. The man asked if this was really Lian Shi, Uncle Yang's youngest disciple. No one had ever addressed the master that way before. Hu Yulong mentioned his closest relatives, his father and grandfather, for whom Uncle Yang had once risked his life. Lian Shi had called the master that since childhood. Lian Shi understood that this was a coincidence, although the emperor was likely aware of the connection between Master Yang and Mr. Hu, meaning the appointment was no accident. At the same time, it was a subordinate position. Perhaps the emperor had something in mind. Hu Yulong said bluntly that Lian Shi was probably wondering why he, of all people, had been given this position. The young man explained that their official superior was Wei, who was no match for Hu Yulong's relatives, so they had to obey him. Lian Shi realized that the emperor was trying to maintain a balance, hoping to rule the world through it. But he still didn't understand why anyone would want to cause trouble for Master Yang Dong's son. Hu Yulong replied that the death of Master Yang's second son was directly linked to the Wei family. At that moment at the pier, the master and his disciples were waiting for Hu Yulong's arrival. He had not yet disembarked from the ship and had not appeared before the people. Yang Dongxian was not particularly pleased with this assignment. The emperor's methods surprised him. There was an official on the ship who had already noticed that Master Yang and his apprentice were waiting for them at the pier. Wei Ling was the head of the Pingyan River God Association. He declared that he would not meet with that backwater peasant. Zhan Ying was delighted to see her older brother approaching. Hu Yulong was indeed in the boat, and Lian Shi was steering it. The ship's captain and the young master's sister were glad that Yulong had returned. By all accounts, he had once again had no luck fishing. Zhan Ying found it hard to believe the explanation about unfamiliar waters, and became curious about who this young man was who had brought her brother back. They were introduced to one another. Lian Shi was Uncle Yang's youngest apprentice, while Ran Zongbin and Ran Yin were He Fighting's grandsons. The young man greeted the guests, and it turned out that Ran Zongbin would now be his immediate superior. The girl pressed herself against Lian Shi and said that Uncle Yang's disciple didn't need to be so formal. He could just call her older sister Ran. She also realized that the guy standing before her was the very one who had invented the new phonetic system, and she scrutinized him closely, checking to see if he was a demon in human form. Hu Yulong asked the girl not to be so rude and insolent. He instructed Zhong Bin to give Lian Shi a tour. Hu Yulong announced that he was going to visit Uncle Yang and left everyone at the pier. Zhong Bin led his subordinate along, saying he would show him everything there. The young man explained that, even though the place had only recently been established, the rules of the River City Association remained unchanged. They were not subject to the local government, and all orders came from the association's headquarters. As a low-ranking member of the administration, Lian Shi would now be assigned many tasks. Most of the time, he would patrol the section of the river assigned to him. Zhong Bin led the young man to a specific part of the ship and said that the archives were located there. Lian Shi would mainly receive his assignments and collect his pay here. At that moment, several men were working in the archives. They greeted Lord Ran and invited him to sit down, but Lord Ran declined, saying he was busy with the newcomer. The men began whispering among themselves, deciding that this must be a very important newcomer since Lord Ran himself was giving him a tour. They decided that he was most likely the son of some important person, and that they absolutely had to record everything. Lian Shi and Zhong Bin went down to the water. The young lord explained that one could tame a dolphin here. Lian Shi received a rune that was supposed to help him with this. He had to warm the rune with blood, after which he could summon the dolphin. The young man followed the instructions, and a few moments later, a cute dolphin emerged from the water. Zhong Bin praised Lian Shi, noting that he was lucky he'd gotten a male. From now on, they would be partners, patrolling the river and protecting it from poachers, demons, and spirits. Zhong Bin said that Lian Shi could stay with the dolphin to establish a connection with it. No one would interfere. Lian Shi bowed respectfully, thanking Brother Ran for the tour and for showing him the place. Zhong Bin replied that there was no need for thanks since they were now partners, and helping each other was their duty. Left alone, Lian Shi reflected that while he had developed a warm relationship with Lord Hu and felt affection for Master Yan, this did not mean everyone else would treat him kindly. Therefore, he needed to be cautious. As the saying went, if you have enough strength, a wall will turn into a door, and talent will attract patrons. But if Lord Hu made a mistake, people wouldn't let it slide, especially Wei Ling. Lian Shi understood that he couldn't let his guard down. He had to seize every opportunity to grow stronger and gain true freedom. He was confident he could tame the dolphin, since he'd always had a knack for aquatic creatures. Previously, he had only tamed mystical creatures, but now it was just an ordinary dolphin. He could spend a long time wondering if it would work, or he could just try. Lian Shi activated the blood seal and placed his hand on the dolphin's body. An imprint of a blood rune appeared on the animal's smooth, shiny skin. It was clear that the taming had been successful. Now the boy could gather the necessary amount of water essence to evolve the river dolphin into a river dolphin king. Soon, instead of a single dolphin, a whole pod appeared before the young man. They all looked at him as if they wanted to say something. It turned out that the tamed dolphin had brought his wife and child. Altogether, they now wanted to be tamed by Lian Shi. It was wonderful. Having even a single dolphin was already considered a huge advantage, and Lian Shi now had 3. Lian Shi said goodbye to his brother Ran, explaining that he still had business to attend to and would begin his duties tomorrow. The young man walked through the city streets, leading his horse by the reins. Nearby, a lively trade in food and goods was in full swing. Lian Shi, still young, watched with interest as a street magician drew a crowd of onlookers. A passing servant recruiter admired the young man's horse and asked what its name was. Lian Shi was pleasantly surprised by the compliments and said the animal's name was Kishan. He had named the horse a few days earlier. Realizing that the young man was looking for a servant, the man offered to help. Lian Shi confirmed that his new house was finished and that he wanted to hire a stable hand and a cook. The man was curious about where the young man's residence was located, how large it was, and whether the young man would mind sharing servants with other masters. Lian Shi explained that his residence was in Yanxin and consisted of 3 courtyards. He had no intention of sharing servants with anyone. Suddenly, the man realized, repeating to himself the Lian family of Yanxing. He understood that the young man standing before him was Lian Shi. Lian Shi already understood that his fame did not always bring only benefits, and now he was trying to gauge how kind this stranger was to him. The man bowed his head in a deep bow and began to thank his benefactor. He pointed to the girl who was his daughter. 6 months ago, Lian Shi had saved her, and if not for him, the man would have lost his daughter forever long ago. Lian Shi also recognized the old man who had been in the cult's citadel and whom he had managed to save during the brothers' invasion. The young man replied that he didn't need any thanks, for he had merely been doing his job protecting the weak and the innocent. Be that as it may, the man promised to select the very best people from among those at his disposal. They would be the finest workers in the entire district. Suddenly, a cry of admiration rang out in the market square. Here comes an official, he's simply magnificent. People turned to look. Lian Shi noticed the strange horses. The servant recruiter explained that they were Qinzhou horses. They were huge with broad backs, and therefore suitable only as pack horses. Lian Shi recalled that Mr. Hu had mentioned that the county magistrate was from Qinzhou. Hu Yulong had said that the city of Pinyang was expanding and might soon become a separate prefecture. That was why many important people, including the county magistrate, had been sent to Pinyang recently. Lian Shi wanted to find out exactly who would be serving as their county magistrate. It turned out to be Qian Zongyi, a young prodigy. At the age of 21, he placed second in the imperial examination and is a master of the zither, Go, calligraphy, painting, poetry, and singing. As a child, he had taken a dragon python pill, so his martial arts skills were at a very high level. By the age of 34, he had reached the tiger level. Qian Zongyi's primary technique was Hansho Gong. Lian Shi wondered why such an exceptional person had been appointed to the role of a simple county magistrate. Pinyang had become a prize. When it became a prefecture, it would matter who became the prefect, and the transition was impossible without a county magistrate. Hu Yulong explained this to his young comrade, but advised him not to get too close to Qian Zongyi. Yulong's grandfather had once met this young man in person and described him in a single phrase. Buddha and demon fused into a single twisted being in white robes stained with the blood of the mortal world. Moreover, this genius was an extremely wicked man. At that time, several interesting people were riding in the carriage that had brought the county magistrate. The Lama reported to his master that he had fulfilled his mission. It had taken him 107 days of continuous work to prepare it. The artifact is capable of uniting earth and heaven. After careful polishing, the skull became a truly precious relic, worthy of the title of a flawless relic. The master was busy with beautiful young women, but he still thanked the craftsman for his work. The new county magistrate, Qian Zongyi, was handsome, strong, and educated. He never denied himself any pleasures, and now several charming creatures were accompanying him on his move. The young man informed the Lama that as the new county magistrate, he had been ordered to deal with the cult of the Mother of Demons, and asked how the Great Mother differed from a Bodhisattva. The Lama listened to the question and said that she did not even come close to his Buddha. The destroying Yin matron was the embodiment of the untamed, poisonous qi created by the followers of the cult of the Mother of Demons. Their pearls of immortality are not meant to cultivate powerful masters, but to nourish the Mother herself. A goddess born of hatred, without form or substance, is by nature inferior to the true enlightened Buddha. Wei Ling was a tyrant, Hu Yulong a slacker, and the demon-hunting division incompetent in naval battles. The county magistrate understood that dealing with them would be difficult. The Lama looked out the carriage window and noticed a young man with a beautiful horse in the crowd. The old man studied his physique closely and noted that it was perfect. Qian Zongyi also looked out the window to see who the master was talking about. The Lama explained that the young man's bones resembled those of a tiger. His skull would make a perfect ritual cup if the county magistrate accepted his teachings. The better the ritual vessel, the more powerful he would become. Moreover, the future ritual vessel had a horse of dragon blood. Qian Zongyi understood that such a horse could only be obtained through an official title or an imperial award. Therefore, one had to be careful with this young man. The Lama smiled predatorily. Nothing is impossible in this world, for his master is the county magistrate. Qian Zongyi remembered that power in this town now belonged to him, and acknowledged that his master was absolutely right. The water prison was used against the huge and terrifying moray eel. Tahawa happily secured it by snapping his teeth across the predator's midsection. Chunky, in his evolved form, used his long whiskers like a lasso and tightly bound the beast. Lian Shi was pleased with how the duel was going and finally saw a real opponent. Now it was time to bring in the tame dolphin and his entire family. The whole group surrounded the moray eel from all sides. It could only scream helplessly, trying to scare off the hunters. Lian Shi brought in his catch, and the locals were once again thrilled. Brother Yahello had no equal when it came to slaying aquatic monsters. Everyone was curious how many aquatic monsters he had caught in a week. Lian Shi modestly replied that it wasn't that many. He reflected on the past week since the association's arrival. He had spent all his time training the dolphin and hunting aquatic creatures, and today there had been plenty of monsters. The men from the archives were absolutely thrilled. Mr. Lian had proven to be very capable. Lian Shi addressed the archive staff and announced that he wanted to exchange his merits. He placed a pile of severed monster heads on the floor. An archive worker showed him the records. Over the past few days, Lian Shi had accumulated 10 minor merits, which could be exchanged for something from his list. The lists included red maple flowers, rooster comb fruit, and many other small items. The archive worker explained that all of this had been specially developed by the Ministry of Agriculture for the River God Association. Rooster comb fruit grows underwater, so the association produces it in large quantities. Unlike the red maple flower, this fruit grows underwater, which means it contains a water essence. Lian Shi realized that this could be doubly beneficial to him. The young man told the archivist that he would take 12 rooster combs. The archivist added that Master Lian could take a look at their techniques while Clerk Han went to the storeroom to fetch the order. Lian Shi glanced through the list of techniques and saw that most of them were low rank and far weaker than those Master Yang had taught him. Besides, he didn't need specialized underwater techniques. Lian Shi snapped the description booklet shut and said he would take only the scallops, leaving the remaining merits for later. The archive clerk handed him his order and told him to return when the need arose. Finally, Lian Shi found himself in the silence and solitude of his boat. He opened the box and now understood why these plants were called rooster combs. Outwardly, they really did resemble rooster heads, and Lian Shi became curious about how much water essence was in each of them. He ate one rooster comb and immediately gained 200 points. This was wonderful since he usually had to eat until he was stuffed to achieve the same effect. Thoughts immediately arose about the amount of essence in high-grade spiritual plants. The young man decided to eat every last crumb. For these scallops, he received over 2,000 water essence points. Lian Shi felt his blood gates expand. If he could get his hands on a blood condensation pill and a blood replacement pill, he would be able to break through the barrier. Lian Shi swam a little longer in the river and decided to head back since he had an exam the next day. It was already late in the evening when the young man walked through the streets of the town studying the map and the street plan. As it turned out, Zhanghai Lake was a vast section of the river's estuary, stretching for tens of thousands of li. The map of this world was many times larger than the one from his past life. The young man realized that, by rough estimates, the planet was about twice the size of Earth. A river of such magnitude could indeed be home to real dragons. Lian Shi looked at the gate of his house and thought again how nice it was to have a private, comfortable home. Lian Shi had almost entered the gate when he heard someone asking him to stop. Standing before him was a priest, his hands clasped in a bow, pleased that Lian Shi had finally returned. The young man thought the man might be in need of money and said he didn't have any on him, but he could go inside and give him a few coins. The priest replied that he was an old monk and wasn't asking for charity from the young man. Lian Shi was at a loss. Why had this monk come in the middle of the night? The man respectfully said that Lian Shi had no spiritual master and perhaps he would like to become his disciple. Lian Shi invited the monk into the house and they sat down at the table to talk. The young man noted that he could not sense the old monk's aura at all. He must be a true master. The monk thanked the host for the meal and said that now they could talk about the main issue. Lian Shi wanted to understand why the master wanted him to become his disciple. He suspected it might be a trap. The monk folded his hands and replied that everything in this life is determined by fate. Lian Shi recalled that in a past life, he had heard these words from a young man selling Buddhist amulets. "This is your destiny." The monk explained that the young man possessed the tendons of a dragon and the bones of a tiger, and that the Vajra Sutra technique, taming the dragon and subduing the tiger, was perfectly suited for Lian Shi. The monk noted that the young man was still too young. He wasn't even 20 yet. By cultivating this technique, by the time he was 30, he would reach a level commonly referred to as that of a saint. Lian Shi listened attentively to the monk and said that he was just an ordinary guy who didn't hope to reach the Zhengxiang level. If it were that easy to become a master, people wouldn't spend their whole lives at it and still end up defeated, he added. Every stage of cultivation is built upon a mountain of enemies' corpses, Lian Shi remarked. He suggested they discuss this later and asked the monk where he had come from. The monk replied that like any monk, he had no home, but he had come from Kinzhou, the hometown of the county magistrate. This made Lian Shi wary. The monk explained that he had seen Lian Shi distributing silver to the people, organizing a soup kitchen, and slaying mountain demons to save the village, so he had a rough idea of his character. Therefore, the monk was ready to take the young man as a disciple from their very first meeting, considering this the best offering to the river god. These words convinced Lian Shi, and he thought that perhaps this was not a trap. Lian Shi apologized for his boldness and asked the monk what level he was at. The monk lowered his eyes and replied that, according to the common folk, he was at the Zhenxiang level. After that, the monk held up a finger, and the water in Lian Shi's cup began to rise. The young man was amazed. This man could control water. The monk smiled and asked again if Lian Shi would like to become his disciple. Lian Shi smiled in response and said that he already had a master and could not choose another. These words angered the old man. He wanted to know what level Lian Shi's master was at. Could he really be stronger than him? It seemed the monk was ready to fight, so the young man suggested they calm down and have some tea instead. The monk replied that he had been right about the young man. For him, honor was not just a word. The old monk had been attacked by another monk, and his core had cracked. He needed a place to recover. The old monk asked permission to stay in the house for 10 days. The young man took pity on him and said that he lived alone, so the monk could choose any room. Late that evening, Lian Shi was meditating, constantly thinking about the monk, unable to understand what a person of his caliber was doing in Pinyin. In any case, the monk was already in the house, so he was unlikely to be spying on the host. Lian Shi decided to enter the realm of spirit fortification that night. The young man performed all the necessary steps, and soon his energy began to shift from one state to another. The rune on the young man's back glowed brightly, and his entire body underwent changes and strengthening. The monk saw the light seeping through the walls of the house and thought that the owner of this house had a great destiny. Lian Shi was naturally endowed with dragon tendons and tiger bones, and was likely now using the technique of the internal method. Most likely, this young man really does have good teachers. It's just a pity that such talented people always have envious rivals. A few hoodlums with their faces covered were standing near Lian Shi's house. They told the master that the boy Lian was inside his house. The lama replied that they must bring the boy back alive, doing so quickly and decisively. The thugs ran into the courtyard but suddenly saw a monk standing before them. That man wasn't supposed to be there. He said he would kill anyone who dared to interfere with the master of this house, Lian Shi. If anyone moves, the old monk will send them straight to Buddha, he added. Morning came. Lian Shi felt wonderful. He was basking in the sun's rays, and Yinlong's mark had helped him reach the next level. The young man felt that his spiritual foundation had become purer, so now he would be able to master any techniques faster. Cultivation happened on its own and didn't require meditation. Roughly speaking, Lian Shi was now getting stronger by the second. He flung open the doors to his room and stepped out into the courtyard, feeling refreshed and powerful. He was greeted by the servants, Auntie Fan and Uncle Lu, whom the intermediary had sent to work there. The woman reported that she had set the table for the master and his guest in the courtyard, as he had requested. Lian Shi greeted everyone and wished them a good morning. After that, the young man sat down at the table and greeted the monk separately, wishing him good health and all the best. The monk replied that it seemed Lian Shi had worked very hard that night because he looked simply wonderful now. Lian Shi was hungry when suddenly a servant reported in surprise that Head Zhao from the academy had sent a message. The academy representative reminded him that he needed to arrive before noon for the exam. Lian Shi had become so engrossed in his cultivation that he had almost forgotten about it. The new county magistrate had arrived at the local academy to assess its standards. Qian Zongyi said that the academy lived up to its reputation as the best in Pinyin. At first, everything looked fine, but then the county magistrate noticed one problem. The academy was too small, though this wasn't critical. After that, he handed over a banknote for 1,000 liang, a donation for the academy's needs. The head of the academy and his assistants were surprised. A typical county magistrate wouldn't give that much money even in a year. The head of the academy began to thank the judge, saying that such a large donation was unnecessary, but the judge said the amount was insignificant. The head of the academy was somewhat embarrassed, for the gift turned out to be too impressive. The tour of the academy continued, and the new county judge mentioned that he had heard of a talented young man who had created a new phonetic system. The judge wanted to meet this young man in person, and Lian Shi immediately tensed up. He understood that the county magistrate wouldn't just be casually visiting an ordinary school. He had to be careful not to fall for any provocation. Lian Shi rose from his seat, bowed, and said he was flattered by the judge's attention, but noted that he was unworthy of such an honor. The county judge looked at the boy and said he wished to present him with a small reward, which Lian Shi must not refuse. It was a sum of 100 liang, a very substantial amount. The head of the academy suggested that he should thank the judge and accept the gift. Qian Zongyi addressed the students, stating that as the new county magistrate, he must care for the elderly, assist the mature, and guide the young. From now on, neither widows nor orphans, nor the poor would suffer or go without. The worthy would be rewarded and the unworthy punished. Rewards and punishments would be meted out according to merit. The students listened to the judge with their mouths agape. They realized that this man possessed fabulous wealth. The county judge told the teacher that Lian Shi would take first place in the exam today. The teacher thought that the exam was not yet over and the result was still unknown. Moreover, although the young man had devised a phonetic system, his other achievements were mediocre. Lian Shi felt as if his hand were acting independently of his mind. Words of admiration for great deeds and wisdom flowed from his brush. The judge looked at the young man, who possessed extraordinary talent in the martial arts. He had become the personal disciple of the head of the Yang clan just a few days after joining the clan. Lian Shi was talented in both the intellectual and physical spheres. His skull could have been made into a beautiful ritual bowl. The judge leaned toward the young man and took the sheet of paper on which he had been writing. Qian Zongyi looked closely at the written words, saying nothing. After that, the county judge told the teacher that he had business to attend to and that they would meet another time. The man left the school grounds. Qian Zongyi was furious. He had hoped that after using the boy's skull for a ritual bowl, no one would be such an idiot. The words written on the slip of paper stood before his eyes, and the magistrate was offended by their clumsiness and the emptiness of the author's soul. Without making any arrangements for a meeting, the judge spotted the lama and hoped the monk had a decent explanation for daring to act without permission. The entire group of thugs sent to Lian Shi's house had sustained injuries of varying severity. Many were in pain, and some had lost consciousness. The monks said that they had done their best for the sake of the county judge's path to immortality, and this sacrifice was simply necessary. Chang Zongyi didn't understand. If it was really that important, why did the mission fail? The monk replied that there was a master with this young man whom no one knew anything about, and his level was close to the Zhenjiang stage. The county magistrate fell deep in thought upon hearing of such a strong and powerful monk. Then Qian Zongyi summed it up. Acting without orders is one thing, but failure is quite another. Everyone knows the principles by which the county magistrate lives. The lama said he understood perfectly well. These people who had failed the test would become sacrifices on the county magistrate's path to immortality. The bandits remembered that they were sort of on the same side. One failure didn't mean anything yet. The monk killed them all and collected their blood in a sacrificial bowl, with which he appeared before his master. The worthy must be rewarded, and the unworthy punished. Rewards and punishments will be meted out according to merit, he said. The district judge accepted the chalice containing the blood of the guilty bandits and declared that he had always been just. The young man walked through the water, screaming and sobbing because of the river monster and the beast. Tears streamed down his face. He said that everyone was dead and that he had to save his mother and return to her. Lu Yu, a resident of Wushui village, wanted to reach the River Lords Association to report everything. The man could not calm down and kept repeating, "They're all dead, they're all dead." Lian Shi stretched his leg as he listened to how the Vajra Sutra, which subdues the dragon, is based on three aspects: strengthening qi, strengthening the body, and purifying oneself of evil. Strengthening qi energy improves its quality and accelerates cultivation. Perfecting the body makes a person stronger, and purification creates an aura that repels all evil. Cultivation is based on strengthening the core. Such a technique takes the core to a whole new level. Now the Baoyuan technique strengthened the young man's spirit, while the Vajra Sutra hardened his bones and tendons. The master was right. This technique could be combined with others. Lian Shi soon felt that he had become strong both outwardly and inwardly. Of course, the young man had not yet fully mastered the technique, but he could already sense the approaching breakthrough of the blood barrier. Lian Shi had exchanged his merits for blood condensation and replacement pills, so breaking through the barrier was not far off. A few days ago, Lian Shi was lying down with a book and asked the archivist to prepare a list of items he could trade for. The young man carefully examined the techniques. They were far superior to minor merits, but even they held little value for him at the moment. Suddenly, he noticed high-level items, such as the Crimson Phoenix Peach, whose primary purpose was to extend one's lifespan. The young man's gaze lingered on the water lingji. This spiritual fruit ripens once every 30 years and enhances compatibility with water techniques. That was already interesting. Lian Shi decided to ask the archivist if there was a suitable mission for him to earn such a useful fruit. Early in the morning, he headed to the archives. He wanted to get down to business as soon as possible. The archivist was surprised to see that Lian Shi had come for work again. The young man's work ethic was impressive. Today, Lian Shi came bearing a treat. He gave the archivist a pinyon meat pie, which deeply touched the man. While the archivist was enjoying the bun, Lian Shi asked where he could earn major merits. The archivist replied that there was a mission that had just come in that morning, and he had specifically saved it for Lian Shi. It involved an investigation in Wushui City. A beautiful dancer sang of vows made to the mountains and seas of fatal beauty, the indestructibility of feelings, the fragility of beauty, and thousands of grievances and sorrows. The fat and vile county magistrate listened to her performance and admired the beauty. The man told Chief Lu that his concubine was a true gift from heaven. Liu Chang, the leader of the Veil Gang, said to the judge, "If you wish, the beauty will certainly visit you tonight." The county magistrate could not act in such a way, for it was wrong, but he still appreciated Chief Lu's gift. Liu Chang explained that the young Chun had just felt a strong connection with Judge Du and would regret it for the rest of her life if she could not serve him. Liu Chang isn't forcing anyone to do anything. He's merely helping the beauty whose heart is breaking with love for the judge. The sleazy, fat county magistrate was absolutely delighted. He said he hadn't made a mistake in choosing Chief Lu. After the men had come to an agreement, Liu Chang asked the county magistrate about a position as an inspector for his son. The magistrate immediately grew stern and reminded Liu Chang that they had agreed not to discuss business today. Liu Chang apologized several times for his confusion and offered to drink a cup as a sign of apology. Du Changwei announced that he was retiring to his chambers to prepare for a meeting with a beautiful dancer. The judge's advisor, bowing deeply, told Liu Chang not to worry and to rest assured. The judge always kept his son in mind. After that, the advisor left the room, and Liu Chang thanked him for his concern. When all the outsiders had left, the deputy gang leader, Liu Yi, said that this fatso, the county judge, was using his authority to control them. The men didn't know if there was anything in that judge's head besides food and lust. Liu Yi told his comrade that rumors had reached him. Someone was bringing people from the River Lords Association into their territory. It immediately became clear that these were traitors, and they had to decide what to do with them. Liu Chang, of course, considered this an inconvenience, but on the other hand, he didn't care about the association. They had dealt with far more complicated problems. This territory belonged to the Veil Gang, and its leaders would deal with anyone who dared to show up here. An old man stood at the pier near the market, begging the gentleman to give him a few more days. Without this fish, his family would starve to death. But instead of sympathy, the fisherman was struck and fell right in the middle of the street. Zheng Tianfu, also a member of the Veil Gang, asked how many more days the fisherman needed, since no one was giving him time or asking if he could gather everything required. The poor old man couldn't get up. His little grandson stood nearby, crying. The gangster confiscating the fish addressed the crowd. "Everyone knows who protects you from the ferocious king of fish. Of course, it's not the authorities or the lords of the River Lord Association. It's the members of Veil's gang, and the fishermen must remember this every minute of their lives. The gangsters risk their lives for the fishermen, so they have the right to ask for payment in return." The old man tried to explain that the gang members had taken over the entire pier and were now demanding half a bream a day for fishing. Ordinary peasants simply don't have that kind of money, but the bandit said, "If you don't have the money, you can sell the boy. They'll easily buy a child like that for 3 silver coins, and that'll be enough to rent a boat and pay off the debt," he added. The old man held his grandson close and spoke of how the king's fish tax took most of the catch, and the fishermen simply couldn't survive. The bandit was thinking of how to shut the loud old man up when he suddenly heard his boss's voice. Liu Chang had personally come to the pier and wanted to know what all the commotion was about. A gang member explained that the old man was refusing to pay up. Liu Chang, of course, considered this a real nightmare. The man leaned toward the old man and said he didn't mean to be rude, but he thought the old man was too old for such behavior. The old man began to cry and begged Liu Chang for mercy. He hadn't eaten in 3 days and truly had no money. Liu Chang didn't curse or shout. He laughed and said he could easily postpone the old man's payment. But what would happen to the other fishermen then? If Liu Chang treated one person this way, what about the other villagers? Was he supposed to postpone their payments as well? That would be fair, but who would then feed the members of the Veil Gang and protect the villagers from monsters? Who would take responsibility for the safety of the locals? Perhaps Old Man Hu would take care of it? The poor old man could barely stand, trembling and shaking with terror, not knowing how to answer the gang leader. Liu Chang said that the Fish King's tax had been personally established by the county magistrate. Everyone must donate a portion of their catch to remain safe. And now Uncle Hu is putting the whole town at risk for the sake of his family's comfort. That's very selfish, he added. Old Man Hu tried to say something in defense, but suddenly a huge rock struck him in the head, and blood spattered all around. One of the women had thrown the rock. "I have a family at home too, old man. This argument is only bringing death upon us." The rest of the villagers agreed with the woman, and more stones flew toward the unfortunate old man. People shouted that the old man must die and that they didn't want to risk their lives just because he had no money or food. Not only stones were thrown, but also sticks and fists. The old man tried to shield his head and hide his sobbing grandson beneath him. The gang members left the pier, leaving the locals to deal with the old man. The man wanted to know if they beat him to death, what would happen to the debt. Liu Chang ordered that the grandson be sold. Whatever was left after the debt was paid was to be distributed among his gang brothers. He warned that the River Lords Association had recently made its presence known, and the boy must go to the cave to watch over the treasures. The gang leader assured him there was no need to worry about the River Lords Association. Everything had already been arranged. Lian Shi sailed in a large, beautiful boat, though he was embarrassed by the uniform. The young man was delighted by the privileges the association provided. Lian Shi had been given a boat and an escort to carry out the mission. He sat down at the table to enjoy the food prepared by Auntie Fan, whose culinary skills were highly regarded. Lian Shi offered the young man traveling with him a taste of the food, but the young man replied that he wasn't hungry. Lian Shi realized the young man was simply shy or afraid and told him once more to relax. There was plenty of food and they could eat well together. The young man dug into the food and told the gentleman that he hadn't eaten anything so delicious in a long time. In fact, he hadn't eaten anything at all in a long time. Suddenly, tears welled up in his eyes. He said he wished his mother could eat something like this too. Lian Shi watched the boy and thought about what terrible times had come. The demon mother's clan had unleashed a multitude of monsters, ruining the lives of ordinary people. He wanted to know exactly what had happened in the boy's homeland. The young man looked very frightened and said one word: Fish King, a huge creature. Lian Shi thought that the Fish King was probably some kind of spiritual monster. At that moment, something strange began to happen. The boy became frightened, and Lian Shi himself ran out of the hole to see what had happened. It seemed as if a storm had broken out on the river. The sky and water turned dark, and high waves lashed against the boat's side. Soon the Fish King emerged from the water, and according to the young man, devoured all the village boys. Lian Shi stood there with his mouth agape, staring at the monster, unable to believe his eyes. The young man was terrified and screamed that the Fish King had come to take their lives because this was his territory. Lian Shi smirked. Upon hearing the word territory, he thrust his spear forward and declared that here he was the one who decided whose territory was whose. Lian Shi stared intently at the monster. He hadn't fought anything like this in a long time, and realized he'd missed the thrill. He activated the seal, and the river's waters pressed tightly against the boat's sides, forming a single space. The young man was terrified, but Lian Shi told him not to worry. He just needed to wait. He'd be back soon. After that, Lian Shi pushed off from the boat and leaped high into the air, spear in hand. Plunging into the water, the young man saw the monster's wingless beasts, and it was strange. They were usually friendly toward humans, so why were they attacking now? Lian Shi tried to communicate with the monsters somehow, but they didn't respond, as if programmed to perform certain actions. Soon Lian Shi sensed the energy emanating from these fish and realized things were bad. At first, he didn't want to kill them, but now he realized there was no other choice. The young man summoned his assistants, preparing to destroy the monsters and uncover the truth. The frightened boy stood near the side of the boat, staring intently at the water, unable to imagine whether Master Lian was still alive. The young man had seen Lian Shi create a massive vortex and now had a rough idea of the power wielded by the River Lords Association. As the young man stared at the water, a huge monster appeared behind him on the boat. It looked as if it was about to devour the boy whole. The young man turned around, but it turned out to be a severed head. Lian Shi was alive and well. He looked at the young man and said there was nothing left to fear. The monster had been defeated, and now they could continue on their way in peace. Lian Shi explained that it wasn't a Fish King, but a porpoise that hadn't even reached the level of a spiritual monster, but there was something wrong with it. Finally, they swam ashore, and the young man announced that the city of Wushui lay ahead. The residents would be delighted to learn that Lian Shi had slain the Fish King. The young man was happy. He waved his arms, telling everyone he had returned with good news. The people looked at Liu Yu with caution. He had gone fishing with the Zhou family's son, but returned alone. Could something have happened? The young man rushed toward the people as soon as the boat docked and said he had brought good news. The Fish King was dead. Now the fishermen could fish freely, without fear. The people were skeptical and didn't believe that the Fish King was dead. The young man confirmed, "It's true. Here is his head. The Fish King was killed by a gentleman from the River Lords Association." The fishermen didn't know how to move forward. If they were safe, what would happen to the taxes? At that moment, Liu Chang appeared at the pier, greeted the master from the River Lord Association, and thanked him on behalf of all the townspeople. Lian Shi immediately sensed the man's aura. Liu Chang was at least at the tiger level. The man introduced himself as the head of the local fishing guild and explained that lately they had barely been able to manage with their own men. Liu Chang wasn't exaggerating. Lian Shi had saved all their lives. Lian Shi replied that it was his duty and there was no need to thank him, But in his mind, he thought that something wasn't right here. Liu Chang had taken it all too calmly. It seemed as though Liu Chang had known everything in advance. Now he was telling the residents that the city of Wushui had been saved thanks to the River Lord Association. The tax had been abolished, and everyone could fish in peace. The residents were delighted, considering Liu Chang to be generous. The boys hadn't gone into the water in a long time, fearing monsters. Now they were goading each other. Who would be the first to go for a swim? The bravest one plunged into the water and waved to the others, showing that the river was safe. His friend dived in too and felt a long-forgotten sensation. It had been a long time since they'd swum in the river. Lian Shi suddenly sensed approaching danger and immediately shouted for the boys to get out of the water. At that moment, one of the swimmers disappeared under the water, leaving only his hand above the surface. The men rushed out of the water onto the bank and saw blood spreading across the river, realizing that the Fish King had returned. Lu Yu couldn't understand how this was possible, since he had seen the monster destroyed. Liu Chang was pleased. His plan had worked. He shouted to the people that the Fish King was still alive and that they needed to flee immediately. The people on the shore were in shock. Those who had managed to get out were terrified. How could this have happened if the Fish King was dead? Lu Yu was upset and told the people that it was safe there. But now he realized he had let them down, and there were new casualties. At that moment, an old woman appeared at the pier, having heard that Lu Yu had returned. She wanted to know where her sons were, with whom he had gone fishing. Lu Yu began to cry and told the woman that the Zhou brothers had been devoured by the Fish King, and that it had happened right before his eyes. Upon hearing the news, the old woman fainted and collapsed unconscious in the middle of the street. The mother of the dead boys began to scream. If her sons were dead, why was Lu Yu still alive? The woman pounced on the boy in a rage, began beating and choking him, accusing him of all manner of sins and betrayal. Lu Yu cried and explained that the brothers had sacrificed themselves so that he could survive, and he reported what had happened to the county authorities because he hadn't killed his friends. But the woman was completely beside herself. She beat the young man and accused him of killing her sons for profit and the catch. At that moment, another woman screamed that Lu Yu had deceived her, since her husband had just died because of the young man who claimed the kingfish was dead. People from all sides accused the unfortunate young man. It was all his fault. He brought bad luck and he had to be killed. At that moment, Mr. Lian Shi, a representative of the River Lord Association, emerged from the water. Everyone stopped fighting and looked at Lian Shi. He had brought several more slain monsters and said that now they were definitely finished. Lian Shi thought he had been too reckless and had believed in success too easily. There's no smoke without fire. It's all about this tax. These monsters, which had been terrorizing the locals, had been bred specifically for this purpose, and a certain criminal was behind it, most likely the gang leader Liu Chang. At that moment, Liu Chang was on the verge of tears. How magnificent the representative of the River Lords Association was, and if he could, he would definitely help. Of course, one cannot blame the representatives of the county seat. Lu Yu likely had his own reasons for betraying his friends. Lian Shi remained silent, watching intently as Liu Chang put on a show, accusing the innocent young man. After that, the gang leader invited Lian Shi to rest at his house, but the locals objected. When the monsters were killing their fellow villagers, the association had offered no help. Now the representative of the authorities had arrived too late, and more people had died. The residents were afraid to let Lian Shi in, thinking that he was the one who had summoned these creatures. Lu Yu realized that the people wouldn't pay him any attention now, so he jumped up, explaining to his fellow villagers that Lian Shi had avenged the dead and destroyed the monsters. He hadn't summoned them. Meanwhile, a thought crept into the people's minds. Perhaps Lu Yu and Lian Shi had made a deal and planned all of this together on purpose. Liu Chang once again behaved very tactfully. He asked the villagers to calm down, since the master might have had his own reasons and they needed to show understanding. The woman wept, her face streaming with tears. She couldn't show understanding. Her son was dead, and that understanding meant nothing to her. God knows Lian Shi had been patient for a long time, watching this whole circus, but even angels run out of patience eventually. Liu Chang immediately realized that the association representative had a bone barrier aura. Lian Shi stepped forward and addressed the locals, saying he would explain everything now. But first, he had to figure out exactly where these creatures had come from. Lian Shi approached Lu Yu and told him to calm down and go home. Once he found out the truth, he would definitely find the boy. As he spoke these words of encouragement, Lian Shi placed a hand on the young man's shoulder, and the centipede slipped unnoticed under Liu Yu's clothes. Liu Chang was glad that everything had ended well. No one was hurt, and everyone was told to go home. Liu Chang apologized to the county guest and said he had important business to attend to, so he wouldn't be able to accompany Lian Shi on the expedition. Lian Shi replied that it didn't matter, but that Master Lu would still be needed later. The men said their goodbyes and went their separate ways. A servant informed Liu Chang that everything had been done according to his orders, that young upstart Lian Shi would find nothing, ever. Besides, everyone was certain that these waters would be Lian Shi's grave. Lian Shi sailed on his boat, noticing how quickly and cunningly the bandits had vanished as soon as the commotion at the pier had ended. The young man was certain that the local villains had underestimated him. The boat sailed on, and the young man, standing on the deck, scanned the water and everything around him. Soon he realized he had found what he was looking for. His chief aides, his pets, and a pod of trained dolphins were already there, waiting for their master. Lian Shi swam into the bay. He sensed that it had to be somewhere here. The young man was almost certain that someone was controlling these fish, because such precise movements meant that someone was giving them orders. All that remained was to figure out how it was happening. Soon Lian Shi noticed that there was something in the mouth of the huge fish. He pulled the sea creature out. In his hands was a tongue worm. In his past life, the young man had already seen similar creatures. They were parasites that controlled underwater creatures. This was likely how the killer fish were being controlled. Controlling aquatic creatures without the association's permission is already a crime. But using tongue worms to harm people for profit is genocide and punishable by death. The man was holding a disgusting woodlouse, and his friend told him to handle it carefully, since every creature was worth a silver coin. The young man was frightened. His uncle said that if anyone saw him tormenting the woodlouse, trouble would be inevitable. These bandits had already fed a fisherman to the monster for a mistake, but they had to keep going to save up money and cure the boy's mother. The young man asked his uncle if the bandits weren't afraid that everything would soon be exposed. The young man pried open the porpoise's mouth with a metal tool and shoved the tongue-shaped woodlouse down its throat. The man said that the Veil gang couldn't handle the monsters on their own. It was all the work of a master who was far away. But the young man was frightened and told his uncle that the heavens would punish them for their misdeeds. His uncle wouldn't listen. Survival was hard. So worrying about others was foolish. They didn't kill people, they just raised parasites. At that moment, the third leader of the gang appeared near them. He didn't understand why there was such a commotion in the morning. Did they really want to be fish food? The man was very frightened. Upon seeing the third leader, he hoped he hadn't said anything he shouldn't have. The gangster replied that he wasn't obligated to tell the workers where and when to show up. It was none of their business. Suddenly, the third gang leader's expression twisted. He realized the boy had killed a parasite. The thug grabbed the boy and began shaking him back and forth. He said that it seemed this fool had missed everything that had been explained to him before. The man tried to stand up for his nephew, begging the third in command to have mercy on the boy, who didn't even know what he'd done. But the gangster said that the parasites were the gang's property, and he couldn't just let this slide. The man got down on his knees, swearing he would pay for the parasite, begging only that they not kill the boy. The third in command of the gang shoved the young man aside, saying he was lucky to have such an uncle, and now they would discuss compensation. The man was very frightened. He said that the tongue parasite was worth a pound of silver. The gangster confirmed that this was merely the price for the parasite, but added that he shouldn't forget that he had just spared his nephew's life. And since the third gang leader was a noble man, a wallet full of money would be enough for him, and he snatched it from the man's hands. The boy began to say that they had saved this money together with his uncle for his mother's treatment, and the gang leader couldn't take it. The villain stopped in front of the crowd and defiantly asked what the young man was going to do about it, since he had already taken the money for himself. Everyone's patience has its limits. The young man lunged at the gangster with his fists, but the gangster was strong and kicked the boy, knocking the wind out of him. The third gang leader threw the boy into the water, and now it was clear that the monsters would devour the boy. The uncle was very upset. He truly loved his nephew and understood that the boy had acted very foolishly, and now nothing could help him. And the gang leader mocked him, saying that the boy was finished because those creatures would certainly not let him go. The boy really wasn't visible above the water. Only air bubbles were spreading across the surface. Suddenly, along with the bubbles, a boat burst out onto the surface of the cave's enclosed grotto. Lian Shi was standing on it, and next to him was the boy, coughing up water. The men gaped in surprise. The uncle was overjoyed to see his nephew alive, while the thug couldn't figure out who he was or how he'd appeared. Lian Shi was completely calm. He introduced himself and said he had come from the River Lords Association. Of course, the thug had heard of the association's representatives, but he couldn't figure out how the young man had found this place. Lian Shi had no intention of answering the villain's questions. He said the thug was suspected of illegally breeding underwater creatures, and given what had happened in Wushui City, the villain must come with him. Of course, all this seemed too ridiculous to the third in command of the gang, who began to laugh. He said that he finally understood. A small time nobody had surfaced before him. This kid wants the gang leader to follow him. He probably doesn't realize whose business he's meddling in. Lian Shi acts as if he were the head of the association himself, but first he needs to try to move the gangster from his spot. And in the next moment, a long spear pierced the villain's shoulder, impaling him like a kebab on a skewer. Lian Shi leaped toward the thug and pinned him down, smashing the structures and everything inside them with his back. The villain was literally in shock. He hadn't even had time to react before the boy had taken him down. But once underwater, the villain began to feel better. He believed that dunking him in the water had been Lian Shi's biggest mistake. A colony of woodlice lived in the villain's throat, through which he could control all the creatures under his command. But as time passed, it became increasingly difficult for him to breathe and survive, and the monsters never appeared. The villain couldn't understand how this was possible, and asked the young man who was gripping his throat tightly about it. Lian Shi was pleased with the fight. He looked at the thug, who couldn't figure out where all his propoi had gone. Lian Shi lifted his opponent and showed him that all the monsters had been trapped in the water prison he had cast upon them. The villain no longer understood who he was dealing with. Was this young man a human, or was he, after all, a god? Since all the water creatures obeyed him, Lian Shi deliberately demonstrated his power to the villain and said that he would now beat all the nonsense out of the thug, and then ask him a few questions to which he wanted honest answers. Meanwhile, in the city of Luyu, he sat by his sick mother's bedside and confessed that he had let her down, had done foolish things, and that it was his fault that the Zhou brothers had died. The woman comforted her son, saying that she herself was to blame for everything. If she hadn't fallen ill, her son wouldn't have had to shoulder the burden alone. Lu Yu explained that he had brought in a gentleman from the association to help, and that once the truth came out, he would apologize to the townspeople. After that, he would be able to earn enough money to cure his mother, and the woman believed that it must surely have been a misunderstanding. Shouts rang out in the street. People were yelling that the villain must not be allowed to escape, suggesting they block the doors and punish the scoundrel. Lu Yu left his mother in bed and ran out into the street, asking the people what they were doing. A group of residents stood in front of the house, angry and convinced that Lu Yu was to blame for all their troubles. At the head of the group stood Lu Chang, who said he didn't understand how it had come to this, but couldn't go against the will of the people. The young man still didn't understand what was happening and could hardly believe his eyes. These people seemed to have lost their minds. Lu Chang, though he pretended to be decent, took great pleasure in declaring that Lu Yu owed a huge debt to his fallen countrymen. People from all sides shouted, calling the young man a parasite, a villain, a traitor, unworthy of living on this earth. They demanded just punishment, an eye for an eye. Some recalled that their loved ones had died because they had believed Liu Yu's words. Yet before that, they had lived peacefully under the protection of leader Liu, who had shielded them from monsters. People recalled all their misfortunes and now saw this young man as the main source of their misfortunes, holding him responsible for the deaths of the townspeople. Lu Chang looked at the young man with a smirk and said that he needed to explain himself to the townspeople, since people wouldn't just slander a good person for no reason. At the same time, Mr. Lu Chang was certain that the people would never let a bad person go, and that he would receive just punishment for his crimes. Lu Yu couldn't find the words to explain himself, for he was the true victim of the situation. Yet now he was being blamed for all the sins, and no one wanted to listen to him. Moreover, the villagers were convinced that this boy from the association might have colluded with the outsiders for personal gain, or perhaps he wasn't even from the association at all. Lu Yu was terrified. He shouted that none of it was true, and that he had never thought of or intended to deceive his friends, just as Lian Shi had killed the kingfish, which were probably hiding somewhere off to the side. Lu Chang said that the boy didn't believe his own words, wasn't sure of himself, and didn't understand how he expected all the residents to believe his guesses, since there were absolutely no facts to back them up. Soon, a rumor spread among the residents that a real conspiracy was behind all this, and how fortunate they were to have Mr. Lu Chang, who always cared about them and whom they could rely on. A little girl, who had also been dragged here for this special occasion, was crying, pointing at Lu Yu, calling him a bad man, and begging for her daddy back. Lu Chang addressed the crowd and said that they had all witnessed the monster's ferocity, so now they needed to perform the Fish King ritual to appease their wrath. Lu Yu fell to his knees before the villagers and said that he would catch the fish himself to offer it to the monster on behalf of everyone in the town. But Lu Chang said that this time, a single fish would not be enough, and such a sacrifice would not protect them. In the current situation, the fish monster's wrath was so intense that Liu Yu himself must be the offering. The young man fell to the ground in fear. He couldn't believe his ears. Did these people really want to kill him? The door of the house swung open, and a sick woman appeared in the doorway. She demanded that they not touch her son. If they needed a human sacrifice, let them use her, because she was a sick and useless old woman. Lu Yu wouldn't even listen to such words. He told his mother to go back inside quickly, because this had nothing to do with her at all. Now the people didn't know what to do, because in principle they could take the woman. It didn't matter to the fish which person they ate. But then the instigators shouted that all this was very wrong, Someone in every family had died, and Liu Yu might get off scot-free. Perhaps the Fish King had chosen him, and if they didn't sacrifice the young man, peaceful times would never come. And once again, the people were ready to sacrifice the young man, because they too had no relatives. No mothers, fathers, brothers, or sisters, and no one would bring them back. The people continued to discuss it, and eventually decided to seize the boy. They had to appease the Fish King's wrath and offer him exactly this sacrifice. The people seized the young man, who had no intention of running away. He was worried that his mother might suffer. The woman looked at her beloved son and shouted that she was fine, and that he should think of himself. And just when it seemed that everything was decided, a centipede jumped out of the young man's clothes and onto the arm of one of the men. Soon it crawled to the ground and began to grow in size. People shouted "monster" and scattered in fear. Liu Chang saw that the boy was holding the monster close, even though he himself had said he hadn't spoken to anyone. At the same time, it was a spiritual being. Liu Yu rushed to his mother, whose face was covered in blood. The young man wept, holding the lifeless body of his beloved, hoping that his mother would wake up soon. One of the men shouted that this scoundrel, Liu Yu, was still pretending, and that he absolutely had to be captured and taken to the King of Fish. But suddenly a calm voice rang out, saying only, "Try doing that." The men immediately recognized the man as Mr. Lian Shi from the River Lord Association. People didn't understand how he had ended up here, since the young man had set out in search of monsters. The man said that the association was concerned with matters of the water, but now they had business on land. Lian Shi held his tongue after listening to this nonsense and calmly told the people that Liu Yu was a valuable witness brought in to assist with the investigation. In other words, the young man was under the protection of the River Lords Association, and if anyone had any objections, they could voice them now. Several women rushed over to Lian Shi, saying that the gentleman had arrived just in time to stand up for Liu Yu. Liu Chang was right there. He said he trusted Lian Shi and hoped that the association's representative would not disappoint them. Lian Shi announced that he would hold the Fish King's ritual the following day. The young man said he had prepared fine wine and refreshments and would be waiting for everyone on the viewing boat. And now these despicable little people, who had been spreading nothing but hatred around them, had to leave, because Lian Shi was barely holding back from killing them. Liu Chang led everyone away, wishing the master a good night, and they agreed to meet the next day for the grand ceremony. Liu Yu continued to sob. He said he hadn't hurt anyone. He needed money to treat his mother, which is why he went fishing despite the danger. Lian Shi began to calm the young man down. He apologized for being late, but said he had already figured everything out. However, they couldn't act impulsively, because all the townspeople might suffer, and the truth would be buried forever. Lian Shi added that he swore he would clear Liu Yu's name, but everything had to be done calmly and wisely. According to information provided by the gang's third-in-command, Liu Chang was a Skakun-level warrior, and his chief deputy, Liu Yi, had already broken through the blood barrier. Lian Shi realized that he didn't have enough strength to handle such opponents, so he took out the preparations he had readied in advance. The young man decided that the time had come to break through the blood barrier. He sank to the bottom of the river and initiated the process. Gradually, his mind cleared. Lian Shi felt power filling him. When the time came, he swallowed the pill. The danger of the blood gate consisted of 3 ebbs and 3 flows. Each blood replacement was like walking along the edge of a hellish abyss. All the blood left the body and lingered at the previous 3 gates, and from there on, the individual's willpower had to take over. Lian Shi had to expel all his blood and then draw it back in. This process was repeated 3 times. In the end, Lian Shi was very pleased. He had succeeded, and now the young man had become a warrior of the 4th gate level. The young man felt perfectly fine, petting his pets and getting ready for the next day. It was time to get started and settle the score with the villain, Liu Chang. The next morning arrived. The weather was excellent. Liu Yu was drinking tea with his gangmate Liu Chang. They were discussing what would happen when the boy from the association arrived. Liu Chang said there was no need to worry. The boy wouldn't go anywhere. He'd have to listen to them. Liu Yi agreed with his brother, because the officials would never let it go until they got a kickback. It was strange, of course, that there had been no word from their third brother for 2 days now. Maybe that scoundrel had run off with all the money. Liu Chang didn't think so. He knew his third brother wasn't a fool. He was rough, but he knew what was what. Just then, a servant entered and announced that a member of the River Lords Association had arrived. Liu Chang told his brother that they needed to go and give the guest a warm welcome. Lian Shi was on his boat, holding a spear in his hands and waiting for representatives of the Veil Gang to come out to meet him. Liu Chang suggested they talk inside, since it was windy and uncomfortable outside. Everyone sat down at the table, and the hosts wanted to know what Mr. Lian thought of their food, since it was no worse here than in the best restaurants in Pyongyang. Lian Shi finally spoke up. He said he didn't recall introducing himself or giving his name, but it seemed that Chief Lu Chang had conducted his own investigation and figured out who he was dealing with. Lu Chang said that Mr. Lian's fame had spread throughout the country, and of course he couldn't possibly not know the name of the youngest member of the Riverlord Association who had vanquished the mountain demons. Lian Shi said that the host was flattering him, because Lian Shi was nowhere near Lu Chang's equal. In these parts, the title of a government official meant nothing compared to the name Lu Chang. Lu Chang took the bait and said that if Mr. Lian ever ran into trouble in their region, he shouldn't hesitate to mention his name. Lian Shi continued, saying that he simply couldn't understand why a man as great as Chief Lu would intimidate poor peasants, since that was actually very despicable. Lu Yi slammed his fist on the table and said that enough was enough with talking about people while using them as an excuse. It would be better to just say how much Mr. Lian wanted to settle the matter. But his older brother told him to shut up and continued, explaining to Mr. Lian that there was no such thing as meanness in this world. Each of them was simply trying to survive. No matter how hard Lu Chang tried to become noble and wealthy, he was born into a humble family. He had no other choice, and besides, all the deals he made were done with the consent of the higher-ups. Lian Shi said he wanted to intervene in these matters because the Riverlords Association deals with water affairs. Such are the rules. Lu Chang said that they seemed to understand each other and handed over the envelope. Inside the envelope were 3,000 lian. That amount should be enough to reach the Skakun rank. Lian Shi said, "Don't they know who my master is? By the way, he's the head of the Yang clan. This is too little for a man like that." Lu Chang smiled knowingly and said that if Lian Shi left quietly now, they would pay him another 2,000 lian within a month. Lian Shi said again that it wasn't enough. Liu Yi could barely stand on his feet from rage, and his older brother asked directly how much Lian Shi wanted. Lian Shi twirled a delicate porcelain teacup before his eyes, pondering how much money he actually wanted. To the complete surprise of everyone present, instead of answering, Lian Shi attacked Lu Chang. Lian Shi was strong, and this of course took the thugs by surprise. Finally, the young man stated the price he wanted for his silence. He wanted his brother's heads, and the servant could barely keep up with his master. Of course, they did this to please the young man's father, but escaping from the academy was most likely not a very good idea. The young man's name was Lu Wen Yang, and he was Lu Chang's son. He believed that one could always study, but a father's birthday only comes once a year. The young man had planned a surprise, and now he was almost at his father's ship, anticipating how happy Lu Chang would be to see his son. And just as the young man was at the pier, a massive explosion rocked the ship. No one knew what was happening or what problems had arisen on board. Lu Chang was unpleasantly surprised when he realized he was facing a very talented young man who had broken through the fourth barrier in just one night. But he knew that wasn't enough to defeat Lu Chang, and the gang leader, drawing his sword, engaged Lian Shi in combat. Lian Shi knew that a fourth barrier warrior was capable of shattering steel, crushing stones with his bare hands, leaping like a lion, and stealing a soul with a single glance. In hand-to-hand combat, he had no equal. And now, when the young man placed his hand on the blade and shattered the sword, Lu Chang was horrified, unable to believe his eyes. Lian Shi told his opponent that he realized, for now, he truly was no match for Lu Chang in strength. However, before his eyes stood the face of the unfortunate Lu Yu, who had nearly fallen victim to mob justice. The Lu brothers watched their opponent with interest, eager to see what this talented young man would do in such a situation. Lian Shi held his spear in his hands and said that now he would take an eye for an eye. The young man activated a stream of water. He controlled the water current, declaring that his revenge would be an eye for an eye, and held his water essence in his hands. The bandits were frightened. They didn't know exactly what to expect from their opponent. They had never encountered anything like this before. People at the pier took notice. Something was happening to the river. It seemed as though a storm had suddenly broken out on it, and huge waves were rising. Lian Shi used his water control, and the river's water literally rose, engulfing the ship from all sides. The Lu brothers couldn't understand how the guy could do such a thing, and immediately they wondered, who was he anyway? But the water had already practically engulfed and swallowed the ship. Lian Shi announced how he planned to deal with stronger opponents. They would fight in the depths of the water, where he felt much more confident. And now the ship belonging to the gang leader Vale had been swallowed by the river, and it was clear that the River Lord himself had had a hand in this. The people at the pier believed this was the wrath of the Fish King, and Wen Yang realized that his father would most likely perish. The Lu brothers sank beneath the water along with the ship. They couldn't use their power underwater, but they were certain their enemy was in the same situation. Lu Chang drew his sword. After all, he was a Skakun-level warrior. Holding his breath for half a day was no problem for him. If he acted cautiously, the advantage would remain his. Lu Chang felt solid and elusive, ready to fight even underwater. Grabbing his sword, Liu Chang seemed to have sliced Lian Shi in two, but the young man had a different opinion. Mocking his opponent, Lian Shi said that Skakun couldn't even hope to hit him in the water. Lu Chang couldn't believe his eyes and didn't understand how he could have missed so badly, since his opponent was right in front of him and nothing was in the way. Unexpectedly for the villains, a monster, the crocodile Tahua, joined the underwater duel. It opened its toothy maw and lunged at the men. Tahua's tail grazed Liu Chang lightly, but the man was already lying at the bottom of the river, blood flowing from his throat. Liu Yi stared at his brother with horror and fear. The villains realized that Lian Shi could control the underwater monsters. At that moment, his little friend Chongqi appeared beside the boy in a terrifying and menacing form. Liu Yi managed to launch one attack, but Lian Shi's spear blocked it. He had no intention of letting his opponent get close. Liu Yi tried very hard to break through the defense, but he realized that the water did not hinder Lian Shi's movements at all, and he remained very fast and agile. Liu Chang was busy fighting the crocodile just as his younger brother lost the battle, and Lian Shi's spear pierced his body. Lian Shi was finishing off his younger brother. Of course, Liu Chang desperately wanted to join in and protect Liu Yi. But at that moment, a water prison was cast upon him. Liu Chang found himself completely immobilized. He reflected on how all forms of martial arts originate within a person, influencing the outside world. At that moment, the spear struck down his younger brother, who died before the eyes of Liu Chang, trapped in the water prison. Lian Shi looked at the elder Liu Chang and said he was next. Liu Chang was of course crushed mentally and emotionally, but he was still a Skaken-level warrior and had no intention of giving up or losing easily. The opponents moved toward each other, and the people on the pier could only see that the river was literally boiling. They assumed that someone was fighting below. It was unknown who could fight Master Liu on equal terms since he was at the Skakun level. Someone in the crowd suggested that it was probably that very gentleman from the River Lord Association who had killed the King of Fish the day before. Lu Wenyang had just arrived in the city and knew nothing about the events unfolding here, nor about the association member. The ruthless Ran Zhongbin was furious when he learned that Lian Shi had been out of town for 7 days, since he was Master Yang's personal disciple, and he had only just found out about it. Archivist Li tried to explain to the enraged gentleman that, as far as he could tell, it had been a perfectly ordinary assignment, and the man had no idea it could take Lian Shi so long. The archive staff reported that the young man had gone to Wushui City in the neighboring prefecture. This assignment had the lowest difficulty level, yet Lian Shi still hadn't returned. Ran Zhongbin explained that according to the association's rules, if a low difficulty task cannot be completed within 3 days, its difficulty level is raised, but a whole week had already passed, and Lian Shi could be considered missing. The men tried to figure out why Archivist Li had given this mission to the young man. The archivist thought for a long time, but then said that Lian Shi's brother looked strong, stronger even than a Skakun-level warrior. That's why he decided Lian Shi would handle it quickly and return. Ran Zhongbin and all the archive workers understood if Hu Yulong found out about this situation, they would all be in big trouble. But a loud, angry voice announced at that moment that he already knew everything. The frightened subordinates turned at the sound of that voice. Hu Yulong was very serious and demanded that the men explain in detail what was going on. He wanted to know every little detail. The underwater fight continued, but suddenly the waves near the pier rose very high, and the people waited in surprise to see what would happen next. When the water receded, everyone present saw the defeated Liu Chang and the young man from the association standing beside him. Lian Shi stood holding a spear in his hands and addressed his opponent, asking, "Does Liu Chang have anything to say to the people?" Liu Chang already knew he had lost and that no one could help him now. He hoped that Lian Shi would pay for everything later. A new brilliant idea came to the villain's mind. He rushed toward the common people and began shouting that this outsider was a corrupt official, a murderer who controlled the Fish Kings and now threatened Liu Chang and intended to kill all the villagers. The people in the crowd were used to trusting their leader Liu and began repeating that they had known all along that this outsider was in fact a bad man. The fishermen said that as long as they were alive, they would defend their leader, Liu Chang. Liu Chang realized that all was not yet lost. He knew how to manipulate people, and no outsider could overthrow him. Lian Shi was completely calm. He said he knew Liu Chang would definitely act this way. Lian Shi called out, and a young man emerged from his boat, the same one who had been raising tongue crickets with his uncle. The young man said that Master Lian Shi had saved his life, and he had to tell everything because he had endured it for too long. The people at the pier recognized the uncle and nephew from the Li family who had been missing for a long time. The young man stood before his fellow villagers and explained that he and his uncle had been raising kingfish themselves. Everyone was shocked to hear this news. The young man said that Liu Chang was the one running the whole operation. Liu Chang, of course, didn't expect such a turn of events and started shouting that it was pure slander. But according to the young man, Liu Chang and the third leader had secretly raised river dolphins and infected them with parasites, which allowed them to control the animals. They intimidated the villagers into paying them taxes and handing over their catch. The young man himself, along with his uncle, had agreed to help them in order to earn money for his mother's treatment, while the members of Lu's gang exploited the entire population to rob and kill. The young man was ready to lead the villagers to the cave with his uncle, where these monsters were being raised. He said that the body of the third leader was still there, and the villagers began to realize that this might be true. Lu Chang wouldn't give up. He grabbed a little girl and said that if anyone came near him, he would simply kill her. Suddenly, Lu Chang's son's voice rang out behind him. The boy wanted to know what he had just heard. Lu Chang was even more terrified when his son realized that his father was, in all likelihood, actually a monster. Liu Chang turned to his son and asked why the boy was there, since he was supposed to be at the academy. Liu Yuanyang didn't say another word. He turned and ran away, unable to bear the shame. Lu Chang was furious. It was all Lian Shi's fault. If not for him, none of this would have happened. Lu Chang lunged to kill the young man, but Lian Shi was prepared for this turn of events and managed to raise his spear, which the villain ran into. Liu Chang, covered in blood, said, "Even if he dies today, I will wait for Lian Shi in the underworld." Lian Shi replied, "If that ever happens, it won't be soon enough. But even if we are destined to meet in the afterlife," he added, "I will be forced to kill you once more." An alarmed servant ran into the house, shouting about the trouble. He was in a hurry and didn't waste time bowing. County Magistrate Du Chongwei was spending time in bed with yet another beauty and could not understand who dared to disturb him. The judge's advisor burst into the bedroom and reported that everyone was dead. The judge couldn't understand who they were talking about. The advisor explained that it was Liu Chang's gang. The man looked extremely upset and frightened. Du Chongwei realized the situation was serious. Liu Chang was a Skakun-level warrior. Who could have defeated him? Why had everyone died, and how had it happened? The advisor added that he had seen a stranger in the uniform of a member of the River Lord Association from a distance. The county magistrate grew alarmed when he learned that someone from the association had arrived. Lian Shi noticed who else was at the pier when he heard a drawling voice, remarking that heroes are made from a young age. It was a fat man speaking, explaining that rumors had reached him about a young gentleman from the association who had arrived to deal with a nasty gang. And so the county magistrate, as a loyal servant of the empire, had hurried here to see for himself and deal with Liu Chang. The fat man looked pleased, admiring the hero who had rid his county of a great evil. The man admitted that he was ashamed as a county magistrate. He had failed to fulfill his duties and had brought disgrace upon the title of a government official. Lian Shi was tired of hearing this talk. He said he was a straightforward man and not used to intrigue, so Judge Du had better not put on a show for him. The River Lords Association protects the Great Zhenghai River. If water monsters harm the people, Lian Shi will destroy them with his own hands. If it is the fishermen's gang doing this, their fate is sealed. As he left, Lian Shi said he would not overstep his authority or break the law. He is no hero saving the world, and he is certainly not noble enough to sacrifice himself for others. Lian Shi doesn't want to get into unnecessary trouble or create additional complications for himself. But there is one but, and of course the county magistrate wanted to know exactly what Lian Shi had left unsaid. The River Association has no authority over the state magistrate, but Lian Shi said he would hand over the cases and accounts of all members of Liu Chang's gang to the judicial chamber. Judge Du Chongwei realized that this petty little scoundrel dared to threaten him and could cause trouble. He gave a signal, and the magistrate's men blocked Lian Shi's path, saying that the judge would not let him go. Lian Shi was in a bad mood, tired on top of that, and didn't want to deal with officials. He demanded that the men get out of his way, and they were frightened, sensing that the young man's aura was more terrifying than that of a Skakun-level warrior. The judge's advisor said the men shouldn't let Lian Shi go, and that they'd better think about what would happen to them if they let him leave. Lian Shi saw that he was surrounded by Skakun-level warriors. A very difficult battle lay ahead. Unexpectedly, a thunderous voice boomed, "How dare you lay a hand on a member of the association?" One of the men tried to draw his sword but was immediately struck by a fishing rod and knocked out instantly. Standing before them all was the deputy head of the River Lord Association, Hu Yulong, holding a fishing rod in his hands in all his glory and power. The men didn't know who was standing before them or how he dared to intervene and behave in such a manner. Hu Yulong presented his warrant and asked how they could behave so disrespectfully toward members of the association. The county magistrate and his advisor were terrified upon seeing the association's vice captain. All the warhorse-level warriors who had issues with Lian Shi turned and scattered. But Hu Yulong blocked their path. "You won't be able to escape." After that, the vice captain initiated a duel, which ended almost immediately. Victory was his. Lian Shi watched the events unfold in surprise and asked why Hu Yulong had come here today and started defending him. The deputy head explained that the young man had lost track of time. He had been gone for a whole week, and Hu Yulong had grown worried and rushed to his subordinate's aid. Lian Shi was surprised it had taken him 3 days to reach the village, but his boss had made it in a single morning. Hu Yulong praised Lian Shi, saying he was a fine young man and had managed to defeat a 4th-rank Skakun, which was to be expected from Uncle Yang's disciple. Lian Shi tried to say he was just lucky, but the chief asked him not to downplay his achievements. Hu Yulong looked at the terrified fat county magistrate, who was covered in sweat, and said that for capturing this villain, Lian Shi would receive no fewer than 2 major merits. Lian Shi and his men stayed in the village for a while longer. They had to arrest all the villains and gang members. As soon as he could, he hurried to Lu Yu's house, but at the doorstep he was met by the inconsolable doctor. The old man reported that, unfortunately, they were too late. The immense stress had ruptured the meridians. Lian Shi looked into the room and saw the mother and son lying dead in each other's arms. Help had come too late, and it was already impossible to save them. Lian Shi recalled how Lu Yu had told him that the last few days had been the most peaceful since his birth. The Fish Kings had made life miserable for all the villagers, and now that they were gone, life had become much easier. Lu Yu never forgot how the Zhou brothers had saved his life by sacrificing themselves, so the young man intended to care not only for his own mother, but also for the mother of the Zhou brothers. In time, he wanted to find a wife and have a son, and when the time came, tell him about the hero who had defeated the terrifying monsters. All these memories flashed through Lian Shi's mind. With sadness and pain, he closed his eyes for the sincere young man and told himself that they would surely meet again in the next life. Lian Shi stepped outside and was caught in the rain. It seemed as though nature itself was mourning the innocent victims. He headed to the port where Hu Yulong had summoned him. The vice captain looked at his young subordinate and said he had found something interesting for him. Master Yang had recently told Yulong that Lian Shi had taken an interest in archery. Hu Yulong had found a beautiful black bow among Lu Cheng's belongings, one that would suit the young man perfectly. The emperor had once granted Lian Shi his patronage, and his powers had awakened to their full potential. He was rapidly improving in skill, especially with long weapons, so he should have no trouble with a bow either. A crescent-shaped sling swayed from his belt, and a spear with 3 sharp points and a double blade glinted in his hands. A sling is essentially a bow that shoots lead balls instead of arrows. As the saying goes, 100 crossbows and tens of thousands of arrows are nothing without a reliable, sturdy bow. The quality of the weapon is what matters most. Lian Shi had to hold the bowstring taut for at least 3 breaths to make sure he could use the weapon. Hu Yulong watched the young man twirling the gift in his hands and said that not everyone could hold a bow weighing half a ton. Lian Shi was shocked himself. Standard soldiers' bows weigh about 18 kilograms, and he realized he'd been lucky in the underwater fight with Liu Chang. It would have been harder to manage on land. The young man told his commander that it was flattering, but he could only hold the bowstring for a single breath, and there was still a long way to go. Lian Shi was surprised that Hu Yulong wanted to simply hand over the criminal's weapon to him, and then a small trick became apparent. It turned out that the report said nothing about Liu Chang using this bow in battle, which meant that Lian Shi had originally brought it with him, but hadn't used it. Lian Shi was honest and straightforward and thought that this might eventually backfire on them. Hu Yulong confirmed that this was indeed possible, and very easy after all. Appropriating another's property had been a lucrative business since time immemorial. But the vice captain advised the young man not to try to be perfect. It's always okay to have a few harmless sins. There was no need to shoulder all the responsibility, but one shouldn't be indifferent or cruel either, for Lian Shi was, after all, just a man, not a god. The young man hadn't fully processed all the information yet, and stood with his mouth agape when he heard the next question. Hu Yulong asked around and found out about a popular candy shop. Maybe they'd try some together. Tahua and Chongqi had become true friends and often spent time exploring the riverbed in search of something interesting. Right now, the pets stood frozen, staring at a huge shell of unusual shape and size. The catfish and the crocodile were terribly frightened when the shell spoke, asking what the fat fish wanted from it. But the pets were even more surprised when they saw a little man crawling out of the shell. The old man was groaning and clearing his throat. The old man leaned on his cane and scolded the dim-witted fish Chongqi for waking him from his sweet dreams. Lian Shi walked through the streets of his native village, tired but happy, finally home where he could get some proper rest. For several days, Chongqi the catfish had been sending him messages about some kind of treasure, and Lian Shi had been trying to figure out what it was. He entered the house, but it was silent. Everything was locked up as if no one were there. The servants hadn't come because they didn't know when the master would return. It was unclear where the master had gone. Lian Shi walked over to the pond in the courtyard. During the estate's renovation, It had been discovered that the Great River was connected to this place by underground streams. He had set up the pond for his pets, and now they were having a great time, taking advantage of their master's absence. Lian Shi told the animals that he was fine, though it seemed the pets were angry at him for his long absence. He looked around the pond and noticed a large mussel that clearly hadn't been there before. The boy didn't understand where it had come from. A voice shouted that Lian Shi was a real fool. This wasn't a simple mussel, but a giant clam. Lian Shi was in shock. The mollusk was explaining who he was and why he had sent the fat fish to kidnap him. The young man didn't understand what the accusations were or who was making them. He apologized for his pet, who had gotten carried away and insulted the mollusk, and promised to find a suitable place for it the next day. To Lian Shi's surprise, the mollusk acknowledged him as well-mannered and courteous. The young man thought that this world never ceased to amaze him. Even the clams here could talk, which meant they had vocal cords. At that moment, the clam shells parted slightly, and Lian Shi saw the head of an old man who began sneezing nonstop. The old man crawled completely out of the clam, and looking at the young man, asked his name. Lian Shi had seen a lot in his life, but he was shocked to see the little man who had crawled out of the shell. He quickly realized that it wasn't the mollusk itself speaking, but the old man inside it. Still, the young man didn't understand how this creature could hear and see. It was probably the work of Zhe Ding. By this point, the old man was angry again and demanded to be released, declaring that Lian Shi and the fat fish were two of a kind. Lian Shi surmised that the old man could not survive on his own. The little man replied that he had simply taken on the form of a spirit. To put it mildly, this answer did not clarify the situation, and it remained unclear what it meant. Lian Shi had read before that any object was capable of giving birth to a spirit, that is, of gaining consciousness. But the conditions for this were extremely harsh, and the secrets were hidden. However, there is one object that is certainly capable of awakening consciousness. This object was a spiritual weapon, but it was still unclear how a mollusk, even if a giant one, managed to give birth to a spirit. The crocodile Tahu swam up to his master and nudged his hand with his snout. Then the pet opened its mouth wide and a strange object lay on its tongue. Lian Shi took it. It looked a bit like a silkworm cocoon, but at the same time it was something else. The young man didn't understand what the crocodile was trying to say. The little man from the shell was very surprised. He recognized the object in the young man's hands. It was a mirage beetle. Lian Shi realized that the old man knew what the object was, but didn't want to explain. More precisely, he wanted to be asked. The young man understood the approach and said, "The student humbly asks the elder to help him broaden his horizons." The old man replied that he would not forget the insults inflicted by the fat fish, but he would tell him what he asked for since the young man was so eager for knowledge. According to legend, there are the islands of the immortals. Each of the 3 islands is inhabited by countless strange creatures. Penlai Island is shrouded in a white mist, and this fog gives birth to a unique creature known as the mirage beetle. It can be recognized by its jade-white color and markings on its sides. The smoke it emits causes anyone who inhales it to fall into an endless sleep. Unfortunately, the little guy didn't know how to use the mirage beetle, because it was just a legend and, most likely, useless. Although Lian Shi was a little disappointed, he decided to learn as much as he could about the beetle anyway. However, he would deal with that later. First, he needed to rest. Before parting, the short man reminded the young man not to forget about him under any circumstances. Lian Shi lay down and fell into a deep sleep. It had been too long since he'd been able to rest properly. The mirage beetle lay on the nightstand and began to emit smoke, which gradually enveloped the sleeper. Lian Shi saw himself standing in the rain. It was strange. He thought he was sleeping in his own home. The silhouette of a man appeared behind him and said, "At last we meet again." It was Liu Chang, who had promised the young man that he would wait for him in the underworld. Lian Shi tensed. He had never faced such situations before. Before him stood a dead man who, on top of that, wanted to fight. The young man thought that perhaps there really was something like hell in this world. He looked around. His pets, the centipede, or anyone else wasn't with him. Most likely, they were on one of the streets of Wushui. Could it be that the underworld had twin versions of real cities? It seemed so. And now Liu Chang was going to kill him because he had promised death. Liu Chang looked like a true demon. His eyes glowed with hatred, and his face was contorted with rage. Lian Shi knew there was no way out. He could count on only one thing. The young man unleashed the Emperor's Dragon Strike. He didn't expect it to work, but was surprised when a massive warrior appeared behind him. This summoned spirit of the Emperor was meant to fight alongside Lian Shi to prevent his death. Liu Chang once again couldn't hide his surprise. Who was Lian Shi? A simple village boy with such immense hidden potential. Lian Shi soon realized he was in a dream created by the mirage beetle. His imagination had managed to conjure the Emperor. Despite being a fake, the power was incredible. The young man turned around when he heard a thunderous voice. "Who are you?" The The emperor's spirit began speaking about Lian Shi's body and how the young man had summoned him. The conversation was abruptly cut short. Lian Shi woke up. The boy realized that the emperor had been real, but the meaning of his words remained unclear. He looked at the mirage beetle on the table. It was to blame for what had happened. Lian Shi knew he was lucky. He had managed to wake up. Next time, he shouldn't summon the emperor so carelessly. However, this subconscious state turned out to be ideal for training. Lian Shi felt the tension in his muscles after the fight. A servant's voice came from behind the door, asking if the master was awake. Someone had asked to have a package delivered. Lian Shi assumed these were the items he had exchanged for his merits, and sat down on the veranda, ready to open the box. Hu Yulong had advised him to use his merits specifically for these water lotuses. According to the instructions, Lian Shi was supposed to hold a petal in his mouth and concentrate on cultivation, which he began to do. He felt two streams of energy spreading through his body, one burning, the other freezing. It was a pleasant sensation. The little spirit and all the pets watched their master, seeing how hard he was trying. The old man said that it all looked beautiful, but was completely impractical. Lian Shi could have asked him for advice, since the old man knew a thing or two about cultivation. The young man felt the water essence in his chest growing and expanding. At that moment, the old man began to shout. He wanted to say something, but suddenly, as if struck on the head, he swore to protect the immortal secret until his dying breath. Lian Shi had barely finished his cultivation process when he saw a little man crawling across his chest. Could it be that the old man was in such a hurry to leave his pond? The old man said that, seeing Lian Shi's persistence in training, he had decided to stay for a few days to teach the young man something interesting. He explained that he had lived for several thousand years and knew many secrets. Lian Shi immediately asked, had the old man ever seen a real dragon? The little man replied that of course he had seen it, and thought that this boy had no idea about the essence that lived within his body. Compared to it, even a real dragon was a mere trifle. The old man looked at the boy, realizing that an extraordinary future awaited him. The man was chained and lay as if crucified. He felt excruciating pain and screamed loudly. A hooded stranger leaned over him. If you want revenge, beg the Great Mother to grant you her power. To do this, you must devote yourself to serving her. Despite the pain and blood, the wretch replied that he understood. For the sake of vengeance, he was ready to devote himself entirely to serving the mother. The stranger demanded to know his name and the name of the one he longed to kill. It was Lu Wen Yang, the son of the slain Lu Chang, who dreamed of taking revenge and destroying Lian Shi. Lian Shi sat in the courtyard of his home, pondering the information the old man had shared. Since ancient times, there had been only 3 true dragons. After the death of the dragon king Jiang Hai, his palace was taken over by a sea dragon. The little man confirmed this. Lian Shi didn't understand how the old man knew such things if he could barely move. The old man replied mysteriously that he simply had good connections. He couldn't very well say that he'd heard it all from the little fish and shrimp swimming by. Just then, guests appeared at the doorway, and there was a knock at the door. It was village head Chen Zhaoang, who had come to discuss the upcoming sacrificial ritual. Lian Shi was genuinely surprised that the village head wanted to discuss this with him specifically. The men sat down at the table and prepared to drink tea. Lian Shi believed that such matters were usually decided by the village council. He handed the village head some tea and said he couldn't even imagine how he might be of use. The village head admitted frankly, many outsiders had arrived in Yangxing recently, which was complicating the organization of the ritual. If everyone wanted the newcomers to contribute to the sacrificial offerings, they would have to rely on Lian Shi. Lian Shi said that his membership in the River God Association did not grant him such authority. But the village head had something else in mind. Chen Zhang addressed the young man on behalf of all the residents. They wanted Lian Shi to conduct the sacrificial ritual. The emperor loved playing Go and was pleased that his partner had found the time to play with him. It was interesting that the newly minted holy master was in no hurry to announce himself to the world, but instead was hiding in the palace and playing with the emperor. Wei Ninghao asked the emperor not to joke around. If word got out, all the little bugs would hide immediately. And if that happened, the emperor himself would have to deal with it. The emperor said he'd heard the rumor. Wei Ninghao's men had tracked down the yellow branch of the mother cult. The man confirmed the branch had become active in Pinyin, so he had sent people to investigate the situation. Wei Ninghao admitted that he hadn't expected to encounter such audacity in this city. The emperor was closely following the matter and wanted to know what was going on there. His partner in the game of Go said that these people were trying to uncover the secret of immortality. The emperor wanted to understand how well they were succeeding and what stage they were at. Wei Ninghao explained, a Skakun-level warrior can only live to be a little over 100. An elephant-level master can cross the 300-year mark. Even a heavenly dragon saint does not live longer than 600 years. Longevity is a forbidden topic. Whoever delves into these secrets seeks their own death, Such is the order of nature. The emperor wanted to know if these people were a threat. Wei Ninghao replied, aside from the 2 elephant-level masters, the other cult members aren't even worth mentioning. The emperor knew there were no warriors of that level in Pingyang, therefore he needed to consider his options and take action. Wei Ninghao reported that he intended to send men from his personal squad there to launch an attack in about half a month. He was now only awaiting the emperor's personal permission. Hearing this, the emperor laughed. If his servant was willing to help, he would not stand in his way. The emperor believed that all remnants of the previous dynasty must be destroyed. Wei Ninghao bowed before the emperor and confirmed that he would carry out the order. After that, the emperor left the pavilion where he had been playing a game of Go. No one else was left in the pavilion, and after a while, an ant accidentally crawled onto the board. One of the tiles began to crack under the ant's feet. The cracks quickly spread across the entire stone table where they usually played Go. The huge stone slab crumbled into tiny pieces. A huge ship unfurled its sails, and sailors bustled about the deck. They urgently needed to hoist the sail and raise the anchor. All key crew members were urgently summoned to the control room. Lian Shi was alarmed. He asked the captain what had happened and why there was such a rush. It turned out to be an extremely important matter. Their alliance, 3 judicial chambers, and a demon hunting squad would be participating in the operation. Lian Shi immediately realized if so many organizations were being involved, it was probably related to the cult. Ran Zhongbin added that they had discovered the lair of one of the cult's branches and were planning to destroy it with a single powerful strike. This cult has grandmasters at the elephant level, but they are no longer young. These old men are at least 100 years old. Their strength is dozens of times weaker than it was in their youth. Moreover, all the opponents were well prepared. 2 sacred weapons were summoned, the dragon blade subjugation of the elephant and the Jinghai spear. Lian Shi knew that sacred weapons were imbued with the life energy of celestial dragon warriors. They possessed consciousness and were capable of decapitating an enemy from a distance of 1,000 miles. The young man didn't understand why members of the Chamber of Commerce were present in their army, or what their role was. It seemed that these people could not be of much help on the battlefield, since trade was not usually their direct field of activity. Mr. Rand replied that thanks to the representatives of the Chamber of Commerce, the operation was practically guaranteed to succeed. Their joint mission is the perfect opportunity to demonstrate the Emperor's power and strike fear into the hearts of all other criminals. That is why the mission is fully sponsored by the Tianbao Chamber of Commerce. Even if it is expensive, they will derive commensurate benefits from the event. Lian Shi already understood. Collaborating with the authorities on such a large-scale mission would bring the Chamber of Commerce immense popularity, elevating it above its competitors. Now it was clear what the Chamber of Commerce was counting on. At that moment, the young man heard someone call his name. An unfamiliar young man was approaching them, stating that he had recognized Lian Shi from a distance and would like to speak with him. The young man introduced himself. "My name is Wei Xiao. It's a pleasure to meet you." Lian Shi knew that Wei Ling liked to adopt children from all over the world, and perhaps this was one of them. The young man was cautious and didn't understand what this guy wanted. Lian Shi, without moving from his spot, asked, "Why does Mr. Wei need me?" Wei Xiao laughed cheerfully and replied that he had heard how Lian Shi had single-handedly taken down the Wushui City gang, destroyed the cult's stronghold, and saved a bunch of people, so he wanted to meet the hero in person. Lian Shi listened to all this, then asked his companion not to beat around the bush and to speak plainly. Wei Xiao replied that this was fine since Lian Shi didn't like beating around the bush, and began to explain. Historically, the second captain had fewer opportunities than the first. Lian Shi had achieved a great deal and done much good, but Captain Hu Yulong had been unable to reward him appropriately. Wei Xiao offered Lian Shi a chance to work with them. If he agreed, he would receive a yellow dragon pill. It was a very tempting offer. The yellow dragon pill was worth 3 major merits, and these people were willing to give it away for free. Lian Shi smiled and said that as soon as Master Wei gave him the pill, he would immediately start working for him. Wei Xiao realized the boy was mocking him and asked this, barely holding back his anger. Lian Shi smiled sweetly in response and said that they were the ones who started this conversation. Wei Xiao, being no fool, understood everything at once. Captain Hu had found himself a fine subordinate. Lian Shi replied that his companion's father, Wei Ling, had handled the task even better. Wei Xiao said that luck runs out sooner or later. The problem is that many people overestimate themselves and don't know their place. Ran Zhongbin, who had been silent for a long time, couldn't hold back. Did Wei Xiao really come here just to make a fool of himself? He noted that what was happening right now looked exactly like that. By trying to insult someone else, you only dig yourself into a deeper hole. Ran Zhongbin suggested that Lian Shi spar with him, reminding him that the ship didn't belong to Wei Lin. But Wei Xiao really wasn't stupid. He told Lian Shi that he was joking, but the offer of cooperation still stood. If the young man agreed, his career would take off. Otherwise, during the operation with this handsome guy, Lian Shi might get into trouble. Ran Zhongbin was literally seething with rage. Had Wei Xiao really threatened them right there on the ship? Lian Shi placed a hand on his boss's shoulder and said it was a trap. He stepped forward and announced that he would give Wei Xiao a clear and definitive answer. It was impossible to work for him. Of course, in response, he heard a threat that he would regret it, but it would be too late. Wei Xiao turned around, ordered his men to leave, and left the ship. Ran Zhongbin was very upset. He couldn't understand how this insolent man dared to treat an employee that way right in front of him. Wei Xiao left satisfied, confident that Lian Shi would pay for today's choice, and everyone would see who would have the last laugh. Ran Zhongbin said that the Chamber of Commerce was holding an event today, and Lian Shi needed to hurry to get a good seat. The young man didn't know what he was talking about, but it turned out to be the Yonghai auction. That evening, an auction was held on the ship, and all the wealthiest people had gathered. The auction hall was packed, and the event was declared open.
Xu Bingcan, a representative of the Chamber of Commerce, was the auctioneer.
He welcomed all the guests and thanked them for coming. The man said there would be no delay, and the auction would begin. The first lot was a jade and rainbow tree, the symbol of the Chamber of Commerce. An assistant brought out a ceramic vase containing this lot. Everyone looked at the jade rainbow tree in amazement. No one knew what kind of plant it was or how valuable it was. Ran Zhongbin confirmed that it was indeed a rare plant, but unlike others, it was not nourished by water. The tree's growth relies on the blood of a saint. At that moment, the girl dripped the liquid onto a seed lying inside the box, and immediately, a huge tree grew right before the eyes of the astonished crowd. It was bright, shiny, and drew everyone's attention. This was a case where you shouldn't judge a book by its cover. Inside, the tree was much more spacious than it appeared from the outside and held many treasures. Moreover, the tree could transform back into a seed, preserving everything inside it. Simply put, it was the perfect storage space. The tree had only one drawback. To activate it, the blood of a saint was required, which was extremely difficult to obtain. Everyone understood that this was an extremely useful treasure, but one with a very complex condition for use, almost like a sacred weapon. The auctioneer said that it was a jade birch, and that luck would never cease to smile upon the owner of this marvel. The plant possessed healing properties, and all sorts of remedies could be made from it. The auctioneer announced the starting price, 300 lanas, and asked who would bid higher. The bidding was lively. The price for such a rare item kept rising, and in the end, the tree was sold for 1,400 lian. The lucky winner was Mr. 32 from the River Lord Alliance. After that, the auctioneer addressed the guests and reminded them of the auction rules. According to the rules, if two bidders are competing for a lot and neither is willing to back down, a duel is held. But this is only possible with two competitors. The next lot was a sacred golden disc. Lian Shi was attending such an event for the first time and was in shock. He saw the rich handing out huge sums of money with a single wave of their hand. Ran Zhongbin asked the young man if anything had caught his eye. Lian Shi smiled sweetly and said that he hadn't found anything he liked yet. He still had some money left over, though it wasn't much. He might be able to buy something for himself. The auction was coming to a close, and the auctioneer announced the final lot. This item had been acquired by the Chamber of Commerce in the central region of Jianghai. A cart was wheeled onto the stage, carrying an item covered by a cloth. The auctioneer pulled back the cloth, and before everyone's eyes appeared a pair of golden eyes belonging to a fully grown golden-eyed monster. Lian Shi jumped in surprise. He had never seen anything like it. But the strangest thing was that his inner Ji-Ding seemed to respond to those eyes. Could these items be connected in some way? As is well known, a golden-eyed beast can be ridden. It will effortlessly soar through the heavens and seas. Its eyes shine like the sun, capable of distinguishing loyalty from betrayal, dispelling any illusions, and revealing the truth to the world. Now these eyes were being sold in perfect condition. Their essence had not yet been extracted. Lian Shi realized that this was visual cultivation, which grants superhuman power. The young man immediately realized that he desperately needed these eyes and began bidding. However, very soon the price exceeded his means. Wei Xiao offered 1,200 lian for the lot and looked at Lian Shi with a mocking smile. A visual duel began between them, but Lian Shi knew he would most likely run out of money. At that moment, Yang Dongxiang was present at the auction along with his second disciple. Of course, they didn't know that Lian Shi practiced visual techniques. Yang Dongxiang used telepathy to tell his disciple that Lian Shi should not be afraid and should continue bidding. Master Yang would help purchase the item. Wei Ling used telepathy to demand that his adopted son, Wei Xiao, also continue bidding. Now it became clear. This was no longer just the purchase of an interesting item, but a real battle between distant rivals. Wei Xiao kept raising the price, confident that the eyes would under no circumstances go to Lian Shi. Everyone present understood. A rift had formed between these two bidders, and snatching the lot from Wei Xiao's hands would not be easy. The brothers from the martial arts school were also sitting in the hall and suggested there was another method, a duel. Everyone knew that Wei Xiao was a mid-level Skakun tier warrior, while Lian Shi hadn't shown anything special yet. Ran Zhongbin advised his assistant to let the bidding go and then ask Hu Yulong about a similar item. But Lian Shi asked Ran's brother not to interfere. He was too focused. Lian Shi stood up and said that his master had taught him, "Honor is the only thing that cannot be taken away from a warrior. A warrior must fight against the heavens, the earth, and all rivals in his path. Above all, he must fight those who try to rob him of his honor and dignity and seek to humiliate him." Lian Shi stepped onto the stage and addressed Wei Xiao. "Surprisingly, we both want the same item." The young man proposed a duel to determine who would get the lot. The audience thought he had lost his mind, challenging Skakun. Many had heard that Lian Shi had defeated opponents of this caliber in Wushu, but everyone knew that Wei Xiao was far stronger. Lineage mattered a great deal. Even if Lian Shi was at Skakun's level, their combat skills would certainly be on different levels. The spectators tried to predict the outcome. Wei Xiao addressed the young man. "You've got some guts to dare challenge me. Be glad weapons aren't allowed here, otherwise, we'd have to hold a funeral." Lian Shi knew that just 2 weeks ago, he wouldn't have been able to handle such an opponent, but now he had the Mirage Beetle, and the situation had changed. Every day he fought against Liu Chang and other Skakun-level masters in his dreams, gaining combat experience. By hunting sea creatures, Lian Shi earned merits that could be exchanged for treasures and used to increase his fusion level. Now Lian Shi desperately needed a real fight to understand just how much stronger he had become. The start of the match was announced, and Wei Xiao rushed into the attack, hoping to quickly punish the weakling. To everyone's surprise, Lian Shi was ready. He deftly dodged the attacks and prepared to strike back. His very first counterattack succeeded. Blood flowed from Wei Xiao's mouth and the spectators froze, realizing that the young man had managed to knock his opponent back. Wei Xiao realized what a disgrace he had suffered in front of the spectators, and his adoptive father, this greenhorn, had thoroughly infuriated him. Everyone knew that Wei Xiao was about to use the floating step of the water tiger, his signature move. Although it was a mid-level technique, Wei Xiao had perfected it. He was certain Lian Shi would definitely not be able to handle this attack. Lian Shi noticed the water tiger and calmly said that he also had that technique, and something else interesting as well. Wei Xiao launched his attack. It looked powerful, and everyone froze, but the blow was stopped by a single fist from Lian Shi. The second disciple gaped in surprise and looked at Master Yang, who had been trying to say that he didn't have any favorites. But now looking at the ninth disciple, he couldn't help but admit, this guy had enormous potential. Hu Yulong was also pleased with what he saw. What else could one expect from Master Yang's personal disciple? Wei Ling, having learned about the martial arts of the Huangkong Temple, noted that Lian Shi was becoming an increasingly interesting person. Lian Shi addressed his opponent, "You lost, Wei Xiao, but if you want, we can continue." Wei Ling rose from his chair and told his son that he had already disgraced himself enough. After that, he announced that the golden dragon eyes belonged to Lian Shi, who had earned them by right. Lian Shi recognized this man, the current head of the alliance, Captain Wei Lin. The auctioneer congratulated the young gentleman on the final lot. The Chamber of Commerce would prepare it for its new owner. Lian Shi stood next to his purchase, thinking with satisfaction that everything had gone as it should. That same evening, left alone, Lian Shi examined his purchase, pondering how to use the eyes. He took out one eye and thought that perhaps he should just eat it. Lian Shi bit off a piece of the eye and felt his own eyes fill with energy. The young man realized he was right. With just a single glance, he was capable of incredible things. The ships participating in the joint operation had finally reached their destination, and everyone needed to get ready. The crew was told that they had reached the shore. It was time to drop anchor and get ready for battle. Lian Shi looked simply charming in his new uniform, his eyes glowing like a dragon's. Upon landing, they saw a landscape that seemed deserted. Insects and small animals crawled among the grass. Birds fluttered, butterflies fluttered, the atmosphere seemed peaceful. But the men knew they had to stay alert and watch their step. The guardians of the ghostly mother were masters of stealth attacks. The warriors had to keep their eyes open. As they moved deeper into the island, they soon came upon some trees, noticing nothing suspicious. Lian Shi noted that fog was beginning to thicken around them. Ran Zhongbin ordered everyone to keep an eye on their surroundings and stay together. Suddenly, a stranger emerged from the fog. The group stopped, trying to figure out if he was friend or foe. But they couldn't get a good look at him. He was moving very quickly, and visibility in the fog was poor. Thanks to his golden dragon eyes, Lian Shi could see and sense much more, and he immediately understood what the problem was. The young man looked around. His companions had been right there a moment ago, but now he stood alone in the fog. He knew that people didn't just disappear into the fog that quickly, which meant a magical effect was at work. Lian Shi noticed that the enemy was even capable of concealing their aura. Soon his companions were nearby again. They said they'd turned around, but Lian Shi was nowhere to be found, not a trace, not even an aura. Lian Shi agreed. The fog was very strange. They were moving southeast as Commander Shu had ordered. Ran Zhongbin confirmed the advance was proceeding as ordered. The next moment, Lian Shi's spear painfully scraped Lord Ran's cheek. He cried out, clutched his face, and asked what on earth Lian Shi was doing. Lian Shi replied that he would never call Commander Shu by his first name, but would say Brother Shu. Now he could see clearly. The enemy's disguise was ridiculous and ineffective. The villain had taken on the appearance of Ran Zhongbin, but realized that Lian Shi wasn't a fool. There was no need to use the disguise. The monster declared the game is over and assumed his usual form, intending to quickly finish off Lian Shi. Lian Shi watched the metamorphosis with interest and asked who he actually was, suspecting a relative of one of his enemies. Vlad said he wouldn't waste his breath. He and his 4 friends were just a half step away from C rank and could easily handle Lian Shi. One of the thugs declared he couldn't wait. He wanted to be the first to test what this brat was made of. A powerful punch to the nose stopped the thug in his tracks. The test had gone well, and he understood everything about Lian Shi. The ringleader saw this and realized that the young man was also at the half-step stage, or perhaps even stronger. The thugs decided not to mess around and attack all at once. They didn't want to suffer the same fate as their comrade, for whom nothing could be done anymore. Lian Shi deftly dodged the attacks of all the bandits and fought them off with his spear. He was so skilled that in a single moment, his legs knocked down 2 thugs at once, and his spear closed in on the main villain's face. The half-monster thought all this had happened because of Lian Shi. After all, he used to have a normal life, an education, and ordinary affairs. But Lian Shi had destroyed and taken everything from him without asking for permission. The young man remembered Liu Chang's son, whom he had killed. The boy had gone missing and apparently had joined the cult of the Ghost Mother. Lian Shi said that his father had formed a gang, bred river monsters, and drunk the blood of ordinary people. He was merely enforcing the law and doing his job. Before Wen Yang could reply, a voice came from within him, pleading with the young master to help. He was in terrible pain. Lian Shi saw this with his own eyes for the first time. The Phantom Mother's guards worked in pairs, one in the light, the other in the darkness. If Liu Wenyang was in the light, where was the one in the darkness hiding? The dark entity was struggling to break free, screaming in pain and begging for help. The 2 entities stood side by side, united by a single goal. They both wanted to kill Lian Shi, believing him to be the cause of all their misfortunes. Wen Yang told the dark entity that together they could kill Lian Shi and avenge his father. Lian Shi had almost no options. 2 entities were rushing at him at the same time. He didn't manage to stop them the first time. When the second one woke up, their combined power broke through the cocoon stage barrier. A monster consisting of 2 parts, with 2 swords in its hands, lunged into the attack, ready to destroy Lian Shi. It was unclear how to fight it. Lian Shi saw that his opponents had reached a new stage, but they remained amateurs without combat skills. Right now, they had only brute strength. Against that, one had to use cunning. Besides, the monsters themselves didn't know how to use it effectively. Lian Shi parried another attack with his foot, blocking the sword, but the monster wrenched the spear from his hands. It seemed all was lost, but Lian Shi gathered his strength and knocked the monster to the ground with a powerful blow. Wen Yang, lying there nearly destroyed, told Lian Shi to build his career on the bones of his family. It seemed the young man was about to stop, but Lian Shi asked if he had finished his accusatory speech, since he needed to move on. Putting an end to it, Lian Shi walked through the fog, trying to figure out where Ran Zhongbin had gone. Suddenly, he heard a noise and saw 2 warriors high in the sky, communicating across a vast distance. Lian Shi realized that it was a saint's weapon, possessing an overwhelming aura. He wanted to get a better look at what was happening, but the fog was growing thicker. Looking at his body, Lian Shi realized that his golden dragon in tiger form was the result of the fog's influence. The young man knew he had to find a way out immediately. Demonic forces were at work all around him. Soon he came upon a building in the middle of the forest. It was strange to see it in such a place. Lian Shi went inside, assuming he had stumbled upon the hideout of the cult of the Ghost Mother. The house was tidy, with papers lying on the table. Judging by the evidence, the owner was a warrior saint. There was a locked chest standing near the house, from which a dark, demonic power began to emanate. The chest opened slightly, and a long, clawed hand reached out. Lian Shi examined the house. In the corner stood a large barrel of water with a fish swimming inside. It was black. The young man had never heard of a spiritual fish before. Lian Shi activated his water control and pulled the fish out of the barrel, a rather unexpected find. At that moment, He sensed someone or something approaching, clearly not a human. The young man turned around and saw a zombie radiating powerful energy. The skeleton didn't utter a word. It looked withered and mummified. Lian Shi sensed the skeleton's aura, the wolf smoke stage. The villain lunged forward, closing the distance to the young man in an instant. Lian Shi didn't let go of the fish and dodged, trying to avoid a collision. He drew his spear, but the skeleton was strong and wrenched it from his hands, flinging him into the far corner. Lian Shi had never felt so beaten up. It seemed he was about to lose consciousness. The pot in his hands cracked, and the fish was out of the water. However, the fish activated the essence of water. The host was unconscious, but the essence seized the opportunity to awaken and brought Lian Shi back to reality. The young man opened his eyes. Streams of water flowed around him, and he was sitting against a wall. To his surprise, Lian Shi realized that while he was unconscious, he had managed to level up. Shards of a clay vessel lay on his chest. He guessed that the spirit fish found in the barrel had helped with all of this. Lian Shi checked his new stats and discovered he had acquired the whirlpool skill. Soon he decided to try using it right there in the room. The young man understood that the time had come to test his new abilities in action. Besides, the zombie hadn't gone anywhere. All the officials and soldiers were urgently herded onto the ship, ordered to board quickly as they were about to set sail. Hu Yulong wanted to understand what had happened and why they had to retreat. The man was furious. Those old fools had brought trouble upon themselves and set the rest up. On top of that, they had created the Black Mist, the result of their experiments. They had sacrificed 2 warrior saints for the sake of this abomination. The accursed cult of the Ghost Mother must be destroyed. Ran Yin was worried. She didn't want to leave without her brother. Hu Yulong reassured her, since Ran Zhongbin was a master at the wolf smoke stage. Suddenly, Ran Zhongbin burst out of the fog. He looked alarmed and reported a terrible disaster. Hu Yulong immediately realized that things were bad and wanted to know where Lian Shi was now. Ran Zhongbin was distraught and on the verge of tears. He confessed that it was his fault. They had split up and lost track of each other. The cultists had taken on Lian Shi's appearance and caught him off guard, wounding Rang Zhongbin. Now all that remained was to hope for the gods and luck. For somewhere in the fog on the island, only Lian Shi remained. Master Yan needed to be informed of this immediately. Meanwhile, the zombie monster attacked the young man again. Now no one could stop it. Lian Shi used the water vortex skill he had acquired just recently. But the villain was too strong. He weaved between the water currents, and they barely caused him any harm. The zombie closed in on Lian Shi, and now his spear was his only means of defense in close combat. The young man used water signs and skills, creating a water prison and directed streams against the monster. While the zombie was distracted by the water currents, Lian Shi closed in and, pointing 2 fingers at the monster's skull, triggered a powerful explosion that reverberated across the island. At that moment, Master Yang arrived, and the expedition gathered, ready to set out in search of Lian Shi. Ran Zhongbin suggested going out to search himself, since sitting idly by was out of the question. But the elders forbade it. The fog had not merely thickened, but turned into black smoke, and with every passing moment it grew more dangerous. Young Dongxiong believed in his youngest disciple, insisting that Lian Shi had a strong destiny and that something had simply delayed him. Wei Ling, along with his adopted children, watched with interest, certain that Lian Shi would never return. With his strength, he couldn't survive in that fog. Hu Yulong ordered the ship to drop anchor and wait for Lian Shi's return, though some soldiers considered this pointless and dangerous. Thoughts of the risk took hold of the ordinary soldiers' minds. They didn't want to wait, believing that Lian Shi's life wasn't worth their own. Wei Xiao was the happiest of all when he invited Lian Shi into his unit. He sprinkled revealing powder on his clothes so that he could not escape. He remembered how a man in a cloak had appeared before him and ordered him to apply the powder to Lian Shi's clothes. Wei Xiao didn't understand why the master was so fixated on this young man. But the man in the cloak said not to question orders, one simply had to carry them out. Wei Ling finally spoke up, announcing that the waiting time was over. The fog was approaching the shore, and he was ordering them to set sail. Hu Yulong resisted. His man had not yet returned. But as a subordinate, he could not disobey his master. Out of respect for Hu Yulong's father, Wei Ling decided to turn a blind eye to the son's abuse of authority. Hu Yulong promised to carry out the order, but warned that next time Wei Ling might not show such leniency. Suddenly, all the soldiers grew restless upon seeing a light in the fog and began whispering to one another. It was strange, the fog was black, yet a human silhouette began to emerge from the darkness. Lian Shi emerged from the fog. He moved slowly and looked repulsive. He held a burning candle in his hands. Everyone quickly boarded the ships and sailed to their home port, where a dock and a chance to rest awaited them. The conversations on the ship revolved entirely around Lian Shi, how he had emerged from the fog with a candle in his hands, and how the men had nearly lost their voices from fear. The soldiers discussed how the fog had appeared after the deaths of 2 warrior saints. This was also being whispered among the military. Lian Shi walked through the streets, breathing in the air, and rejoiced in the joy of being alive. He had to push his dragon power to the limit twice to destroy the zombies, otherwise he would have been stuck there forever. Master Yang turned to his student, saying that he had heard how the boy had nearly been stranded on the island of the abandoned village. Lian Shi thanked his teacher for his concern, assuring him that he was fine, he'd just gotten a little lost in the fog. Yang Dongxion noted that, judging by their conversation, Lian Shi had found the candle of evil banishment. This was a stroke of luck, since the cult of the Ghost Mother had clearly prepared it for their own purposes. Lian Shi listened attentively to the master, having learned to understand him through hints and nuances. At that moment, a servant, Auntie Fang, appeared at the pier. She reported that upon hearing that the people from the office had returned, she had immediately run to find him. The woman was frightened and explained that something terrifying was happening in the backyard, the place he had forbidden them to enter in recent days, as horrifying sounds were coming from there. Lian Shi immediately headed home and, without even going inside, heard a loud scream. He didn't understand what was happening or where the noise was coming from, since there were only pets in the backyard. That meant someone from outside had sneaked in there. Lian Shi stepped out into the yard and gasped in surprise. He certainly hadn't expected to see what met his eyes. In the middle of the pond, a beaver was standing on a rock, screaming at the top of its lungs, drawing everyone's attention and scaring everyone around. The short old man covered his ears with his fingers and said he'd agree to anything. But the beaver shouldn't go breaking everything just because he didn't like something. The beaver would be better off learning not to yell over every little thing. The short old man turned around and saw that Lian Shi had returned. It was unexpected. The young man crouched down closer and began to examine the beaver with interest. The old man had to introduce them. The old man explained that he had found this beaver many years ago. He wasn't just any beaver, he was a genius. The old man noticed that Lian Shi was struggling with a particular model, so he asked the beaver for help. The beaver agreed to come only out of respect for the old man. Lian Shi realized he needed to support the animal and expressed his immense gratitude. The beaver really did look smart and quick-witted. At that moment, a maid announced that the village elder had sent new ceremonial robes for tomorrow's festival. Lian Shi almost forgot that he had promised the village elder to hold a day of sacrifice. When evening came and all the household chores were finished, Lian Shi remained in his room, alone, meditating. Water currents swirled calmly around him, which he now controlled with confidence. After that, he practiced the whirlpool technique once more. Last time, everything had turned out too disjointed, and Lian Shi hadn't fully grasped how it worked. Now, however, he had figured it out. The whirlpool transformed the meridians of his body into gateways to a spatial reservoir. The water funnels opened with the power of his mind and absorbed water, accumulating it inside. Their capacity was about 1/100th of his total water control limit. Testing his skills, Lian Shi discovered something even more interesting. He directed a stream of water at a plant, and it immediately began to wither. It seemed that part of the island's energy had remained with him. This energy wasn't lifeless. The beginnings of a mind could be sensed within it. Perhaps someday he would be able to subdue it, and it would become his trump card. But right now, Lian Shi understood the most important thing was tomorrow's river festival. At the last festival, he had received only a small portion of the blessing, for back then, he had been nothing more than a spectator. Now, however, he would lead the ritual, hoping to receive far more bonuses. He unrolled the scroll and studied the inscriptions carefully. As long as everything was going according to plan, the young man reread the ritual words so he wouldn't stumble the next day. The festival of sacrifice to the river god had arrived. All the residents gathered in the central square. Musicians played, children ran, and had fun. Li Libo watched his friend. Who would have thought that in just a year and a half, Lian Shi had reached such heights? Ji Chang agreed completely. He didn't understand what he was missing that kept him from becoming just as strong. Libo, of course, could have told his friend exactly what was missing, but it was obvious anyway. The boys loved each other dearly, yet they remained boys, always ready to play a prank on each other at any moment. The adults watched them and were touched. These two hadn't changed a bit. The villagers believed that the credit for this went to the village elder, who had helped raise a young man like Master Yan's 9th disciple. The village elder agreed, for he had watched over Lian Shi since childhood and sensed that the boy would go far. The boys had already noticed that Lian Shi had left the house and were telling all the villagers that the festival would begin soon. Today, Lian Shi looked especially solemn. He was wearing white ceremonial robes. To the beat of the ritual drums, Lian Shi ascended the stage, specially constructed for the ceremony, and began to recite. The great Yu left his mark, and clouds drift over the lands, great rivers carry their waters, nourishing the southern lands. We bow before the sacred waters, whose grace is equal to heaven and earth. You absorb lakes and stars, pierce through mountains, and wash over the world. Ancient spirits and dragons hidden within you, grant us good fortune, bestow a peaceful flow so that the people may live in peace. But if the law of the heavens is not upheld, the elements may be unpredictable. Will a drought come, parching the fields? Or will torrential rains fall, awakening ferocious monsters? Today, together with the elders, we offer you gifts. Great river standing upon the city's soil, I accept the will of the people. Lian Shi immediately checked his stats and confirmed. As the high priest, he had received significantly more blessings. Somewhere in the depths of the water, a water dragon opened its eyes. It was enraged and wanted to know who dared to steal a portion of its power. The dragon sensed that the river's spiritual energy was drying up and tried to figure out who was doing it. The emperor sat in the throne room looking miserable and dissatisfied. He understood a vile creature had awakened. It was tired of living. Did it really want to start a war? The emperor ordered the dragon to leave, but the dragon insisted that humans were stealing his power. The emperor called it nonsense and ordered the dragon to stay out of the way for the time being. Lian Shi concluded the celebration. Now as the high priest, he had received such a dense blessing from the river that it was visible to the naked eye. But even that was not enough. Golden waves were sweeping over the people. This was the river deity appearing to everyone. In the beginning there was chaos. Then heaven and earth came into being. The sun and moon shone in the sky, and great rivers flowed across the earth. The inhabitants prayed to the river deity to protect their city of Yixing. With every passing moment, the blessing grew stronger, exceeding one. Soon a strange sphere appeared before everyone. It was not just a sphere, but a symbol of home in the earth. Lian Shi noticed that his personal quest, Return Home, had been activated. Could he ever return again?